to see what remains and what changes again.
Yeah, it does mean for a team like Team Bliss, though, who have had stability for quite some time. I mean, their last roster change was, of course, Jigsaw for Wettables, and what was that, like, essentially beginning of last year now. Like, it's actually been a pretty stable roster. You've got a region that keeps chopping and changing, trying to find the right formula. You've got players that have essentially retired, the likes of Logic, for example. Whether or not that actually stays true remains to be seen. But nevertheless, this is the case coming into this portion of the year. There's just simply not going to be, I personally don't think, a competitor that's going to be able to match Bliss for all intents and purposes in a best of three. Now, in a best of one, could a Man Esports and Odium and Antic push them to the limit, maybe even force an OT? Potentially. It's all map dependent and on the night how everyone's playing. But I think Bliss are in a really good position because also they've had this break. They've also got a new coach employed for the roster as well, Guz. As you know, Titan has come in to try and help things out. Mingering basically moves to kind of like analyst rather than core coach. So there's even more positive changes for Bliss coming into an event like this. Antic and Odin are obviously playing off air, as we already mentioned, and I'm a little bit disappointed because I actually kind of posed the question to you off air, and I was like, this looks like a genuine 50-50, really difficult to actually pinpoint who's going to win that one. I am at least excited. We will get to see one of them in the grand final later tonight.
Yeah, for sure. I think logistically it probably makes a little bit more sense to follow the team that we expect to make it through the grand final win, it being Team Bliss. So unfortunately we are unable to cover that game in the lower half of the bracket, or however you want to frame it, the other semi-final. So yeah, some interesting storylines. I mean, picking up on that Titan point as well, I know we mentioned that in terms of player roster, Team Bliss is unchanged, but that addition, really big. Titan with a lot of experience. Ming Grang, a phenomenal analytical mind, and I think he provides a lot in that regard. Although at Manchester, I think there were certainly question marks posed as to things like tactical timeouts and just the overall team energy as well, maybe not being up to par. And you know, there's probably more to that that meets the eye as well. So we'll see if Titan can maybe inject that into the team. It'll be interesting to see how those tactics are employed this evening. And you know, will Team Bliss try and bring maybe a little bit more of a European flair for this particular event? I guess the problem for them is that, as is the case competing in OS, you kind of have to conform a little bit more to the OS meta, and that can, you know, lead to other challenges and problems. But they've proven time and time again in the past that they've been able to do it, and there's no real warning signs from, you know, the qualifier results so far that there's going to be issues, where a lot of the other games are actually quite close, and scrappy Team Bliss have, you know, been able to kind of fly through. So they've put their best foot forward. They've taken their break, and I think, you know, tried to mitigate the burnout that they were probably feeling a little bit at the back end of Manchester. And I think they head into this event very refreshed and ready to go.
It's an interesting kind of mindset, though, for the other teams respectively, right? For Bliss, it's quite simple. Qualify for the event, you make a decent amount of money. There's no points on offer for 6 Invitational, so you can actually then use a Titan and change things up and look to bring in maybe a new playstyle. Good testing ground. The other teams, though, guys, that's not quite the case. You don't get a reward for finishing second and third. This is not like Oceania League where it's like, hey, can we finish second and take home a cool $15,000 because we know we're not going to beat Bliss. That is just not relevant to a tournament like this and a qualifier like this. You need to win this qualifier if you're going to get any share of the Lions prize. And trust me, it's a good share. 25,000 USD for just qualifying is actually a bigger reward potentially for Bliss than actually winning Oceania League in stage 1 of the main circuit. So, you know, if you're an Antic or an Odium, one of those is going to make the grand final. And you're a team that has also just made some roster changes. Whatever strat book you may have, you should really just be throwing it into this grand final and giving everything you've got, because you can make more from winning this grand final, knocking Bliss out, going to the WC, than actually what you would get in stage 2 anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. I think the mentality has to be, if you're one of the teams chasing Bliss, is temper expectations. Don't expect a win, but also don't hold back. As I was alluding to before, there's been some pretty big changes in terms of meta, with Solus getting nuked and Fenrir getting adjusted as well. We know that Team Bliss historically over the last year and a half, really since the introduction of Solus, have banned her at a rate of over 90% or so, almost an insta-ban on every single occasion. I was actually talking to Oda a little bit last night about how that's, you know, adjusted their plans a little bit going forward, and it does in some respects change up their mentality in ban phase. I guess in some respect it probably actually is a net favorable outcome for them. So I'm not trying to frame it as a negative, right? It means that they don't have to spend a ban on solos. They can change things up, keep things pretty fluid depending on the map and their opposition. So yeah, especially again with the new coach at the helm in Titan, Mingering on the analyst role as well. They have the resources to prepare well for these games. That said, it is also kind of one of those tournaments and the sort of phase that we're in at the moment with OS that every team, including Bliss, are going to look more inwards and focus on themselves as opposed to putting too much stock in their opposition. That would at least be what I would be anticipating tonight. I'm not expecting a whole lot of counter stratting. Maybe map vetoes would be to an extent, just based on historical data. And of course, that pool unchanged heading into this tournament.
Now, I do apologize. We don't have a whole lot really in way of statistics, etc. going into this. It is a closed qualifier that has been played, rather off air. What I can say is it is the same map pool as per usual, main circuit that we typically see in our other formats. So no real change ups in that. And I can also confirm, Guts, too, that the teams are now actually banning maps currently. So they've actually just finished the map veto process, which means, fingers crossed, hopefully not too far away from actually beginning this semi-final for what will be a best of 3. And the good thing as well is that Antic and Odium, of course, starting an hour early means that it's very unlikely that we're going to be sitting around for that grand final. I think the way tonight's going to work, just to kind of give everyone a little bit of a whereabouts, is it should be quite snappy. This kind of starting portion as we sit here and essentially do an impromptu Jake and Guz podcast should probably be one of the longer periods where we don't actually have action, because I don't think we're going to have much downtime between the maps themselves, respectively. And then really this series should finish after the other series, which means then we can be pretty much good to go for the grand final relatively quickly. So, I mean, I kind of want to get your thoughts then, since the map video process is done. I don't imagine we'll be too far away in terms of how you think maybe tonight's going to go. What are you expecting from Man Esports? They've made some roster changes. Are you expecting a better performance on the grand final? About the same? Bliss too good? Probably is the mantra, though, to comfortably follow.
Yeah, I think in terms of setting expectations for Bliss, we've kind of already done that. They go in very, very heavy favourites. It would be quite shocking if they get knocked out tonight and don't make it through. As for Man Esports, are they going to perform better than the Stage 1 Grand Final? Difficult to say. I mean, to re-jog the memory a little bit looking back at that best of 3 series, it was Cafe Club. Bliss started off 7-1 and we thought it was going to be an absolute smashing. Man Alpha were able to recover things a little bit and push to a 7-5 loss on Club, but overall I think it's pretty easy to frame that as quite a dominant win. Are we expecting to see a similar veto play out on this particular occasion? I mean, Clubhouse, as mentioned in that series, was played out. It's highest preference map for Man LFO, so we may well see that. Bliss, with a little bit more data, obviously, with their international appearances. Nighthaven is a top map. Border as well comes in at a close second, and that's really interesting for me, right? We think about the historical performances from Bliss. A lot of that was off the back of, pre-naded, cooking nades and pre-nading positions with the Solar Span. With nades now reworked, that did hamper them a little bit, but again, with the Solar's now reworked, it kind of makes up for that. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we see something like Club Border. I know you've posted, the maps have been posted, so I don't know if that actually is the case. It actually is Chalet Labs and then Club. So Club does make it through as that decider map. Labs is quite intriguing because, again, just purely based on the statistical analysis, it's coming in as a first preference map for Bliss. They last played it against DZ. I'll have a look at that result and kind of ascertain as to whether or not that was actually favourable, because they have a 1-1 record. But preference really alluding to the fact that Bliss are quite comfortable historically letting that map through. They did push it to OT, but lost to DZ in the end. Team Bliss kind of ran out of gas a little bit throughout the latter portion of that particular phase for the major. So I wouldn't read too much into that for a matchup against Man. But overall, I'd say the veto is decently well balanced. We know Chalet obviously a good map for Bliss, but I don't think we're getting to a third, and they kind of have to push this to a third Man LFO if they want to win it.
What about the fact that Antic took Chalet against Bliss in that semi-final of Oceania League Stage 1? Do you bear much mind in that? Because at the time of really kind of saying this, even you kind of repeat it, that we look at Bliss and we say Chalet is a good map for them. And I think maybe that's more so historically than say like as of right now. There is potential though that they've actually kind of maybe gone back to it and said, okay, well, we've dropped a map here on Chalet, finally. Maybe we need to rejig things a little bit. So I'm actually curious to see if they do change things up. I think it's interesting, though, actually, that it is essentially 2 out of 3 of the grand final maps outside of the one that was, of course, the most one-sided with the Cafe loss for Men Esports. I think they made a really wise choice not going back to Cafe because that was a slaughter. I did actually try to get the answer out of Wedables regarding the involvement of Titan and what he's kind of been able to do with the team so far. His response was simply just, I love Titan. That's it. I tried to get a bit more out of him. How much has he done? You know, have they gotten a lot so far for this particular tournament? Just, I love Titan, and that's it. So I'm curious, have they done some cooking? Because realistically, the maps aren't really too far from what we typically see from a Team Bliss, right? Chalet, Club, these are the maps we expect from them, so not much of a change up. When it does come to Man Esports LFO, it's always very difficult to probably ascertain what they want to actually play with, considering they've made a couple of roster changes. This is a team that they just played against not too long ago, 2 months in the official grand final. So it's hard to envision anything but just a 2-0. I don't even know if we do get to that Clubhouse for essentially the second time in a row. Oh, no, so they did play Club. Sorry, it was the Labs. So I think it'll be the reverse. I think the grand final last time we didn't see Labs. This time we won't see Club. I've got Bliss probably winning this 2-0. I'm very curious, though, as to what they do on Chalet maybe a little bit differently. I don't know if that's going to be easy to pinpoint. Maybe it's just go back, work on the mechanics, clean it up a little bit, or whether or not there's actually like a heavy influence from Titan regarding Chalet.
The most concerning thing for me is, sure, Chalet may not be, you know, the quote unquote the strongest map for Bliss, but it is pretty much the weakest map for Man LFO. It's their equal most banned for. They have a 0-2 record in Oceanic games on it, which is their worst map, and that includes, you know, a loss to Odium as well most recently. So yeah, it doesn't bode particularly well for them. Then Nighthaven needs to be up to par, as mentioned, though. Bliss even burnt out during Manchester, were able to push DZ, a very strong North American team, to overtime on that map. So again, with a bit of tidying up there, that shouldn't be too much of an issue either. So it's tough. And even based on the decider of Clubhouse, sure, I think Man will actually be quite good on that map. In fact, it could end up being one of the better in the series. The chances of us actually making it that far, unfortunately, are quite low. And Bliss, with their ability to close out matches, close out series, just like they did in that OS Grand Final, yeah, making a case for them is very, 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 very difficult. And we're adding on top of the fact that this is a relatively newly formed roster with very few official results. So make of that what you will.
Yeah, to apologize again. Things have taken a little bit longer to get the players in properly. I think probably a little bit delayed on their end. So I'll tell Wedables off and Oda and the rest of the boys that they've been a little bit too slow. Hopefully not too much longer until we can get into this first game. We've kind of gone over the majority of the actual matchup and the teams and stuff like that. I know you kind of mentioned the patch a little bit in regards to Solus. Are you expecting anything else in terms of recent changes that we haven't basically seen either since Manchester or I guess in our case, Stage 1?
Yeah, I mean, just to quickly recap for everybody, Solus got pretty much nuked in this new patch. Most notably, she cannot use her scanner in the prep phase, which was the biggest reason why Team Bliss permabanned her, as it helped to facilitate pre-play strains around the map for quick entry. So we'll be most certainly keeping an eye on the pacing of the attacks from Team Bliss. On the other side of the coin, we also saw Fenrir get reworked. It's not probably as harsh of a nerf, and in some very limited cases, it can kind of be a little bit of a buff with the credits now being refunded when the trap gets destroyed, although they're no longer bulletproof when inactive. So I think that balances itself out quite naturally. So I wouldn't be too shocked if we see a couple of Fenrir bans tonight, just because of that Solus slot getting freed up and Azami not being in the strongest spot and not always being a permaban either. Outside of that, do we maybe see some Sentry Striker, recruit rework action this evening? Maybe if teams want to cook up something special, something like a Secretary Hard Breach and Emp combo or Nade Flash combo, especially on attack, I think is going to be the most prominent if we do see it. Unlikely, unless it's like some crazy pocket strat. And I don't know if Bliss especially going to be taking those kinds of risks. Outside of that, I mean, Sense got an extra roly-poly. We know that Bliss did tempt fate with that a little bit overseas, and
What was
I
the
was
win rate?
not
It was like
I was not a
30%?
fan. It was not a good win rate. So I don't know if we're going to see more of that, but
I honestly would
mean,
think we might see more of that because it's actually
potentially.
Chalet. Chalet is the map that they
That's the
use
map
it.
they use it. Yeah. I mean, you add in like the glass and some additional util, maybe set up some set plays. But if we're talking about it, obviously, man, LFO are going to be clued in and ready for it as well. So
Yeah. I mean, I think there's always going to be that difference, right, in terms of Mana Esports LFO versus using it against those more global teams. But really, this is the best opportunity if you want to get better at something, if this is something that you actually want to use. But for all we know, Titan has maybe come in and be like, no more sends, and has hit them with like a broom on the head and is like, stop that, bad Bliss. Because it was just never something that was able to work for them. But I will say, as a counteract and a devil's advocate, those are probably the kind of aces up the sleeve that Bliss need to have on a global stage. They need to be able to have something like a Sens play on a Chalet that maybe the global teams don't typically see in their regional games, and they can throw them off for at least a round or two, and that can be the difference, especially early in portion of tournaments. You can get up and, you know, if you win, say, your 2 best of 1s, for example, and then you get into your best of 3s, that could be a difference maker to help you out. As we know, though, of course, for Bliss, it didn't, you know, help them out. They ended up losing all their best of 3s. But nevertheless, hopefully that's something that they can continue to find going forward in these global tournaments. The other thing as well, since we've got the time, apparently, the assumption is Bliss is going to win this tournament. That has to be well and truly stated and said early. And if that does not happen, we are in for something very special. Go and grab the popcorn, because if Bliss aren't the winners by the end of tonight, something crazy has happened. How do you think they go at the Esports World Cup, guys? They've had a bit of a break since Manchester. They've been able to have the last a month and a half off, basically, and really no officials, just grinding face it. Has that maybe put them in a good spot, reset the mental, add in the addition of Titan, win another qualifier, yada, yada, yada?
yeah, so I think the big talking point for Bliss and probably other teams at Manchester was that burnout was setting in. And my initial reaction to that was that it was a little bit BS, to be honest. But when you actually look at the results of that event and the fact that Beast Coast and BDS, both of whom did not attend SI, were the 2 better performing teams at the event, there's probably some validity to that argument, right? So with the opportunity to refresh, if they've just been chilling, playing 10-mans, you know, get Titan in to maybe polish off the edges a little bit strategically, I don't think that they're going to have the same issues that they did have at that event, and they should qual. And then heading into the LAN itself, assuming they make it, I think, again, I'm setting high expectations for them after finishing 8th at SI in Brazil. I thought they'd be able to replicate that at Manchester and perform at a similar level. Wasn't to be the case, but I think, again, heading into this event, maybe with a little bit of a boot camp if possible, top 8 again for Bliss. And I think they'll really be eager to compete in front of a crowd environment as well, which they are still yet to achieve.
Yeah, it's interesting because looking at the format for EWC, you do get to the playoffs, which is essentially top 8. For a team like Team Bliss, provided they qualify, that has to be the aspiration and the goal. The only caveat is the way that this is, you know, kind of made up. There's kind of less teams from the other APAC regions. You know, typically there's always going to be an increased number from South Korea, an increased number from Japan, for example. In this instance, this is going to be a tournament that is predominantly dominated by Brazil, North American, and European teams. Would that change your mind, essentially, when you've got 10 teams in total from those respective regions? Now, mind you, the way that the actual brackets work in terms of the group stages, they'll all be kind of split up, etc. But when you got 10 teams from those regions, does that make it maybe less of a requirement for Bliss to get into top 8? It certainly would make it more of a reward if they were able to do so.
I mean, I think they should be certainly better than Korea, Japan. Asia probably as well, depending on who quals from that particular region. So that knocks off quite a few teams. Brazil, honestly, at Manchester, didn't really put in a particularly inspiring performance. And I think if the distribution was redone, they could probably be losing a slot, to be completely frank. I mean, even the likes of Fury not performing well. And do they have 4 teams at a deep enough level to be good enough against Bliss? I mean, probably, but I certainly wouldn't pencil it in as a guarantee. I mean, looking across then at Europe, North America, they've been competitive against those teams in particular environments. Unfortunately, they didn't replicate that, though, in the best of 3 format at Manchester, which is the most concerning part. I can't particularly remember how many BO1s. I'm assuming there's a BO1 portion of the EWC LAN at some point, but they'll probably be okay in that environment against the lower half, at least, of the teams from the major regions. And then they need to take that step up. I think, again, with that experience injected from Titan, across G2, he's done it all. That will probably be, an opportunity to really bolster their opportunity in those kinds of environments. So, yeah, assuming they qual, they'll be competitive. Best of 3 when it gets cutthroat towards the tail end, though. That's when it starts to get a bit more interesting.
Yeah, usually at this point in the episode of Phil, I would be going through the other regions and talking about how they're going and their qualification process. But we are number 1, baby. Like, we are actually the first one. Even looking at North America, they're not even into their closed quals. They haven't even begun their open quals yet. I've only just got a team list and the upper bracket round 1 and how that's going to look, etc. But it's going to be fascinating to see. Of course, there's some changes over there as well through quite a lot of the other teams. Even Europe, for example, I think they're only just into their closed qualifier now, but it hasn't actually begun. That actually begins in a week. So again, like, there's a lot of time because there's so many different regions for all of these different regions to essentially qualify. Keeping an eye on that Fnatic roster. Of course, they'll be playing into the breach in that round 1 because of good old Jigsaw. We have to. And I think that, when it comes to Team Bliss, I looked at Brazil. I see 4 slots. I see the teams that are in that close qual, and I'm thinking, geez, that is going to be stacked. Like, this essentially is going to be a very stacked tournament when you do get there, which is really good then, because for Team Bliss, again, assuming they qualify, it ends up being really good experience. Getting overseas, going to LAN, playing against the top teams, and you're not even just essentially playing against like other teams from APAC. There's more that you can gain from this. You also get to kind of have Titan in person. You get more of that experience as a team, cohesion with the coach. So a lot to gain, provided, of course, they can qualify. We need to get through this semi-final. Unfortunately, though, we're still not ready. Some lobby issues, as is the case with Rainbow Six Siege. Do apologize for the delay of beginning this semi-final, the closed qualifiers. Hope everyone has enjoyed the Jake and Goz podcast here live. We're going to go to a short 5-minute break. Hopefully, though, when we do return, we can get underway.
$60 million!
You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in.
The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice, so we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
Well, the race has begun, but unfortunately, when it comes to our particular qualifier, I think the starting pistol has malfunctioned. We have still not been able to get underway. Apologies once again. We are waiting essentially just for the lobby issues to be resolved. Once they are, then we can begin this semi-final between Team Bliss and, of course, Man Esports LFO. We've gone through pretty much the majority of things, though, guys. Now we can head pretty much back into podcast mode, relax, kick our feet up here as we wait until we get into this particular game. What do you want to talk about? Because I usually lead in these instances, and I bring up the topics, and I kind of just rope you into something. You have to fill up on the spot. Is there anything on your mind right now that you kind of want to talk about? Because it's been 2 months. We haven't really had, at least for me and yourself, a bit of time to talk on air. Anything that's scratching the guzzler's brain?
The ironic thing is, I think I actually find it easier to answer your questions on the spot than it is to come up with my own talking points. I'm more than happy to be that guy. Honestly, I feel like we've hit so many points. There's very few left at this point. It's been nice to have a little bit of time to ramble, though, as you mentioned. It's been quite a break for us personally, a lot of the teams as well, with a couple of months off in between stage 1 and 2 of the main circuit. So, I mean, honestly, it's just good to kind of get back into the swing of things. I'm a little bit scared to cast with the new HUD. I'm not gonna lie, that's scaring me a little bit. We're gonna have to all get used to that, including the viewers. There's only been a couple of tier 2 tournaments played so far with the new HUD, so that's gonna be in a bit of an adjustment period. I think we've gone over the meta. Map pool's the same. It would have been interesting to see if we got a map pool shuffle for this event, but probably makes sense that we don't. I wonder if we're gonna get any before stage 2 though. Heard ramblings that may happen, but I don't know what you take out. What do you put in?
I've never been a big fan of it though. So. Like it's like for me, mid. I guess you could consider a season, right? Like so post SI. So basically, stage 1, stage 2, including EWC and that in between, and then into SI should probably stay as one package. If you want to make changes, make them post SI. The issue with the format though is that stage 1 is so short after SI. That it would be a pretty abrupt change technically. But I think still that is the position in which I would kind of add any kind of map.
Well, I mean, on the abruption point, if it is to change, it would likely then be between EWC and stage 2, right? Which is also probably not the longest of periods compared to that break either, right? Depending on when stage 2 kicks off. So I think, as you mentioned, if it's going to be done, it probably has to be done post stage 2. But
yep.
Anyway, that's a rambling point for another day, probably.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a Siege Show episode there. Hopefully not too far away from getting into this particular game. This might actually end up, and I hope I don't end up jinxing this. It's certainly not an attempt to do so. But there is every world in which the game that we are about to go into is actually quicker than the pre-show that we just had, as we just clocked over 40 minutes. Sometimes even casters need to give themselves a pat on the back. Do apologize, as we are the king of yapping. We are into this game. Finally, it is underway. The semi-final here of the closed qualifiers Oceania for the Esports World Cup portion of Rainbow Six Siege. It is Team Bliss, the current Oceania champions, taking on Man Esports LFO, who happen to also be the current runner-ups in the Oceania League. And Lion will be the first ban here as we head into Chalet for what is, of course, the map pick of Team Bliss.
Yeah, so an interesting statistic that I'm looking at the moment for the side of Team Bliss is at the Manchester Major, their defensive win rate was actually quite weak. It stood at 39.5% compared to their attack, which was up at 46.3%. And you think about Chalet, if you're not having a good day defensively, that can, spiral out of control a little bit. Again, different pedigree of opponent, no doubt. Obviously makes a big difference, but I think starting out on attack here, Bliss will be able to find some comfort. Now, as we mentioned as well, bans are going to get a bit of a shake up rather, especially from Bliss. And so that Solace will make it through, probably won't get played much. And then, as expected, the kind of 3 remaining defenders we're likely to see banned are that Valk, Azami, and maybe some Fenrir as well. So Fenrir makes it through as well. Probably get some playtime too, as teased by Lunchbox here for the first round. And kitchen dining as we finally get ready to jump in.
Protect your bombs from being defused by
well, boy, that feels weird. I don't feel like I'm casting Rainbow Six Siege at the moment. I feel like I'm casting Rainbow Six Siege 2. First time coming in with the new heads-up display. It's actually interesting the way that it's done here, right? So we've got Man Esports defending first up, so we get to see their little player cards expanded. Because as of right now, we don't really need to see Team Bliss. They're just droning in. I do have a question for you, though. Is the HUD bug fixed for drones? Yes or no?
In terms of counting
prep phase
correctly?
Well, it has to. Because it very briefly showed 6 drones destroyed. So I'm going to answer my own question and say, no, I don't think it's fixed. Yeah, and then now we're down to 4. Yeah, so the bug is still there. Are you kidding me? No. I hate that bug more than anything.
Oh my god. Yeah, it does feel quite strange. Yeah, I've been casting Siege now for 5 years, so it's shake up. Oh. We shall adjust eventually. Ying in play, probably most notably here on the attack. Ying is so powerful when it comes to the execute, hence why we see it banned out from time to time. But instead we see the Deimos and the Lion on this occasion. Hunter to get first pick, Nitro Cell on to Wetables, so Jackal taken off the board, and that may make map clear now up above on this top 4 a little bit more challenging for Team Bliss.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Disregard's going to be the first death here. Or second, sorry. Wetables was already taken down, and now Sage will also fall. And that's going to be a frost mat, not the way that you want to make an entry point in towards Solar. And Lunchbox will collect that one, bit of a freebie. Interesting kind of strategy right now from Team Bliss. Bit of West Main pressure, wanting to also get Solar control. Did so rather early on into this round. They had plenty of time remaining, and they went really quickly, hence the frost mat being effective. Feels weird to have the player names at the very bottom. I keep looking towards the operator icons and not seeing a name. Instead, I just see Front Yard Patio, and I'm like, that's not a player. And this round is effectively over. Team Bliss down to 2 against the 5 of Man Esports on a pretty well defended site here. Man Esports, I think, have set up really nicely, able to deny that fast-paced pressure in towards Solar. They also still had a bit of roam pressure. Interesting to also see the Fenrir in play by Lunchbox. Again, you kind of mentioned before, it's not heavy nerf, but I think Fenrir's still got a really good place inside of this meta.
Yeah, trap heavy composition here from the defense, and the Legion Fenrir especially frustrating. Add some frost mats into the mix as well, and Team Bliss need to proceed with caution. Although in the 2 versus 4 here for Man Esports, this should be around they convert. Bit of information still available. Pulse in play too, so Hunter so desires he can bring out that pulse scanner. Brenda with full HP, so he's the one here that really needs to try and make a play, find an opening. And we know he's capable of doing that. Pushing down now, straight again into that combination of the Fenrir Legion traps. And overall there, a solid round from Man LFO.
Yeah, we saw Brenda there on the striker as well, so you kind of begged that question in the pre-show whether or not we might see that, and in fact brings it out in the opening round. Again, always a good opportunity, a tournament such as this, to trial things out. In saying that, maybe you can also make the case that you don't want to mess around too much. Missing out on LAN is going to be quite a significant blow. But yeah, Brendo back onto that striker. One to kind of keep an eye on, guys, especially considering what gadgets he's actually bringing. Being able to bring 2 particular gadgets that pretty much every other operator is not going to be able to bring that sort of combination. Go down to Snow Wine now for this second round. And on the flip side as well, Sentry 2 being brought. So, I mean, it hasn't taken long, but the split up of the old recruit has already found a little bit of success early on. Interesting look as well at the attacker repick. So I'm imagining that's Grim out for Thatcher for Sage, and they also will bring Thermite.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Actually,
Yeah, I mean,
big repick from Bliss.
I'm not entirely sure what the Thatcher is in response to
5 seconds left.
explicitly, because there is no hard breach denial available here for Man Esports. Perhaps it was a lack of information here for Bliss, so they're going to play this round out a little bit safer. Focus on util clear as well with the Flores. Quite a few deployable shields up and available for the defense. Team kill at the start here. Oda taking down Sage. No, it hasn't necessarily been the cleanest of beginnings here for Team Bliss on their map pick.
Yeah, and I think it's always the case of maybe first couple of rounds in, it's been a long time of playing Facets, etc. But for a team like Team Bliss against a team like Man Esports LFO, official environment. No disrespect to Team Banana, but not quite the competition that they would typically play against in terms of main league. It was a 7-1, 7-1, very comfortable win for Team Bliss. Man Esports are by far and away a far more formidable team to go against, defending first as well. And as we know, with Siege, very defensive-sided. But a good start again for Man Esports, getting that opening kill 2 minutes in, shown through backstore, and that's maybe looking for an entry through big window. Brendo watching in from Mudroom. Not gonna lie, I was kind of looking for the compass there, as it's very difficult with the HUD. It takes away some of the floor elements. Like, hey, it is in the HUD. You can actually see where the player is standing due to it. So hey, you take what you can get. 90 seconds left, and they are looking to try and flush out this player. And Brendo has not really made much of a move here from Mudroom. I think it was Oda that was making a bit more noise. He's gone over to the balcony now. Logic bomb goes out. Is this the kill? No, it's not. And that's one that Brendo really should be getting off the back of the Logic bomb. And a little slip down library stairs, and it's a 2-player advantage now for Man Esports.
Yeah, Bliss tend to be one of the really strong teams in executing pinches offsite in positions like Bar, where Scars is still holding currently. But yeah, a good support network from the defense, and off the back of Brendo losing that crucial fight and giving Bliss an opportunity back into the round, offering a bit of a lifeline. Round over. Fisho 1v5. Poor start from Bliss. Plaudits to Man Esports. They know they need to stack up rounds here defensively. Bliss are not super strong defensively themselves compared traditionally to attack, at least in recent time overseas. So, pretty much perfect from Man LFO. Big mistakes from Bliss. Once they correct them, we'll see if the match pans out differently.
It's always interesting as well when you get this kind of matchup where for Team Bliss, realistically speaking, all the pressure is on them. You know, whether they would want to acknowledge it, whether or not they're at a point now as a team that they've been able to deal with any kind of pressurized situation locally for quite some time now, that it's probably not an issue, but that is just the reality of it. Like, if you don't win this matchup, it's a choke. Everyone's talking about the fact that Team Bliss maybe are now vulnerable. We're only 2 rounds in, and I'm not getting to any kind of land hellish, you know, accusations or anything like that, but it is something to keep in mind that for a team like Man Esports, this is essentially a free hit. There are no expectations. There's no one out there that is like, Man Esports really should win this. They absolutely not. But what Man Esports is capable of is on this given night maybe causing a really big upset if they play to their best abilities. This is a team that's got some really talented players. They've made a couple of changes. So far looking quite good. Lunchbox actually starting quite well. 2 early kills to begin inside the first 2 rounds. Defensively, they look strong. But I'm also going to put this down to right now, I think Team Bliss, the way that they're maneuvering around the map, they are pushing really early, and I think it is costing them. They could look to slow things down a little bit more. And if they do that, I think they become certainly the team we expect them to become. But 2 rounds in, Man Esports, great start. It's not even their map pick, so even better.
Yeah, we're going to see Striker persist here again from Brendo. So opting to bring double gadget through, and we'll see how they lean into that. Interestingly, Bliss dropping the Ying on this occasion. We saw that previously back in round 1. Never really came to fruition as they never got into a strong execute position, and that's probably going to be the general game plan here for Man Esports. They know how well drilled Team Bliss are. You know, the synchronization that they're able to pull off with the level of synergy that they've been able to forge. So the more they can do to disrupt that, even if they have to take a couple of risks, it probably will play better into their hands. Team Bliss in response now may look to, you know, adjust pacing accordingly and maybe play a little bit more reserved in the mid-round. With Solace not really being meta now, droning is going to be incredibly important. Gathering that information. Bliss only losing the 3 drones thus far. Just looking to encroach on some of these key positions, probably for a library sweep. As I mentioned that though, Sage will go back on the roof, but Brendo has snuck forward. Line of sight on the main breach though, high risk play from the defense. Brendo just needs to be mindful of that. But as you can see, doing his due diligence at the moment and not putting himself into too risky of a position where he can't be traded.
Yeah, interesting. Flashes and frag grenades for the striker option here from Brendo. And whenever you're going to see that operator, it's really going to be a case of what are you actually bringing in terms of the double gadgets. Whether or not that's the kind of combination I think warrants picking something like Striker. I mean, that's a question really left up for individuals to answer. I don't know. So far 2 rounds in, and I'm not sure it's really making that much of a difference, but it's all down to the, I guess, the game plan. I look at Striker in terms of with the double gadget pick. It really comes down to the formulated plan that the team may have. Through Ego, Oda finds an opening kill. First one really all of this half. Wedables goes down, but Oda found a second. Plant also going down over towards default, just near the half wall actually. And on the entry, it's a quick one from Fisher Guy. Plant down successfully. And so far, this is much better from Bliss. And it goes back to what we were kind of saying, guys. Let's slow the pacing down. and they find themselves good success. Nice little shot from Lunchbox. Finds himself yet another kill. Veto taken down, but this is going to be a very difficult retake. Sage making it even more so with that elimination of Chef Jeff, but suddenly only Lunchbox that remains, and Brendo to combine with his brother, and that is going to be Bliss on the board for their first round win here on Chalet.
Yeah, pretty conservative there from Bliss. They're able to get control in through library. Fenrir droned out, forced back. Difficult to retake that position, so they got that control. I was keeping an eye on the positions from Man Esports towards about 40 seconds remaining in that round, 50 seconds left. 2 players down in trophy for quite a large portion of the back end of that round, which I think inevitably weakened that default plant position. Maybe they were expecting some kind of lurk on the staircase and then would look to retake with the advantage, but Team Bliss not playing into that necessarily, with a good half wall clear and then going deep towards that site was ODOT. Very tricky for Man Esports to be able to claim that round back. So yeah, Bliss looking much better on that occasion, not making any big obvious mistakes, certainly switching up the tempo, which we highlighted as being a possibility. As we can see, the KDs so far in this match so far, we've talked about Lunchbox quite a bit already. We actually had some trouble finding play history for him because he doesn't actually have a Wikipedia page at the moment, but has been in amongst the action at a Tier 1 OS level here and there in the past. And 4 kills so far to kick things off has probably been a big confidence booster for him.
Keeping an eye there as well onto Chef Jeff when he's working on the sentry. Nitrocell barbed wire combination. Don't mind that. Good information here from Fisher Guy. That takes out West Main Camp. Feels like they're definitely spending a little bit more time outside of the building in the last round and now into this round. First 2 rounds, it was swift entries that were denied by Frost Mats, for example, inside of Solar. Typically losing a lot of those entry battles as well. So slowing that pace down, playing more into the drone game. Taking out some more cameras over towards top library as well, courtesy of Fisher Guy on the Twitch. And yeah, it seems as if the word you used before, due diligence, is being done far better now from Team Bliss. They are aiming to get more control and kind of just push Man Esports further, deeper and deeper in towards site. Keep them kind of locked in. Bearing in mind, has been taken down. And again, Fisher Guy has been incredibly valuable on this Twitch.
What is Scars doing? I don't know how he didn't hear the drone or shoot it. That was a little bit of a blunder. I'm going to prove too costly though, really. No mirror on the board for the defense on this top floor hold. Ram in play. Quite indicative that Bliss will get this control, like Vert. Lunchbox continuing his reign of terror. That's now 5 kills heading into the midway point, or surpassing the halfway point of round 4. And with that Fenrir up and active, he can continue to use those credits and reactivate mines perhaps closer towards the objective. Legion combo as well in play, so the traps proving to be quite a thorn in the side, really, of these attacks. We saw it before, we're seeing it again. Team Bliss now has worked control. It's about now converting that into a bit of vertical presence. Probably retaining a player above to counteract a retake attempt. In the meantime, a quick double from Bliss, so a good blow, but in response to from Man Esports. So into the 3v2, 2 of those defenders low. Sage and Wettables, 2 players good in the clutch. 30 seconds to work with.
Yeah, very interesting. Right now for Man Esports, they've pretty much given up that top floor control, but they found those 2 kills. One of them through the Nitrocell from Hunter. Very successful, and that's gotten them back into a good position. The issue right now for Bliss, they don't have the numbers to kind of keep players up above and then go down below, and Scars to finish them off with a lovely double. Pushed up. Actually, no, he held his position in Solar, wasn't cleared. Just prone. And a big punishment there on to Bliss as we come back to us momentarily just to fix the FOV inside of the game. But nevertheless, a 3-1 start for Man Esports LFO certainly has me a little bit surprised. They are on defense though, but naturally Chalet I think is a map that we've seen from Bliss in the past where they're able to pretty comfortably have some really good attacking rounds. And right now from what I've seen, it's very intriguing because these don't look like close rounds that Bliss are maybe just this tiny little moment here or there. Man Esports are doing a really good job of largely dominating the majority of these rounds.
Yeah, again, with that big Solace nuke and that freeing up defensive ban, which in this case will be the Valk for Bliss, I thought that was going to bolster their attacking win rate. And they'd be more comfortable and, you know, even more importantly, do a good job in ensuring that players were droned correctly. But as being highlighted by the Observer at the moment, the Fenrir has been super impactful in gaining information and stalling out pushes. Comboed that with the Legion as well. And the fact that Man Esports are actually playing those chokes correctly. They're not just sort of leaving the traps there and letting Bliss just, you know, chip through it and deal with them systematically. They are contesting them at those points with good timing, good pressure. And Bliss in response aren't hitting the trades necessary to get that ground. And they're allowing players like we saw from Scars in the previous round to play positions unchecked. So, yeah, certainly not the best siege we've seen from Bliss by a long stretch. But I think Man Esports, their game plan at the moment has been very good. They're committed to it. And with only 2 rounds to go in the half, now we get answers as to whether or not Bliss are going to be good enough to counter it, or if they'll have to bring it back on defense more significantly.
And Bruno, the close frame will hack that default camera.
I mean, briefly, Bravo, interesting discussion point as well, into the Fenrir. You lose the credit if it gets hacked as opposed to being destroyed by a shock drone, so something to keep in mind. But this aggression, again from Man Esports, continues to net kills. Good trade though, so that's a little bit better. Losing Buck though could prove costly for the Ram though still in play. And so overall, probably a net win for Bliss considering it is that Fenrir who needs to be active to get full value late round taken care of.
90 seconds left, 4 versus 4. One of the closer rounds that we've had. It feels like either Man Esports have gotten off to a good start, or the one round that Bliss actually has won was largely dominant. I think, honestly, 2 attacking rounds for Bliss could end up being enough. It remains to be seen whether or not Man Esports will have the capabilities of attacking themselves, right? So this could end up being a rather defend-decided Chalet. I think you said kind of after the opening round, Man Esports are going to need all the defensive rounds that they can muster up. Well, so far, they're doing a pretty decent job now through into the 5th round. 60 seconds remaining. Incredibly decent half, but got to finish it off. We've seen so many times teams go up against Team Bliss, start well, and then, yeah, largely falter towards the finish line. Can't quite get the job done, and that's kind of been the case, I think, over the last 6 to 8 months against Team Bliss locally. Man Esports have got themselves into a position where they can maybe buck that trend a little bit. Bit of pressure here, opening up the floorboards over towards Fireplace. Looking towards site, not a lot found, and not a lot of time remaining. At this point now, Blitz are going to have to force the issue and make contact and hope that they can win these gunfights.
I mean, again, Goyo in play as well, so that should arguably stall this out, provided there's enough canisters left in default positions. One bot main, that stalls out Fish. Box able to clean up Oda, so a 3v4. 15 seconds. We need to see a big opening from Brendo in blue, but he falls, as I mentioned him. Fisho still stalled out. Swing to come through. Info gathered. Time now of the essence. Nitro shot out, but in the 2 versus 4, Bliss are not going to be able to win out this round. Man Esports to go up 4-1. Problems in the Team Bliss camp at the moment.
Yeah, I think at any point that you're sitting at 5 place stairs, stalled out by the Vulcan canister, you've probably done something wrong earlier in the round. It's not so much an issue at that point. I mean, it is intrinsically, but you've kind of done something wrong. You should have been able to clear out that piece of utility earlier. If that's going to be a focal point of the attack, you want to push Fireplace stairs coupled with other positions, then that's something that you need to be clearing that utility. And unfortunately for Team Bliss, it really kind of feels like that the actual on-site execution was just kind of forgotten about. They'd left it to such a last-minute thing that eventually it really became a big, big issue as we... hopefully can, yeah, there we go. Get back into the timeout screen. 1 and 5 right now for Wettables as well is not ideal. He's supposed to be a fragger. Fisher guy, I think, is the kind of player that can go 1 and 4. We've already seen him do some good work on the likes of Twitch, for example. But yeah, Wettables needs to pick up the pace here going into the final round of this half and then subsequently the second half as well.
Classic O's bedroom chat.
This is big though for Man Esports. I mean,
Yeah,
I
they're
think,
playing
does it
well.
go without saying, if you beat Team Bliss in this semi-final, that's a big assumption to make with still, 2 maps to be played, but you would have to go in as the favorite in the grand final.
And defuse bombs.
Yeah, I agree. I think whoever wins this half of the bracket probably goes in as favourites. Still think the grand final will be rather cutthroat and entertaining game. We'll see how the tactical timeout plays out though. One thing that did plague Bliss a little bit over the sort of last 12 months, whether it be overseas or domestically, was that their post-tactical timeout conversion, that number was quite low comparatively to a lot of international competitors. And what I mean by that is sort of the win delta or the win rate post a tactical. For a lot of teams, with vast majority, it bolsters their win percentage quite a lot. Whereas for Bliss, it was only a couple of percent from memory. So, yeah, big round here. 2-4 keeps the game competitive heading into defense. And again, depending on how the game shapes up, despite Solace Fenry bans, it could still actually be quite defensive-sided. So, an important round for Bliss. They sense that.
Oh,
Called attack.
Cheffy.
But this aggression from Man Esports is just something that Bliss have not contended well with at all, whether it be runouts, such spawn peaks. They've been very successful for Man Esports.
Yeah, and I think also they haven't really overplayed it too, right? We haven't seen Man Esports go for those kind of aggressive spawn peaks every single round. It's not an every single round kind of thing, but they have actually shown that they've got the prevalence to go for that mudroom run out to try and deal with a player on Belk. A very common play. Oda, though, as much as he was watching it, such is the case in any kind of shooter does. You watch, you wait, and then you look away and you're dead. It happens every time. Hear it now for Oda, and this is a round that is absolutely in a really difficult position now for Team Bliss to win. Even coupled there as Fisher Guy goes down. That's your Montang. That's essentially your win con now. Also down. It's a 2 versus 5 with 1:45 seconds remaining to close out the half. And Man Esports on Bliss's map pick are looking very dominant.
Man Esports are just not playing with a whole lot of respect. And, often we talk about underdogs, should they respect, strong favorites and their opposition in these kinds of circumstances. Clearly not having to be the case with these spawn peaks, the players on the exterior, the jump outs mid-round, proving to be so successful. And the anchors on site doing their job well, as we saw, Fisher shut down. And that has been a very intriguing half of Siege. It's also the tactical burnout for Bliss. And they are very lucky that this is a best of 3. There's still plenty of opportunities to salvage this, provided their mental is up to scratch. But this map has been nearly a write-off. I think defensively they could bring it back at least to OT, but it has not been a particularly pretty half of Siege from them, to put it lightly.
I mean, if you want to put it more bluntly, this has probably been the worst half I've seen from Bliss in years.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused
A little
by
bit
attackers.
shocked, I think, is the right way to probably frame this. I mean, if you had told me Man Esports wins this map and it's like OT and it's close, I'd be like, okay, I can kind of envision that, right? I respect Man Esports. I think they're a more than decent enough team. And also coupled with the fact that Antic beat Bliss on this map not that long ago in the semi-final. That sent it to a 3rd map, decisive map, and had Bliss lost that, they would have not gone to the major. It was a very important series, such as the case in terms of this one as well. And Bliss ended up losing that one 7-4. They only got 1 attacking round in that game against Antic. They've only managed 1 attacking round now in this game against Man Esports. That's concerning for me. Like, you've now played Man Esports and Antic. Okay, time permitting. There's been a bit of a gap between the 2 games. But it's Chalet and Chalet, and Bliss's roster hasn't changed, and you got 2 attacking rounds against both these 2 teams. You are supposed to be regarded as a top 8 team, or at least getting close to that globally. This half was abysmal from Bliss. Let's see what they can do to bring it back. But also, I'm of the opinion, I'd love to just see Man Esports probably go on and win this map. They've been deservingly so of being able to do that. So, a couple of attacking rounds, we'll see what they can do. 5-1 lead, and we go over to Gym Bedroom. Not Gym Bedroom. We go over to Office and Bedroom to begin this second half.
Yeah, again, I want to make it pretty clear that I hope we don't sound like we're jumping the gun too much. Siege is a game of 2 halves, and there is a very realistic chance for Bliss to recover this. But again, as highlighted, defensive win rate at Manchester was poor, and just overall, this doesn't look like a particularly strong Bliss. Like that first half was just
Bomb located by
strange,
attackers.
especially the way in which they're losing out. So, not the best of starts, and they lose the first 2 picks round 7. So, Man Esports already with a minute 50 on the clock, on the verge of taking match point. Weatables does get picked up though, runs out, gives Jay Kenner a bit of a taste of his own medicine with the jump out. So that's good to see some positivity from Bliss. Weatables though, 1 shot, stays alive in bathroom. 4 versus 4. As we see Man Esports shape up for this solo push.
First half as well, we saw a lot of dominance from Man Esports, as they were very much dictating the tempo of this game. I'm honestly getting a similar theme here, even on their attack. Concerning for Team Bliss, but Weatables pops up.
Okay.
He needed that. Started very, very slow, did the old Weatables. He was 1-6, now 3-7. Scars, though, a very big kill himself, and he's 6-3. And Sage, okay. Just a couple of more sharp shooting from Team Bliss in this round, begin the second half. And that 1v2 did not last very long. Scars shut down, Sage with a double closer, and that is the Bliss that we expect, that we are used to seeing, and that we get to begin this second half.
Yeah, not a good start to the round from Weatables, but gets picked up, hits the jump out, then finds 2 more while 1 shot. Probably should have been punished on the solar repel. We saw him take, I think, 1 more tick of damage. So perhaps a little bit fortunate to have survived that engagement and then allowing him to make a play. So big confidence booster from him. I think it's probably pretty fair to sort of sit back and objectively say it was around that Man Esports really should be
Attackers need to
converting.
locate and defuse as many bombs as they
But
can.
again, gives us a bit of an insight into the fact that not just on this map, but for the series as a whole, Bliss haven't been defeated until they've been defeated. There's been occasions in the past where, you know, they either lost the game in the regular season or a particular map being looking a bit close, or whatever the case may be. And, you know, we build it up and we say, wow, this might be the time they lose, and then no, they end up just winning it anyway. So, again, that's sort of a clutch factor that the team has and the resilience that they have on offer. Especially at a domestic level, I don't think that's really probably been proven internationally, but at least domestically is one of the things they're most well known for. And so again, it's just about kind of chipping away slowly at this. If at least just 1 or hopefully at least 2 players can really activate, you know, maybe like a Sage Brendo combo or something like this, who haven't been playing badly by any stretch, but, you know, probably need to find that extra gear. If they're able to do that, alleviate a bit of pressure on those on the anchor rolls, then yeah, we might see Man Esports find it more and more challenging to break down these chests.
Yeah, kitchen and dining now for this 8th round. I think with Man Esports, it's also just a case of kind of keep on doing what you've been doing and hope for the best. You probably don't want to shake things up. You've already got yourself into a good position, good lead, established that.
I mean, look at this composition there, right? They're running the double drone specialists. So we've got the Bravo Clutch drones, the Twitch shock drones, and I think that's perfect counterplay into the setup that Bliss are bringing, right? It cancels out DPCs like that. Kite Electro Claws. You think about mine magnets and also mirror windows, and look, the Twitch getting full value. Like, that's just perfectly well played by the attack to kick things off. That's a lot of damage done with almost no risk, essentially, right? And that could prove costly later on in the round. If Bliss don't play the roam game essentially perfectly here, with sight weakened, it puts Man Esports, provided they have the manpower, in a good position. And it's already, you know, again, minute into the round, little risk and a lot of reward.
Yeah, nicely done there from Hunter and Chef, respectively, playing those drone operators. Over towards Ego, Scars lurking on the ace. He's been very strong right now in the frag department. Same with Lunchbox. 8 and 4 in an exchange here as well. In towards Westman from Logs, and yeah, doesn't quite come away in a good position. 8 HP. As that logic bomb was ringing out. It was also the final one. Minute 20. On the solar repel now for Hunter. Dodges that C4. One of the slower paced rounds, I think. Again, because it feels like Man Esports are the one that are kind of dictating the tempo of this match between these two teams. Bliss are happy to just hold. Wait, there's positions, and Sage, though, well, he does go for something there. Didn't quite work out. Half health. Falls back, still holds a good position, though, watching in towards that bathroom position, holding Solar. Trying to deal with that mirror window, but a lovely knight yourself from Brendo will deal with head, and that's going to be, with 40 seconds remaining, a pretty swift advantage for Team Bliss. Scars shut down by Weatables. He's starting to just cook a little bit more. And not a lot of time, and a Chef goes for a bit of a lurk in towards kitchen. Does he spot anyone? in towards red, catches Oda. There's one over towards Solar. He should be aware of this, and he has got this cut off on the rotation. Hunter has the kit though, and he does need to stick that into Dining. In a good position to cut this off if Fisher Guy makes his way down trophy stairs. Hunter got denied though, and now Lunchbox to pick up the plant. Wettables gets rid of Chef Jeff, and Bliss are going to make it 3-5.
Yeah, so I think I stand by my point that the composition was relatively strong, right, in terms of dealing with util on site. The biggest problem and the biggest oversight, though, for Man LFO ultimately was that they did not have the operators or the utility to actually flush out any power positions on the roam. They didn't even have flashbacks. They literally had no tools to deal with like the Solar Stairs hold or the half wall hold office. How are you going to clear that outside of brute force trading it? And they didn't do that. They played relatively split. They didn't try and stack and overwhelm a position, which you kind of have to do if you're not going to have the displace util. So again, good groundwork for Man Esports, but you only reap the benefits of that, as I mentioned, if you do a good job clearing the roam. They didn't. Team Bliss played it well. Tuberel was really effective office as well. And so yeah, good work there from Team Bliss. Retaining control above meant that they could deny plant as well, and so that threat from Chef Jeff sending it into sight was also mitigated. So yeah, good work from Bliss. Again, first half, we will stand by it. We're not going to flip-flop. It was poor, but it doesn't rule them out of this match, and they're proving on defense that they're looking quite strong.
Yeah, it's always where you got to be very careful in terms of you look at that 5-1 scoreline and you get maybe a little bit too over-excited and about the prospect of, you know, this turning into a good series. I mean, it already really is. 3-5, Bliss has still got some work to do. Chef Jeff has some audio issues and wants to know if he can leave. He's going to leave anyway, and the whole team's probably just going to forfeit the round, I think, and pretty much this ends up being a reset round. I don't know the rule books specifically. Wow, okay, well, that probably...
Wow.
I don't think that was an intention that they was...
GG.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys. Well done. We'll come back to us here. Well, it's not often that you win a game 4-5, guys.
That's like Siege from 2018. Yeah, I mean, it's been a funny old game so far, right? Like we've mentioned, first half from Team Bliss, really quite poor. Man Esports played quite an aggressive brand of Siege. They were leaning into spawn peaks, jump outs. They set themselves up, then bunkered down late round, forced 20-second executes, and they had the right utility and positions to really punish Bliss in that first half. Second half has played out a little bit differently, where I think the roam game for the most part has yielded more results without Bliss resorting to the hyper-aggressive tactics that we saw from Man LFO. They're much more leaning into just playing power positions and forcing displacement, which we didn't see played into properly last round for Man LFO with a lack of flashbangs and other utility. So yeah, it's shaping up to be an intriguing game where, again, despite that first half, Bliss now pretty well poised, I think, to recover the map. And if you missed the pre-show, perhaps, or maybe you zoned out because it was relatively lengthy, this map needs to go the way of Man Esports. Well, it doesn't need to, but map 2 looks pretty unfavorable for them. Despite it being their map pick, it should still be a Bliss win. Clubhouse is decently competitive from them. I mean, they pushed 5-7 in that loss in the grand finals, so maybe they could flip that result, but they need to get there in the first place, get through that decider. Taking down Bliss's map pick would be obviously a huge step towards being able to achieve that. So yeah, excited to get back in, bunk it down, and see how this plays out, really, because it's actually been a far more intriguing game than I probably anticipated.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the notion of Man Esports needing to find certain pieces of this puzzle in terms of this semi-final, one of the biggest pieces is very much winning Chalet. Regardless of the position that they're actually in or found themselves in, up 5-1, I think regardless, even just going into this series as a whole, if you had any kind of expectations of as to how to Man Esports beat Bliss, it involved probably winning Chalet. I don't think there's a world in which we expect them to win Nighthaven and then Clubhouse. You could maybe make the argument that they would have to win Nighthaven, because I think Club is going to be very difficult to beat Team Bliss on. I think that's going to be a map that they should be probably far too good for Man Esports, and maybe the more structured nature of a map like Club might actually benefit Team Bliss, who right now I think are kind of struggling with some of the pacing that we're actually seeing from Man Esports, especially the rounds in which they are, setting that tempo early. They're On defense, they're going for spawn peaks. They're being aggressive. On attack, we saw to begin that second half as well, they were the ones trying to seek and find early contact, or they were delaying it and then kind of keeping Team Bliss on their toes. So I'm assuming it's a 3-5 scoreline. I would imagine that round is just void. I don't think that you're going to give Bliss the round, but at 3-5, we've seen plenty of teams fumble the bag against Bliss. Like, we've seen plenty of teams start well against Bliss, win a couple of rounds, maybe even force OT. But then Bliss somehow find a way to win it. And to me, the feeling that I'm getting is that Bliss are kind of just slowly getting, through the gears. They started in first gear, down into second, now into third. And it's almost like they're just getting the rust off. And I think that if that's the case, then that's an issue for Man Esports.
Yeah, I think it's pretty fair to assume that as the game progresses, Team Bliss goes without saying have a far higher skill cap, if you want to call it that, or whatever, a higher potential. They certainly didn't realize that in the first half of this match. They were probably playing it some of the worst we've seen really in a long time, to be frank. But they've continued to build upon that. They'll find comfort defense. The concerning thing is they did burn that tactical timeout, did not get the round win from it. So we entered the half 1-5. It now means if we end up, pushing to a match point, they can't hit that reset button, and that could pose some problems unless they're able to correct that within the camp itself. It was a big thing that I noticed at Manchester was as they progressed further and further through Swiss stage, and the games got more challenging and more challenging and more grueling, that the body language did taper off quite a bit. We don't have any player cams for this particular event, but I'd be interested to see sort of what those energy levels were like maybe in that first half. Has that now recovered a little bit with the comfort of defense? Could it then regress if they go on to maybe face a match point? Who knows? Still a lot to play out. And again, even if they don't convert map 1, they at least compete and look okay at continuing to get better round by round. That will play into map 2, which despite being a man pick, will still be okay for Bliss. And map 3 is one they've proven before. So yeah, I kind of agree. Bliss continue to improve as the match continues, and that is really a serious win condition for them. They cannot go backwards. If they go back to how they were playing first half, that's going to be very concerning regardless of the map.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think if the thing is, how often do we see Team Bliss start slow, then kind of get into gear, but then go slow again? I don't think there's really too many instances of that happening. Usually if they do start slow, they get back into things and then they kind of keep course, I think, for the remainder of the game / series, which is probably what I imagine will be the case here. I think Nighthaven Labs is going to be a map I think that they should feel very comfortable and confident in playing, and then couple that as well with Clubhouse. So again, if they do end up winning Chalet, our pre-show prediction of a 2-0, I think will absolutely come to fruition. Like if Bliss end up finding a way to come back and win Chalet, Man Esports probably left shrugging their shoulders, wondering, well, we kind of gave it our best shot, started well, an amazing defense, but alas, we just didn't have the attacking capabilities. The question for you then is, did you see enough in the 2 rounds that we've kind of seen from Man Esports to suggest they do actually have the attacking capabilities to get over the line?
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned in the pre-show, looking at sort of the map preferences and history for Man Esports, Chalet is quite literally, of all the maps that they've, played, really, one of their least preference maps. It's 8 out of the 9 only border below it, which they banned out 6 times, Chalet comparatively 4, which was their equal second most banned map. So they didn't come in with very high expectations. Defensively, they looked sound. They did have to lean into hyper-aggressive plays, and that can't really be justified on attack without some good foundational map clear plays elsewhere. Like we saw in the last in one of those previous rounds where Chef Jeff makes an aggressive play, he gets in towards site, but because everything else sort of fell apart, he was never able to actually capitalize on that. So I think power positions are going to continue to be the difference maker in this match. Man Esports haven't shown enough in that regard in being able to unlock attacks. That they've shown decent single plays here or there with players taking initiative and finding openings, but foundationally they haven't probably exposed enough cracks in the defense so far. I think a portion of that was down to just probably a poor composition, but and they couldn't really do much with the tools they actually had available. But we'll see going forward if they continue to lean into like a Brava Twitch combo and then maybe supplement that with a Ying, for instance. I think that probably would have played out better in the previous round. There's plenty of tools available. As we mentioned with Striker as well, we saw that played from Bliss. The nade flash combo, I think, is going to be really quite strong, especially in the face of like a Wamai or Jaeger. So yeah, there's lots of tools available. There's lots of variants that can be brought into the game at the moment. Yeah, you know, especially with repick as well for attack. So have we seen enough from man? So far, no. Could that change? Yeah, most definitely.
Unfortunately, we're still a little while away. Players are ready, but I'm not too sure if we've got an estimation as to when we can get back into this game. Hopefully not too much longer, considering the players are actually ready. So I don't imagine it's going to take too much more time, Gus, and we can kind of get back. I imagine full rehost was employed for this particular issue. I mean, to be fair, no audio is a pretty big issue that in this case has been sorted out, hopefully, as we do get back underway. The middle portion of this closed qualifier semi-final between Bliss and Man Esports. Indeed, we are reset back to 3-5. Bliss did not win 4-5, and that round was, of course, null and void. It was pretty early in the round, so snow wine we go, and we can get back underway and see whether or not Bliss can continue the march on in terms of this comeback. They were down 5-1. A great defensive half from Man Esports, but so far, it is a Chalet that is turning out to be incredibly defender-sided.
Yeah, back into the action, the flow of things. If you are just joining us, this is one of 2 semi-finals to be played here for the EWC OS closed qualifier. I have actually asked if we can get an update on that second semi-final, still pending that. As soon as I hear word, I'll be able to, of course, share that with everybody watching. And they're the winner of both games, facing it off in the BO3 grand final. Only 1 spot available here for OS, single elimination, so quite cutthroat. Team Bliss did not get off to the best of starts in this particular match. It was 1-5. Unable to convert the final round of the half off the back of their tactical timeout. Man Esports, though, finding some issues on attack, with Team Bliss not necessarily leaning into the hyper-aggressive nature of defensive play that we saw from their counterparts. So, eager to see how this plays out. Bravo persists into this round. Twitch dropped, and the Monty in play. Didn't offer a lot of success for Team Bliss. They struggled to play around Fish on that Monty. We'll see if Hunter's able to find some success of his own.
Impact and deployable shield for Oda on the sentry. It's always interesting though with sentry and striker that if they're being used, this is a question as to maybe other operators aren't bringing enough to the table. Does that mean they're lackluster? Does that mean sentry and striker are actually pretty good in their own right? It's an intriguing conversation that I'm sure over the coming months will be had more of. We have had update regarding the other semi-final. That one a little bit quicker than this one. It was a swift 2-0 for Antic Esports. They will make the grand final over Odium.
Yeah, I mean, that Antic squad rejuvenated. Worthy joining the fray over from Carleton's Knights, previously Cheese, ex-MVP of the region. I wasn't sure Antic would be able to piece it together in time to make a run, but 2-0, I mean, that's pretty convincing. I certainly didn't expect a 2-mapper in that series, so very excited to see them make it through to the grand final. Commiserations to Odium, though, of course. I'll probably be a little bit disappointed.
Due to the delay of this game as well, they get some time to kind of just sit back and relax. I mean, we were supposed to really already be kind of into the second map plan now, but this has been, quite heavily kind of put behind schedule.
Sit back and watch these maps.
Well, yeah, you can even kind of sit back and watch. That's a slight little advantage, I guess. It has paid dividends with Antic Esports. We'll get to that kind of later on. Under a minute left here. And it is going to be another kill in favor of Team Bliss. Once again, looking to be quite difficult to break down this defense. Oda does eventually get taken down by Scars. 3-4. 4 in favor of Bliss. 40 seconds remaining as they rotate over towards Fireplace Stairs.
Similar teething issues to what we saw from Bliss. Not a lot of time remaining. Goyo canisters will still be in play. They have put Sage on an island. He is one shot, but they need to try and clear that. And there's pressure blue from Brendo. So the brothers, once again, connecting the dots, working well together here. And they don't have anything to flush out blue. They need to just trust Hunter here in being able to get in his face and take him down. That's a good clear. Sage now cleared as well, but that canister deals with the Monty. So a 2v2 and only 15 seconds with good stall out utility. This will end up being a Team Bliss round. Barring a miracle from Scars, position down bot main. Pinch available for blue. Team Bliss convert. got a little bit messy there, but Sage just did enough alongside Brendo through blue.
Yeah, Vulcan Canister still was going to delay time, and the kit was in a bad spot. Essentially in the fire. Chef Jeff, even after getting those 2 kills, was never really going to be in a solidified position to go on and win that round. I don't feel like, even despite getting the 2 kills that he was able to achieve. Bar games we go. 10th round, and suddenly a quite pivotal round to see whether or not Bliss can make this 5-5 to win 4 rounds in a row and really establish themselves as back. And maybe all it takes is just a good old defense in Siege. I think defending in Siege is always a bit more comfortable than attacking. You can hold down your positions and you don't really have to make things happen as much, force the opposition into you. And it feels like that's kind of what Bliss has been doing. I mean, they're not doing too much craziness. It's kind of hold key positions, keep good spacing, take fights that are going to benefit you. Don't go over peaking, don't get overzealous. And it's working out to Bliss's favor. Force Man Esports to break down your defense. Don't really give them much of a look in. And so far it is working. But we do go to Bar Games. And Bar Games is certainly a little bit more susceptible of a site here on Chalet. And this could be the opportunity for Man Esports.
5 seconds left.
This is sort of the critical juncture. If Team Bliss are able to even out that scoreline and essentially correct the mistakes of the first half, it's just the same old record playing of, well, okay, maybe Bad Esports could take them down, and then no, that's not the case. Team Bliss able to bunker down. And again, that last round, outside of, the roam from Oda, which I wouldn't describe as being overly aggressive, they're not having to do anything crazy fancy, and we saw some pretty fundamental issues there from Man Esports trying to unlock that bot blue position. Bot library stairs proving to be, probably the reason they lost the round. It's little things like that. Displacement, as I mentioned, has been a big problem. Even with that Monty, they were finding it difficult. So that pressure now just begins to build a little bit. Dodge drones again from Chef Jeff. That one dealt with. Information gain dining. Kind of looks like the attack may be posturing for something rather direct here. They have really good execute util. Grim, Ying, and Capital can all combine for plays through that double window position.
Slow and steady here in the 10th round to begin. Quite a pivotal one. With Lunchbox on that Ying, you've also got good potential of maybe going for a bit of a fast push through big window. Hunter lurking, but only lurking just outside. One Hive launcher can't be utilized, and yeah, Head will find the kill on the Fisher guy. That one from storage, and that's a really good start to the round for Man Esports, and they will just go straight in. Default. Hive launcher also kind of blocking that doorway, but Hoda finds an angle and a big kill to stop that plant from going down. He has not been cleared above. They cleared below, and they've got themselves sight, but they didn't clear above. Eventually, he did get cleared, though, by Scars. It's a calamity in the site itself, and then Brendo to clean up towards Mud. Now in a 1 versus 2. Kit at the half wall at default, and Brendo knows he can maybe go back above to deny the plant once again. Scars has been able to recover it, now with a bar stock, now with a bar, and now suddenly this will be a little bit more difficult to try and open up an angle, though. Can he find one? Oh. No, and Head will get the kill through the floor, and with that, it's match point now for Man Esports.
Yeah, Man Esports able to brute force that round despite Oda not being cleared above and attempting the half-wall plant, ultimately denied. They were then able to be pretty snappy, find picks elsewhere. Had a drone or sound call up above to find that final pick, didn't commit to the plant, and backed themselves in to trade the 2v1. Trade ultimately not needed, round 1. A clean shot there to conclude things. And so map point for Man Esports, still with attack in hand. And a couple of opportunities now to close this out, and still the map pick of Team Bliss.
Yeah, and well, there's every world in which Man Esports win this and then Team Bliss still make it a 2-1, but it would make Bliss nervous. What happens if we go into Nighthaven Labs and Man Esports get off to a great start? Question marks then, and suddenly if they're only 3-4 rounds away from causing an absolute boil over, one that we haven't seen in this region for quite some time, that's the pressure that could maybe get to Bliss. Still, this one's not over yet. I mean, Bar Games is one. I'd almost consider Bar Games the tertiary site of choice now on Chalet, with the way that the meta has developed over the coming years, ever since Chalet came into the map pool. Even though originally it was the defensive site, it's probably not the case anymore. We go to kitchen and dining, 11th round, after which you will have the option of whether you go to office or whether or not you go to basement. On the solar rappel now, 4-man esports had a really big opportunity to do something that they were not able to do in Stage 1's grand final, and that's take a map off of Team Bliss.
Yeah, that in itself would be a big accomplishment. Early pressure already over towards Piano, but Brendo absolutely slamming that position. Good presence of mind. It's a common angle, still tough to hit though. So the port, it's to Brendo to find the opening pick for Bliss, who aren't going to go down without a fight. It's been around about 2 years since they've not finished first in a respective tournament of this level. Of course, no history necessarily here for EWC. First time that Oceania has had a slot in this particular tournament, but not going down without a fight. I like that from Bliss, and Brendo doubles down. And I said before, somebody needs to step up. Somebody needs to step up for Team Bliss, and it's Brendo here in the 11th round at the 11th hour.
Yeah, I mean, some really insane shooting there from Brendo, and essentially the round is null and void. It'll go to 5-6, it's done. Chance to send this one to overtime. And if you're Man Esports, you know, you only get 2 opportunities in terms of this match point scenario. To lose one of them like this, where you don't even really feel like you had much of a chance, where Brendo just snaps everyone's heads off like that so quickly, so seamlessly, is honestly a little bit demoralizing. They'll get one more opportunity in the coming 12th round. But a round wasted.
Well,
I guess a round stolen, though, by Brendo.
What they do here is, and they're going to do it, is they take an unofficial tactical timeout now. There's no rule saying that you necessarily have to go for this. You can sit outside for a minute if you so desire. And that means that one of their 2 opportunities, they have an opportunity to reset. And then even if they lose the next round, they retain an official tactical timeout. So, or they could even double down here and go into an official after this. I'm not entirely sure how much they have to discuss or how much in terms of reset they actually require. Looks like they've had a quick chat, probably Jeff at the helm, having a few words to the squad, just telling them to refocus and prepare for the final round of regulation. And honestly, it probably was one of those rounds where it just came down to them being a little bit unfortunate. Brendo hitting at least 2 very, very sharp shots. Not entirely sure if the third was also
10 seconds left.
equally as good. That will conclude the round though. Goes the way of Team Bliss. And Brendo switching on at the perfect moment.
So 12th round we go. Still one final match point for Man Esports. Otherwise, it would be overtime beckoning. Don't happen to know what the sides will be, guys, or whether or not that's something that you're aware of either. We only kind of got the pick ban order. And after stage 1 and the entire mess of who picks first and who goes what side.
Well, yeah, I mean, it depends on what the format is.
I don't even want to guess. So
it should be
we'll
Oda
have to
defense.
wait and
It should
see.
be Oda defense. It should be Team Bliss defense, I think. But I'm not going to say that with any
Conviction.
Conviction, yeah.
Still, I think right now for Man Esports, this has to be a round that they at least give themselves a chance at winning. That last round, so disappointing that, yeah, I mean, for Brendo, it wasn't disappointing, but for Man Esports, it was. They didn't even really get to kind of formulate a plan and try and execute it. It was over before essentially the round began. That can't happen here. Can't lose players early. Just be a little bit diligent, and maybe the Montang is the right call.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen the Montang previously. I'm also looking across at that Vigil as well from Team Bliss. Oda has been pretty proactive on the roams and has often delivered his one when required. We'll see if the Vigil is able to maybe stall out the clear for a little while longer. No dedicated roam clear tools available outside of the Monty if you want to send him off site. And so Oda should have you know, a bit of free reign without the likes of a Jackal to contend with. Aggressive forward-facing shield, piano hallway. We've seen a similar defensive setup from Man Esports in the past, and that's to try and slow down the push from Library across. Although teams that are conservative on attack and make sure they train it properly can often deal with this. So we'll see how they go about it. Currently posturing over towards that position at the moment. Interesting, Hunter is down in Snowmobile at the moment. And so they may look to send him up through the main lobby staircase to contest Mez. And maybe even cut off Library stairs as well. There's a couple of different options from this position, and I kind of like what Man Esports are trying to cook up here. There's an opportunity for them to get some serious value off the back of the shield.
Minute 45 remaining on the clock. Final round of regulation. Mage will just hold that Library position due to that deployable shield. Also has a good little angle towards Big Wind on the Balk. Montag very slowly making his way through Barstock, clearing out games. And it is Ode that goes down early. The skeleton key of Chef Jeff catches out the Vigil, and that is a huge blow for Team Bliss on the defense. A man down. They lose a bit of that roam pressure. And a good start for Man Esports, 5-4, and a chance to maybe take this map. Red Ping Intel. Montag pushing up Library stairs, and a good double pinch onto Wettables. He loses his life. Goomine taken down. Still, feels like Sage holds a key position inside a piano. That shield finally taken out due to the Rotero. 50 seconds left, and Man Esports are on the march towards this site.
And they should know there's only 2 on the site. Fisher got a kill on Chef Jeff down below. Still roaming and being hunted down by Lunchbox. This is a huge critical fight. If Fisher wins this, it puts a lot of back pressure on the attack. So Fisher will play patiently, knowing that this is a big condition for the round. Elsewhere, they Brendo drop scars, so it's falling apart a little bit here.
Oh, the timing! The
Fisher
timing!
gets caught.
Fox! Huge kill onto Fisher as he runs down Library stairs, only to meet his demise. Hunter has the kit. 20 seconds left towards default. He makes his way. And Head makes his way in as well to provide that cover fire. Default plant, 10 seconds remaining. Candela thrown out in towards Piano. Sage, all he can do is sit still on the brothers. The Nitro Cell, is it shot out? It was shot out by Lunchbox. Sage has to go for the run, but it's shot in the back by Head. And suddenly now Brendo in a 1v3. Post plant, dead, gone, double for Head. Man Esports take a map against Team Bliss. Huge result on Chalet and on the map pick of Team Bliss.
Wow, again, it is not every day of the week where you see Team Bliss lose a map here in an Oceanic tournament. So that alone, historic, and now sets them up with serious point to potentially head themselves to the LAN event. I mean, certainly did not expect that. It's Bliss's map pick. They got off to a slow start, and we thought that maybe they'd still be able to salvage that in the second, but clearly it did prove to be very, very costly. Some good siege in the end for Man Esports. They reset themselves before that final round of regulation, did a good job clearing the map. And, I mean, across the board, I think it's very difficult to say that they were not the better team on the night, on Chalet. Will that then transition into the remaining maps in the pool? We know how deep Bliss's pockets are, especially now with Titan on the roster. They have zero excuses on being bad on any of these maps tonight. So we'll see if they can rebound. It's all, honestly, probably a mental game at this point, if they can reset.
I don't know how much time we're going to have to kind of go over. I think it's a pretty short break between maps, but you do have to question here. Titan's addition to this roster hasn't gotten off to a great start. I mean, I like looking at the closed qualifier, again, no disrespect to Team Banana. I just don't look at them as the kind of team that I've literally never even seen their names before. So I think it's really just kind of like an open qual team that has managed to make their way in a region that just hasn't got many stacked teams at the moment. This is the first real test that Bliss has had since his addition, and that is just straight up, you're 0-1. But a team that has dominated this region for so long, that is quite startling. And even more so that, going back to our pre-show discussion, they picked this map. They lost this map against Antic in the semifinals of Stage 1. And they've gone and lost it again now. So why, one, are you picking it? But two, I didn't really feel like I felt a difference in the way that Bliss was playing that map. At least it wasn't clear to see at first glance. Maybe you go back, watch the VOD so you can see some things here or there. But for the most part, outside of maybe some different operator selections based on metas changing and patches, etc., we saw a lot of striker play, even sentry play when it came to Bliss, and actually even from Man Esports as well. But Credit to Man Esports. They were incredible. They got out to a 5-1 lead, admittedly on defense, etc. But that final attacking round, kind of breaking it down, I liked the use of the Montang. They were able to kind of clear, sweep, make sure, okay, if they're going to play this Roma, if there is a Vigil, we can actually deal with that, go with that slow entry through bar games. They did, eventually caught him and pinched him on Library Stairs. Easy opening kill. And from there, they got themselves some pretty good map control. And I thought they actually had a really well executed round and honestly deserved to win that round and also the map. Bit of a different story to see if they can win the series, though, and knock Bliss out of EWC. We're going to go to a 10-minute break. When we do come back, though, we head into the second map of this series, which will be Nighthaven Labs.
$60 million!
You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in.
The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice, so we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs, across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
Welcome back to the closed qualifiers here for the Esports World Cup of Rainbow Six Siege. It's the Oceania closed qualifier, and it is Team Bliss in shambles, guys. They have dropped the opening map of their own map pick in Chalet to what is now a rival in Man Esports LFO after the grand final in stage 1. Now here a semi-final at EWC. Man Esports LFO have got one over Team Bliss, and they are now just one map away from a grand final matchup against Antic. Of course, a refresher, a reminder, Antic winning 2-0 over Odin in the other semi-final, which was off air. But we will get to see Antic tonight. The question will be who they are going to play against. And that question now is a far more difficult one to answer, Guz, than what it was a couple of hours ago.
I mean, look, I don't think anyone can blame us for being heavy favourites and fans of Team Bliss heading into tonight with the pedigree that they have shown domestically and internationally over the last year especially. They have been very strong. But the fact that they have lost their map pick is a little bit concerning. It is though important to remind everybody at home, map 2, Nighthaven Labs, it is the first preference map of Team Bliss. They never ban it. They quite literally never ban this map. 0-9. That's very indicative of the fact that they are more than happy to play here. They had an okay result most recently against Dark Zero, pushing OT despite being down in the trenches a little bit at the major at that point in time. And so I'm definitely not ruling them out. I suppose on reflection, it means that the Veto did play out in quite a unconventional fashion, and probably reapproves our view of Bliss on Chalet probably being a little bit of a mid map for them. But the plaudits go to Man Esports. They employed some really good counterplay against Bliss, namely aggression on defense, and Team Bliss really struggled to deal with that. I don't know if that's going to be as viable / successful here on Nighthaven Labs, but we're going to have to wait for the second half for that anyway, as we jump in map 2 of this semi-final single elim best of 3. Team Bliss kicking it off on defense, and we'll see what the bans end up being. So the Monty, that's an intriguing one. Montang was available in the previous match. We saw both teams employ it. If I had to say which team probably did a little bit better with it, it would have been Man Esports, and so Team Bliss take that cue and ban offline, also available for the match. Now we head into defense, and there's 3 big defenders that we're expecting to be banned out: Fenrir, Valk, and the Zami. With Solus nuked, it's unlikely that she will be banned out. I mean, there's also maybe one in which we see something else alternatively banned out, like a Legion as well. We saw that pose big problems for Bliss. It's the Azami though for Man LFO.
Yeah, I mean, I think we kind of said it best in that the rust of Bliss was clearly prevalent throughout the vast majority of Chalet. Had that been a game that had more rounds to be played, I think Bliss were on the path back. I think we were seeing a better version of Bliss than what we were getting, and especially the opening 6 rounds of that particular map. The question now, bodes over to Nighthaven Labs whether or not that rust continues to be, put aside and they can get themselves back into their best form. What better way to do that than Defense Labs? Defense Labs is very strong, and I think this is going to be a half in which Bliss could dominate pretty comfortably, and then to the point that it might be just too much of a comeback for Man Esports to handle in their own respective half, depending on how many rounds Bliss can get on the board. Now, for Man Esports, then, retroactively, if they can actually get a couple of early attacking rounds, like a command server opening round 1 here, bang, like off the board, you get an attacking round win, suddenly that could honestly play with the mental aspect of Team Bliss. So the earlier that Man Esports can get rounds on the board, by far and away the better. This can't be a situation where you get your 2 attacking rounds, but it's like round 6 and round 3.
Yeah, Azami banned out. I feel like I regularly make this point on Labs, but Azami, especially top floor, is so fantastic in shutting down a lot of the angles that the attack naturally and often quite successfully is able to find. It leaves the site itself very exposed. It forces the defense to play much more on the fringes of the site and contest for a little bit more map control, which is easier said than done on this objective. So
changing max.
Yeah, I think the first round's going to be a really nice tone setter for this particular map, and I totally agree. Expectation is Bliss to start well. If that narrative flips and it's Man LFO to get off to a good beginning, and honestly that may not be totally shocking considering it is their map pick, and that really does throw some spice into a matchup which arguably has already reached some pretty exciting levels already so far. So see what happens. Shotguns in the hands of Chef Jeff. That's not an unfamiliar sight. And he's going to be able to lurk down below on the Deimos. Main wall opened up with these, only the mute available for denial, and that's pretty easy to deal with if there was a jammer on said wall. So I wonder what they're cooking here. I think with the pre-play strains down below, the play is probably going to be for Chef Jeff to get below lurk and then try to floor bang players. And again, with the limited protection on site, and that is both horizontal and vertical, there could be some merit to going for that.
A second slow round. I think Labs plays that way though naturally, far slower pace than something like Chalet. Intriguing to see though, Chef Jeff here just lurking around lounge, looking up, trying to get a bit of maybe divert pressure in towards site, playing off some red ping information. I love when teams though attack command server with like a Montang, but Bliss of course have banned that out. I think maybe anticipating and almost wanting to force Esports towards that more IT and garage centric push, but they're trying their best to circumnavigate that now through Con and Vert. This is not just a stock standard push right now from Esports, so they've actually kind of cooked a little bit here. Question is if they can be successful, and Chef Jeff, the cook himself, has been shut down by Sage, and that has dealt with the Deimos.
Yeah, that's huge. Sage lurked down blue stairs. It was able to find that pick. Not sure if it was the bag of info or intuition, but nonetheless, big condition now broken apart for this attack, and now at the disadvantage. Trap still in play from the Fenrir. This is going to be a tough one to bring back, and in fact, at this point, likely impossible. So, a good start for Team Bliss. Not putting a foot wrong. Clean up crew now to close out the round. I was going to say probably Weddable's there on the water and could have been good for one, but he falls. So maybe still a bit of life in the round, but only 10 seconds remains.
Yeah, look, probably not the worst round that I've seen from Esports in their history. It comes down to a 1 versus 1, but Head's not going to be able to get this successfully completed. Yeah, not the worst round. When it was all said and done, though, towards the end,
Why is it so dark?
The lights have been turned off. I haven't seen that one before.
That?
That was it. That's actually kind of like very thematic. I like the.
I think there is a bug at the moment regarding that, but I didn't know it was so dark on that particular part of the map.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, but either way, I think that man showed enough there that they can get a couple of attacking rounds in this half. I liked that they didn't go the more direct approach through IT, trying to get, garage and rafters control, where I feel like a lot of times teams who attack command server by going that route don't typically find success. They tried to get a bit of vert, they tried to go through con. Not having the Montang, I think actually could be a very, very big detriment for a team like Man. It's, I think, a really solid ban here from Bliss.
Yeah, again, as I was alluding to, I think in the prior round, you need to see the Deimos activate and apply pressure from below if you're going to find success. And the lurk from Sage, again, not sure if he had information or his intuition. By finding that kill, untraded, back to site, you have the advantage. You've gotten rid of that big win condition. It's going to always be a tough challenge. But I do like the fact that Man Esports are trying some, some stuff. So, a bit more of a traditional lineup here for round 2. Thatcher and Ace for hard breach. Jackal for a map clear. I'm seeing a decent amount of roam employed from the likes of Oda so far. I don't know if that's going to be his role necessarily here. Map 2. Wouldn't be too shocking. Maestro's an interesting pick. Maestro hasn't really found their place in the meta too much. A couple of teams employing his utility to chip away at drone utility, often around the objective. Not necessarily as prevalent for plant denial, with plants themselves being a bit of a rarity. And you actually need the Maestro alive late round to get full value from him. And he's dead. So Hunter gets quick entry. Uncontested, untraded. Oda now to sneak. Does trade. But for a 1-for-1, and IQ out for a Maestro, probably goes into the W column for Man Alpha.
Yeah, especially since it's early in the round, although that W is not going to live for very long because Oda snuck in towards rafters and gets a kill onto Chef Jeff, and I mean, yeah, you may as well just completely scrape that W from existence now. Within 15 seconds, it's suddenly turned into a 4 versus 2 in favor of Team Bliss, getting actually a little bit active on the defense. Nice shot from Head with a quick scope in onto Wetables.
That's a tilter if you're wet. He
Yeah.
knows he shot first there.
But going back to Chalet defensively for Bliss, even they didn't really show all that much in terms of aggression on the defense, but early signs of it here, especially in this second round. Brendo now goes lurking. And it is actually in towards sight now for Head, getting a bit of control in the basement. Scars not quite playing with him, and a little bit of it from Brendo. And the downside really of basement labs, if you don't clear above and the roamers, they can certainly bite you in the backside. And a tactical timeout has been called by Chef Jeff.
Yeah, very aggressive tactical timeout to call out early, but it is in response to round 3, which should be the weakest defensive side for Team Bliss. And so I don't mind that more unconventional approach here from Man LFO. It's been a bit of a weird old start. I was sort of saying a little bit off stream that Team Bliss, at the beginning, there was quite a bit of rust. And as the game progressed, although ultimately losing out on Chalet, they were slowly shaking that off. And I think we said on stream as well, that the expectation is that Bliss will continue to improve as the series goes on, and their skill ceiling is significantly higher than Man LFO and the rest of the teams in the bracket, Antic in the grand final as well, without a doubt. So it's just about continuing to chip away and build up that defense here, and Labs offers that opportunity, especially if they're able to have a perfect first rotation off the back of this tack. That will, for me, very much solidify this as being a very, very strong half if Man LFO aren't able to find, win conditions to bring this to a 4-2. It probably needs to be what, the benchmark that they set, trailing 2-4. So we'll see what they cook up here for control storage. Pretty difficult site to defend just due to how expansive it is, quite exposed to a couple of exterior entrance points, both below and above. So let's see how LFO go about breaking it down.
And again, I think I'll harp back a little bit, but early rounds here for Man Esports is going to be incredibly paramount. Must get attacking rounds, but I think doing it earlier rather than later might just have a bit more of an impact that can be less of a shortcoming to close out a half and more of a boost for the remainder of this map. The reality is you are 7 rounds away from a grand final of a tournament that offers, one of the largest prize pools. So you've got to kind of just keep focused. Team Bliss are a completely seasoned and veteran side that has been together for such a long time. You know they're going to come back. It's a question of how can we continue to kind of dictate this game as much as we were on Chalet, now over to Labs. It's difficult to do that on the attack though, and that means for Bliss it really has worked out well that if you're going to drop Chalet, to start defense Labs in the second map is really the best way to kind of get back into the swing of things. 2 early rounds as well for Bliss. A third here would really just kind of relieve any kind of pressure, if there is even any kind of pressure on this roster. I doubt there is, to be honest. I doubt they're losing their heads. I don't think they would have been too fast to drop that map. It's actually become something of not as much a rare commodity in recent times for Bliss to maybe drop a map locally. They dropped 2, or they dropped 1 against Antic, and they also got pushed to OT twice in regulation throughout the regular season of Stage 1. So that aura of dominance where they don't drop maps or they don't get pushed to OT, I think that has been long gone locally for a little while.
Attackers have located a bomb.
So both exothermic charges used here already from Chef, and a Salma's in through Garage, but Fish are able to slap down Lunchbox off to a 0-3 start, arguably playing a little bit more of a supportive role here, although Ace can be more flex once Util's dispersed. He had a great map of Chalet. Really, we're praising him for his ability to join into this roster, take down Team Bliss, and setting themselves up quite nicely defensively. His aggression was really, really nice. Fortunately here, attack map 2 has not been the same story. Bliss now with the man advantage on this tertiary site. It's a very important round for Man LFO to try and crawl back. They want to make full use of that tactical timeout and set the tone for a 4-2 half. Lose this, and that challenge becomes far more difficult.
You need to find a way to win when you're behind in these rounds. That's a lovely shot from Fisho. Chef Jeff kind of just peeking into that. A couple of the top fraggers as well for Man Esports, not quite backing up what they were able to do back on Chalet. Lunchbox explicitly 0-3. Scars, I was about to say 1-2, but at that moment in time, he actually finds a kill onto Sage. And it brings it back to a 3 versus 3 with those 2 kills in succession now for Man Esports. 40 seconds. Certainly a far more winnable round now. By no means is this one over yet, though, while still Team Bliss have got themselves a bit of vert, and just like that, and it's the Bliss motto. They can just change around so quickly. 2 quick kills at the same point. Scar's not really able to do much from control. Can't even get into storage, and with that, Oda will seal the round. 3-0 here on Labs. And Bliss certainly in the driver's seat now on this second map of the series.
Yeah, that round playing out sort of similar to the one that we saw on the kitchen site on map 1. Where players were able to sneak in towards site, you know, Scar's there, for instance, in a decent position to force retake, but without significant pressure or clear above, Team Bliss are not the sort of roster that are going to panic and play into that and force a retake that isn't on. That they'll lean into the vert. And full credit to Fish there, inside that top blue / airlock or whatever position. 3 kills, like what, with SMG? That's pretty insane. So a big clutch play from him, a huge individual effort from a player that isn't often top fragging for this roster. Very rare we see Fish top of the leaderboard when you have such strong fraggers alongside him, and the natural role that it typically plays anchoring normally on site. So concerning for Man LFO, and Team Bliss certainly putting to doubt the ability for Man LFO to close this series out in a 2-way fashion.
5 seconds to go. Attackers are moving to
Clubhouse as well will be a very difficult map. Not impossible. Maybe even somewhat similar difficulty as we're going to get here on Labs. It kind of begs the question as to why Man Esports actually ended up picking this map. I feel like this is not the first time I've said this, guys, but you know, there are sometimes those instances where you kind of look at the map veto selection and you think, well, it almost feels like it would make more sense if it was reversed. If Man Esports picked Chalet because Bliss lost it, fast rush here towards Rafters, whereas Labs probably feels quite like a bit of a Bliss pick these days. BPC though, a bit of a nuisance, and unfortunately not much more further Hunter can go on the Blitz. Does just poke his head down in the bottom of garage. But yeah, reinforced and electrified wall, BPC. Bit of pressure here to deny that Rafters position. Team Bliss set up really well defensively. And I think maybe just trying to kind of emulate what you would get typically from a Montag, but with the Blitz. Not quite to full effect though.
Yeah, so a minute 50 on the clock then, and my eyes are naturally looking across to Hunter on that Blitz. Will he be able to unlock that top blue position where he's likely going to be employed? Sage caught off guard near the breach. Like a pressure contesting that the garage balcony position. Hunter to drone himself forward before preparing for this push. A lot of pressure here on Fisher again. So this is back-to-back rounds where Fisher likely needs to be the big playmaker for Team Bliss.
And they steal around. Have not mind being a bit of a nuisance here. Still haven't actually dealt with it. Nitrous Assault gets Hunter down to half health. Big kill for Scars at least, and suddenly big advantage now for Man Esports. Doubling down on that with a kill from Wettables. Or onto Wettables, I should say, as Chef Jeff to really compound this round, and certainly a bit of a slow approach, a slow burn in the round, but they burn brightly to end it up finding a win on a pretty difficult site to take at times. At the best of times. That's a huge round win for Man Esports LFO on the board here for Nighthaven Labs. Yes, they would have rather to get it sooner rather than later, but hell, they'll have to take later at this point. 2 more rounds to go in the half. 2 more opportunities to get as many rounds as possible. And we got a kitchen and cafe now for the 5th round. Team Bliss will not be happy with the way that they just kind of fell apart on site.
Yeah, folded a bit on that previous objective, the primary site. Arguably the round where they probably should have been most comfortable in doubling down and retaining a perfect lead, but not meant to be. Some good work there from Man LFO. Again, they haven't been afraid to mix up compositions throughout this map already, which has been a pleasant sight to see. Often, most teams are a little bit afraid to experiment and try different things, even within the bubble of a single match. So that's been good, and we'll continue here into round 5. The Blitz does get taken away for Sledge, but the Deimos persists rather. So we'll see who Chef Jeff looks to target. Team Bliss did ban out Deimos on map 1. And that may have been in anticipation for the Deimos selection. What we have seen in the past is some teams target Bliss quite aggressively, or individual players on any team that are performing well, where you play the Deimos quite safe and literally just hard focus the carry on the other team. Hasn't really been that kind of game at the moment, although Oda's been playing well. Little engagement over towards EXO. That basement lurk, though, unrewarded for the attack. Chef Jeff has aggressed in towards lobby, though, and has multiple marks available to assist the rest of the team.
Yeah, follow-up round here would be so crucial for Man Esports to find 2 rounds in a row on the attack against Bliss. I think would put them right back in such an amazing position for this series, for this semi-final. Ooh, half damage onto Brendo there. Take that, and that gets him quite low on the Valkyrie. Wounded player who was influential to the comeback of Team Bliss on Chalet. It is Wedables that does indeed find the opening kill of this round with the elimination of Hunter. That is the sledge taken off the board. Logic Bomb will ring out courtesy of Scars. Has once again had a pretty decent game here. 5 and 4 on Nighthaven Labs. And eventually Wedables does go down. Brings it back to a 4-on-4 with 90 seconds left in this round. There's plenty of time for Man Esports to compound an opportunity. Kitchen Cafe at the beckoning. And Team Bliss is just going to have to bunker on site and hope for the best. But once again, Brendo rises to the occasion. Even being low on health, he wins that battle against Chef Jeff. Reinstates an advantage for Bliss. 60 seconds left. It's 4-on-3.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah, no calls left available for Dockerby. Single Ash charge in the hands of Jake Kenner. Oda can still provide value on the roam as well, but it's Sage to find Lunchbox. So, yeah, this attack not really connecting particularly well for Man LFO. We'll see again, though, their ability to lurk into sight quite strong, and Fisho falls. Diffuser, though, still on an island, needs to be collected, and the cross is now being held. Brendo and Oda clean up. And overall, a good return to form for Team Bliss.
Yeah, just warding off another threat of a round as well from Man Esports, who were able to, again, be, I think, competitive. In the vast majority of these rounds, they've been competitive, even if the scoreboard does say 4-1. Again, attacking into this map is not an easy thing to do, and we go down to basement, taking assembly now to close out the half. I think Bliss are in a really solid position to close this out 5-1. If they're able to do so, then I think it really does bode well for them heading into Clubhouse for what will be the decider. Again, in terms of an update on the opening map, it was won by Man Esports LFO on Chalet. They ended up winning that one 7-5. And certainly deserved winners after a 5-1 lead was established early on their defensive half. It's just been defensive for both teams across both maps now. Attacking has been incredibly difficult. I think that goes without saying. It's not too much of a surprise in the meta that we find ourselves in for Siege at the moment.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, critical round now for Man LFO, and not allowing that lead to balloon any longer. Otherwise, it significantly harms their ability to bring back this match. Leaves far less room for error. See the Blitz again in play for Man LFO. Deimos, Dockerby, and Jackal. So they're looking to hard roam clear this map. Deal with a potential Vigil from Oda, although this time he's on Fenrir. And others who may be lurking around the objective, such as maybe a Brendo, for instance. Even Wedables offside in control. And we'll see some Secretary Hard Breach to look to pressure that position. Activates the Blitz. Brendo finds the first, though. Brendo close by. Not flashed out. Hits the 180. A clean shot traded, though. The pistol in hand from Chef Jeff. So not the absolute worst end result there for the attack, but still a player down and lost the Blitz.
Yeah, it's also the kind of lineup though that I just honestly don't like. There's just too much focus on trying to play the roam clear, which I understand the last time we saw this site, Bliss won because they didn't get cleared properly. They kept the vert, and even though Man Esports got down to the basement, they lost that round because they didn't clear above. But they've just kind of double, triple, and quadrupled down. You're bringing too much, and you don't even win these battles. Arguably, the lineup that we saw brought there by Man Esports LFO should have been able to deal with a lot of that first floor roam game that we saw from Team Bliss both times on Tank Assembly. So that was a very disappointing round. I think, arguably for the first time in this series, that might be the most disappointing round we've seen from Man Esports LFO. The lineup that they brought, they should have been able to do better in that portion of the round. And Team Bliss are firmly back. Like, we're looking at a Team Bliss roster now that we expect them to play like this. Like, the rust now has been well and truly shaken off, and that they are in a commanding position here on Labs. They will go in as the heavy favorites of Clubhouse, and it may end up being crisis averted. But before we can continue with all of that, it's Man Esports now on defensive Labs. If there's ever a world in which you're going to bring back a scoreline such as this, not only is it defense, but Defense Labs does it pretty well. So I'm not counting Man Esports out, but I think Bliss have got more than enough firepower that they should be able to steal the 2 rounds necessary.
So the clash in play from Man LFO, and we could see Hunter prone behind the desk. The reasoning behind that is that he is trying to hide that pick from the attack of Bliss, who could change their lineup accordingly. Sage did spot him out, and a couple of repicks do come through, and so we'll see what kind of an impact that may have in the round. Bandit in play. And we see the mirror window popped to enable an impact trick, or at least to just make the wall more difficult. I don't know if there's any impacts in hand. There may not be, but yeah, it still does make it more of a challenge. First pick does go the way of Jay Kenner, and Oda just, yeah, not aware at all that the hole was open.
I mean, this is a good way to start the half, though. Get that opening kill nice and early. Get rid of the hard breach as well for Team Bliss. Which I think they'll be, yeah, a little bit disappointed in the way that Oda's gone down that early, that easily. No real counterplay now in terms of the hard breach. There's no secondaries. Something to kind of keep in mind now for the remainder of this round. Really key position for Man Esports. Demos once again brought this time though by Wettables. And the easy drone up towards Rafters from Fisher Guy.
Yeah, I don't mind this from Bliss trying to cook up a vert clear below onto that clash, heavy focus on that. Equally, they're being contested well by the defense. Clash now targeted by the Deimos, so Veto is going to try and go for the floor bang. However, Hunter readjusts accordingly and can't be taken down from below. This has soaked up quite a bit of time and focus from Team Bliss. The sneak forward from Fisho could be enough to unlock the round. The clash though to reposition. Info gathered. Does finish one. Another on an island top blue stairs. But Bliss unable to capitalize in the 3 versus 4, and that clash is only going to become more powerful as the attack has not been able to deal with it.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of time remaining. You got that clash that still needs to be dealt with over towards blue. Deployable shield up. Good information being acquired here. In fact, he spots 2 players. Knows there's one over in Rafters. Frag grenade basically useless at that point. Oh, and lovely play to pull out the pistol as well. Hunter gets the kill onto Edibles. He thought maybe he could try and push back that clash to get a little bit of entry. Not to be. And a really solid defensive start from Man Esports LFO. Not surprising, to say the least. We know this is going to be certainly a tricky challenge for Team Bliss to get these attacker grounds. And it may just end up being a case of doubling down on the tertiary sites to get these attacker grounds for Bliss. Tank and assembly now in the 8th round. And we'll see what Man Esports can do once again here. This is going to be a bit of a different task, though, compared to Command and Server. You're going to need to play the roam game. If you don't play the roam game and you sit site, I think that's going to give too much spacing for Bliss. I think they'll be able to punish you. Looking at this lineup, though, it looks as if they're actually just going to make sure they do not get main breach. The 2 Brow Bandit combination, they aren't going to maybe employ too much of a roam. We shall see.
Yeah, I mean, last round was the curveball of the clash, and look, Bliss didn't ignore it. They quite proactively attempted to clear it, but plaudits to Hunter. His positioning was really quite sound, and yeah, the whole defensive team lent into that man advantage that they had ascertained really nicely.
10 seconds left before.
So there is going to be a roam, equally a focus on the breach. Castle to facilitate the roam, and then as you were alluding to, breach itself with the two-brow bandit combo. Could make that a little bit tricky to open up as well.
Locate a bomb.
I think Bliss will probably go for a full map clear. I wouldn't be too surprised. You can see Sage there, for instance, had a drone second floor, so they'd likely go top down. They have that ram and bucket combination for a reason. And so there's going to be pressure on the likes of Lunchbox to really find himself in this match after a little bit of a slow start.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Well, they've just lost Fisho. Far too easily, far too early, and for the second round of the row, there is no ace. There is no main hard breach. Fortunately, this time, though, lesson learned from Team Bliss, and they've got secondaries available from Sage on the buck, but this is going to make a difficult round even far more difficult. I actually was going to commend the lineup from Team Bliss, too. I like the Ram Jackal combination. Jackal to kind of clear out these roamers, Ram to then make use of that on first floor, open up the floorboards, use the vert play. You got Gridlock as well to deny any kind of flank. I thought it was actually a really nice lineup, but losing your hard breach is going to make it difficult to put pressure towards main breach. A big kill though onto Scars. Shuts down the two-brow. Oda finding that one. And I'm honestly not too sure how, because he's in warehouse. Did Scars go walkabouts on the two-brow?
Yeah, maybe so. I guess he's not feeling immediate pressure on the breach necessarily. And until the control was gained, Bliss don't have a means of dealing with those bandit batteries anyway. So he's probably gone wandabouts a little bit to help on this offside pressure. Won't be the case though. And now Bliss with control, forfeited by man LFO. Timestamp not too bad for the attack and the boogie auto breaches. Final Witch of now is being employed. Window of opportunity for Sage to find a pick, but gets caught with Skeleton Key in hand. Will look to chase that kill. Little bit of damage done. His brother elsewhere, though, of Brendo able to find a pick. Give his team the advantage, and those on site are going to be under pressure. Retake could be the play. Jakena senses that, does find one, so a 3 versus 3, and now Bliss will probably be a little bit concerned that he has actually made his way up. Unless they had that cross held. Difficult to know if they had a read. Maybe on that drone. But elsewhere, Brendo, again, good for 1. So Brendo has been quite consistent last few rounds. 8-4 overall, and is good for another. The Jackal providing value, not just an info, but a gunplay as well. And now Hunter needs to find the final 3. 2 to go. And he's dead.
And shot in the back of the head by Wettables. Yeah, Brendo's been the best player so far for Team Bliss. Arguably been the best player of this semi-final through the 2 maps. And Team Bliss will get themselves a much desired attacking round and puts them on match point to try and deal with this second map of the series as quick as they can possibly do so. 6-2, a very significant lead. Now they get themselves 4 opportunities to send us to the deciding map of Clubhouse, which that in itself is already, yeah, not something we would have predicted today.
I'm excited though.
Attackers need
It may not sound like we're as excited for this map 2, despite it being more dominant than the second, and yeah, it's Man LFO's map pick. But this is the kind of siege, even though there may be still a couple more rounds to go as Bliss close out, this is the kind of siege that we anticipate to see on map 1 now. So, yes. Map 3 tantalizing issue between these two, a close 7-5 back in the Stage 1 OS Grand Final to qualify for Manchester. Sure, lessons learned from both teams. Lineup shuffle from Man LFO, which at times map 1 looked really strong, not so much here on map 2. The likes of, you know, Lunchbox
5 seconds to go.
0-7, and obviously it's not just one individual effort that costs you a match, but he was so strong defensively on Chalet. And I sort of said a little bit in the pre-show that Labs is going to be a more challenging map, just naturally overall due to the size and configuration. To be aggressive on small picks, to be aggressive on jump, has just not as many options available, which served him well on the previous map. Now being, you know, shoved onto the castle, probably having to play, you know, a little bit more of a supportive role. Just hasn't quite aligned for him, and Team Bliss have been able to exploit it.
Still a lot to fight for when you're Man Esports, because you're already 1-0 up in the series 4 rounds in a row. Not the hardest thing to do on defense either. 1 round at a time mentality needs to be employed, and see whether or not they can get themselves back into things here on Nighthaven Labs. Bliss far and away look like a different roster to what we saw to begin Chalet. Chalet kind of looked like they'd woken up drunk and stumbled into the servers. I'm certainly sobered up now. Playing far better. And Brendo, though, to be fair, hasn't looked that way at all throughout this entire series. He's been the sharpshooter. Chef Jeff again, shotgun, put to good use. And that's going to be the hard breach for the 3rd round in a row.
I think Fish got warehouse open though, left of screen, so it's probably not, you know, absolute end of the world, but it is a player down. And there's also that, you know, frustration factor. I'm sure anyone who knows that's played ranked or played comp against Chef Jeff, there's nothing more frustrating than versing him on shotguns. So, and I'm speaking from personal experience on that. Let's see if the rest of the team can cook something up. Brendo has been very strong so far on this map. Often, you know, finding his team back into winnable positions. Pulse down below from Hunter. Maybe looking to gain information. Has Nitro available as well. The only one left is both Chef Jeff and Jake have expended theirs. Vertical now the name of the game for Bliss with the skeleton key. But Sage will fall. So it's 2 from Chef Jeff, 8 and 6, 40 seconds, and yeah, Bliss are unlikely to win this round, unless Brendo can be the one to unlock it, and he does find one.
It goes to double digits now, 10 and 4. Once again, incredibly influential for a player that many are starting to regard now as the best player in the region. Certainly playing like it in this particular series. Weddable's going to get the plant down.
Oh, okay.
Denied. No real movement there from Brendo. And Lunchbox is going to find a critical kill. It's his first kill of the map onto Oda there. Brendo does answer back, picks up the kit. He's going to have to pull off something miraculous here though in a 1v3. He should get hunted down, swarmed. Not allowed to get that kit down. There was a team kill from Jake onto Lunchbox. Head, shot him in the head. But in the end, it is indeed Man Esports that will subvert one of these match points already. 3 to go though, which is still a daunting task to do, but yeah, Defense Labs is certainly capable of making it happen. And there is also the added benefit. The more you win these rounds and the more added pressure you can apply to Team Bliss.
Yeah, good work there from Hunter. Big condition in being able to deny plant from below. There was a point in time there where I was a bit concerned because horizontally, Brendo had that defense covered. But yeah, of course, down below, unaccounted for. Not that Team Bliss really could, though. We were at that man disadvantage, so difficult to justify sending someone down below at that point in time. Round 10 we go. Back to the primary site of Command Center. Hunter once again on the clash, looking to try and hide, so that Team Bliss don't repick into a composition that may counter him a little bit better, although Team Bliss may have already accounted for that, considering that they played it last time, so it's probably something that they have considered. So many opportunities, though, for Team Bliss to convert this map, send us to club. Man, LFO need to just continue grinding away and just maintaining that positivity, which has, you know, served them well in the series so far. In terms of the composition, we do see that mirror once again. Now, last time we saw that hard breach curse for Bliss, where the exposed mirror window on IT saw Oda fall on the ace. That's probably been, you know, the biggest gripe watching Bliss at the moment is they continue to lose the first pick, and it's more than often than not been hard breach.
Yeah. Alright, and it's a trend now, isn't it? So that's concerning. They have at least been bringing secondary hard breach from Sage, and I don't think the actual loss of the hard breach has been ultra like an ultra effect on Bliss, but it is certainly the fact that they're just losing that pick super early in these rounds that's going to have the biggest detriment. You know, really good way for Man Esports to sort of prop themselves up when they're constantly playing with this kind of man advantage. Entry through lobby for Wettables, who, think back to Chalet, started incredibly slow. It was like 1 and 5 to begin. Really struggled to get going, like a lot of his teammates.
Oh!
Oh, that's a frag grenade that just kind of kept on rolling.
I thought it was going to get stuck, like, inside him somehow, like, get caught by the shield, but... Yeah, Hunter able to escape. That's aggressive from Jekeno. And this is, you know, the challenge of this site. Man LFO are trying their best to contest Fringe, but there's just so few opportunities to do so, and you have to be careful not to lose your life. I think on the balance of everything, they've done a decent job midpoint of the round. Now getting that control. Team Bliss. Nitro misses. Yeah, it's pretty even for both rosters right now. Well, this is good.
The longer
control,
though that the time continues to dwindle down, the better for Man. Straight in now from Brendo through electrical, and he gets a good little entry kill onto Scars. Clash now to push forward in his direction. A nuisance indeed, blocking vision, blocking possession. Nitrocell and the slow effect also causes Brendo to be unable to escape. That's a sharp shot from Oda, incredibly precise, and just like that, 2 quick kills. Entry made. The Clash can't survive for much longer, and Bliss, through sheer aggression, able to just storm the site and take it. Map is done. We head to the final map of this series, of this semi-final. Bliss and Men Esports both locked in at 1 apiece.
Yeah, it continues to be an entertaining series. Both teams butting heads in this semi-final, both taking the other's map pick. And it played out in such a similar fashion to map 1. I think, you know, the nature of the 6-6 format defense, if you get a 5-1 lead, it's so difficult to break that down. It's very, very rare that we see it. Just very rarely happens. So, yeah, good work from Bliss. And despite the things that LFO are trying to cook up, you know, namely things like, you know, heavy Deimos play, Clash, even Blitz on attack, those kinds of tools, unfortunately, not getting absolute maximum value. And if you don't play near perfect against Bliss when they're, you know, playing well, which they played far better map 2 than map 1, you get punished. We saw it there in that particular map. Clubhouse, an opportunity though, I think, for Man LFO to just reset, refocus. They should have confidence in the fact that they pushed Bliss in that grand final. Yes, it's a different roster, but it's such a staple map at this point. You know that there are cracks in Bliss this evening. Although how many of those have been sealed now? Who knows? We'll get an answer to that shortly. If they play well and they bring a couple of fresh ideas that can sneak rounds here or there, who knows? It could actually be quite a close map.
It certainly could be. I'm very much anticipating this final map to come before we do get to Clubhouse, though. We will have a short break, and when we do come back, though, we will arrive to this finale of the semi-final. Again, a reminder as well for those maybe only just tuning in or maybe don't have the full information. The grand final of this qualifier will be later tonight. Antic already beating Odium earlier, awaiting the winner of this final map of Clubhouse. So we'll go to a break. When we come back, Club on the other side.
$60 million!
You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in.
The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice, so we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
Welcome back, everybody, to the closed qualifiers here. I've got my wild hair because it's been a wild semi-final. Guys, it's got me out of my seat. 1-1, we go to Clubhouse, deciding map, and look, we got to see Bliss obviously shake off the rust. We kind of expected that. We thought that was going to happen sooner rather than later. The question now is, to Man Esports, have they got a response? You mentioned in the grand final for the stage that we just recently had for the Oceania League that it was close, that they did put up a decent effort. A lot of that, though, was on defense. Again, they didn't really do a good job attacking.
Yeah, Clubhouse is probably the perfect final battleground, a relatively neutral map overall in terms of all of these players being very, very experienced at it. We also have the history of the Stage 1 2024 OS Grand Final, which went to 7-5 in the end, Man and LFO looking to fight their way back into the series. Unsuccessfully so. So yeah, eager to jump into this. It's clear, I think, that Bliss have shaken off the rust. I think at this point in time that they, are ahead of Man LFO in terms of where they're at right now. And that will probably transition quite nicely in towards the final map. Now, I don't know exactly what the starting sides are going to be. I presume it would have been a coin toss heading into this, and we'll get confirmation of what it is in a second. Team Bliss on defense. So they've been a little bit fortunate in that regard. Depends a little bit how the bans play out, though. That can, shift the win percent either side a little bit. Talked a little bit off break that maybe we'd see Team Bliss get creative with the Mav, which we've seen a little bit from time to time. And in fact, they will be the ones to ban it out on this occasion.
Well, if we have to throw final predictions here, I think everyone would probably assume Team Bliss is going to pull this one out. Despite a scare on Chalet, that's all it's seemingly going to be, a scare. And so now it's up to Man Esports to see whether or not they can turn it from just a scare to maybe what was the beginning signs of a large upset here.
A nightmare.
Yeah, well, a nightmare. I just don't know if it's going to be possible. Man Esports attacking first half. That means Bliss get off to, you would typically think, a bit of a flyer as we get the bans solidified. Fenrir will be the last ban there from Team Bliss. But yeah, I think that unless and it's probably me just essentially repeating myself from the beginning of Nighthaven Labs, and I honestly don't think you can really disagree. You've got to get your rounds early here. You've got to get off to a good start. Can you beat Bliss on sites like Church Arsenal? You know that you're probably going to get a tertiary site here or there, but you're not going to be doing a whole lot of damage if you can't find success on these primaries.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, totally agree. Yeah, a lot to unpack heading into this match, and what the approach is going to be from both teams. I guess circling back to the bans themselves, Capital and Mav will be probably more noticeable in terms of their impact of not being available. Thinking about a CCTV defense, I think that's actually going to bolster that objective, quite significantly. You think about the ability for Capital to flush out garage rafters, and if you're able to post up a strong anchor player there, attacking lineups may have trouble dealing with that. Defensively, it's a little bit more conventional, although Tubarao certainly stands out as not necessarily being a completely unusual ban, but in the absence of a Valkyrie or an Azami, it does stand out as being a little bit left of field. But again, probably going to be more noticeable top floor and maybe negate some of the other problems that the attacker are going to face in flushing out positions. For defense, though, bottom floor to begin, we don't see the Kaid employed on defense. Instead, leaning into a couple of different tools available, such as the Azami, to create more power positions towards the objective. Valkyrie's been a mainstay throughout the series. That information will be valuable as well. And on the topic of mainstays, so too have Shield. We've seen Shield play for Man LFO. So too Team Bliss. I want to this time around. We'll see where that's utilized to create space. There's options, to post down through main or drop moto, and then feed that information to the rest of the team.
Can this Montaigne be quite telling for Man Esports? Is it going to be able to facilitate an early advantage? Bliss is just happy to probably give up quite a lot of that first floor control. play down the sight, play off of the mirror. They've got some really good anchor operators to play from as well. Weatherballs on the Azami, which was banned out for Nighthaven Labs. Hunter just making his way into kitchen now, minute 20. Time not of the essence just yet, but it's certainly going to become a factor. Getting to work with that skeleton key is Chef. What a start that Man Esports had back on Chalet, winning at 7-5. Response from Team Bliss, though, relatively swift. And certainly as this series has continued, Bliss have gotten better and better. And that's going to be an intriguing factor going into the grand final against Antic, who have kind of taken these closed qualifiers by storm. In the last 30 seconds, though, Man Esports haven't been able to achieve a whole lot. And they're just now looking to try and deal with that triple church wall position. Still mirrored up, never mind. Now finally dealt with. Mirror window has been opened. The wall slowly being opened, and a bit of pressure now can come from bot main.
Yeah, I like that line of sight, just exposing Church. Monty has been able to find ground, though, in through Ashfall. You can see that's taking some of the attention away from other points of interest for the defense. That said, Oda, Nitro Cell successful, lands. Hatch drop to come through, an act of desperation from the attack, but it's not really going to find much. 2v4, 10 seconds. Now just Chefy Jeff inside a kitchen, but he won't be cooking this time around. Dot's not connecting, Monty unsuccessful, Team Bliss off to a good start here for map 3.
Yeah, it just kind of feels like they wanted to avoid blue. They wanted to avoid Church. They didn't really want to take those fights. So it's like, can we get a bit of main control, deal with that mirror window on triple, and then play the hatch drop and hope that maybe there's a world in which we can get the plant off of Hunter, who turns around, pops that shield on his back, turtle style, gets the plant down, and then plays that as the win con. All completely undone by the fact that, yeah, you've got some pressure on Church because you have opened it up, but I think it was Oda who was able to just get a pretty easy Nitrocell and pretty much blew that plan to the smithereens. 1-0 start for Team Bliss. But I will say, it is also the kind of round that Man Esports clearly had a plan. They were following that. It just, when it came down to the final execution of it, fell short of the mark. For the most part, they were kind of getting what they wanted, but yeah, when it came time to actually win the round, Bliss just far too strong.
So round 2 then, and we are going to see the Ying teased out from the attack. Now Ying has seen a surprisingly limited amount of actual game time so far tonight. We saw hints of it over on map 1 of Chalet. And we'll see it once more here on Club. A couple of different options available to the Ying on this sort of objective could be used to help facilitate what may be difficult clear over towards Cash with full reinforcements and mute jammers in play, or instead could be reserved for something like a moto drop is quite common. We often see the Ying try to force a play in that particular position. Sage though reads into that perfectly, so the ward is stationed and ready for that. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting little counterplay, I think, between those two for the round. Elsewhere, Azami also in play, so you think about the matchup into the Flores. So there's a lot of interesting direct one-to-ones from both teams in this particular round. Utility, as is often the case in Siege, will be crucial. I do wonder how they're going to distribute this hard breach utility though. So 2 Thatcher EMPs, and as we saw, Cash is fully muted off. And so an EMP will likely be required. So one used here. As we saw before on the overhead, Jacuzzi is still reinforced and electrified, and that is both EMPs used. So now LaFoe essentially need to fully commit now from this position unless they're able to clear that hard breach denial in an alternate fashion. Hunter does though find the first, so at least they have man advantage.
What can they do with that? Crucial round early on. It's only the second round, but again, getting these early attacking rounds is going to be so crucial for Man Esports. This first half is really supposed to be their half in making a possibility in which they can defeat Team Bliss. If they don't do it in this half on the attack, it's certainly not going to happen in the second half.
Chef Jeff on the Rotero. This is big in the round. This is, I think, being used to try and clear Jacuzzi wall, and we'll see if that's a success in the moment, or at least to clear the Kiva to open up the line of sight. But he's on the other side of the map, and if the calls come through for him to be hitting this util, it's going to be very, very difficult, if not impossible, from that range. So I'm assuming Jacuzzi is going to stay standing here. Sure, they've got man advantage, but it does just make things a little bit more difficult. This one's going to use the Kiva barrier. Left. This one will keep a barrier for weights, and it will make it in time. Is it too late in the round for man LFO? 30 seconds.
Big kill as well from Sage on to Lunchbox, followed up from his brother in Brendo. Yeah, Hunter eventually able to push in through logistics. He's got the kit as well. Cannot afford to go down. Reinforcements arriving from Chef Jeff. Not a lot of time remaining. Needing to clear out these positions inside of cash. Tap, tap, tap. But no, not going to be enough. It's a 1 versus 1 though. Scars and Wettables. 8 seconds left. Wettables can play to the time factor. Kit has not been acquired. What a shot. Doesn't get the kill though. And Wettables re-peaks. What a Chad move from Wettables. 90% of the time it's run and hide, but he re-peaks and he gets the kill. And a huge round win for Team Bliss. Just on the precipice of maybe throwing away a round, Wettables stands tall.
Yeah, I feel like man LFO are probably going to walk away feeling like they maybe threw an opportunity aside there. Again, they had man advantage. They didn't get necessarily value from a Ying through Logi, for instance. They were unable to open up Jacuzzi, and that allowed players like Wettables to hold, a strong position, and ultimately, the rest of the team doing enough to trade things out 1v1. Not much time remaining. So again, I mean, it's difficult to envision what the round may have looked like if Jacuzzi got open, or if that even would have been a realistic prospect with those Roteros, and whether or not that trade-off would have been worth it, given they needed the manpower to trade Logi. Like, there's so many different moving factors to consider if they wanted to go for the full pivot. Ultimately, the wall probably didn't need to be open because they had the advantage, but some good play from those inside of Logi from Bliss to just continue to win their ones. Did it enough to get it down to 1 versus 1, limited time remaining, and Wettables, as is often the case, is quite proficient in those particular situations, and he's off to a good start here for map number 3, 4 kills in the first 2 rounds. And the pressure now, it just starts to get a little bit more tantalizing, and with this Capital ban for CCTV, as I mentioned previously, I don't anticipate this to be as easy, quote-unquote easy, of an attack as has become the case in this modern meta, where CCTV is arguably closely alongside Barbie worst side to defend.
Yeah, if it's not going to happen this round, I don't know if it's going to happen at all at half. That puts a lot of pressure on. They do bring the striker as well, which is going to be for EMPs and secondaries. Considering they've actually got double secondaries plus double hard breach. Heavy emphasis here from Man Esports in this round in dealing with a lot of these walls. Rotate very swiftly here from Lunchbox.
Bliss gave up that breach very easily. I don't know if Fisho intentionally did that or if he was caught off with timing, but I thought he'd attempt the bandit check with no Mav. Unless there was something I didn't spot there, which after not casting this game for a few months could probably be the case. Either way though, Hunter does find the first. With main breach open, that's good perceived pressure for the remainder of the round. And it may mean that a garage clear is not necessarily needed, depending on how they want to play this, if they go for a Logi bedroom across through Con. So there's options aplenty, but we did see in the last round, even with options available, win conditions signposted to the attack and the man advantage for man LFO, Team Bliss was still able, as is often the case, able to hold on in those clutch moments, in those 50-50s.
This is where they're just better than a lot of the teams in Oceania at probably handling these kind of situations. Down a player, you've got Sage low on health, 60 seconds left, very easy on cash and CCTV as well, to kind of lose the site very quickly. And Esports, to their own credit though, I think are playing this really patiently. And there's nothing wrong with that. One hive launcher has been used by Chef Jeff, and another kill in favor of Man Esports as they double and triple down. Scars just goes massive towards main breach. It's flawless, and it's 4 from Scars. And a huge round going the way of Man Esports. They're on the board. They absolutely needed that.
And that really is, again, that perceived pressure on the breach. Team Bliss, although we didn't see necessarily the POV, I am going to assume we're trying to contest and clear that to then open up other playmaking opportunities where they didn't have to be as fearful of someone being posted up on the breach, because it would be unlikely that we'd see a double down from the attack, at least not instantaneously. And so that's why we saw so many kills coming through. It would have been just repick after repick after repick trying to hit the trade, knowing that it was probably the only condition they kind of had left to open up that, you know, avenue for play later in the round. And it crumbled. So credit to Scars. It's really big from him to be able to find the multi. And for the team, winning at least one round in that initial rotation, it keeps the head above water. We've seen twice now in this series where if you have a poor start on the attack, if you let the other team get 5 rounds, you're done for. And so they've set themselves up now for the second rotation to try and buck that trend.
All they need from here is, I think, a second round.
Yeah, for sure.
And if they can get that second round, that could be enough to at least get them to overtime.
Seconds remaining.
I mean, there's maybe every world in which that could be enough to win it in regulation.
5 seconds.
So by winning that on the tertiary, at minimum, you'll get at least another tertiary opportunity. So you kind of get now 3-2 opportunities. Can you go and take something like a church arsenal, a gym bedroom? Can you get one of those, as well as then maybe also another cache and CCTV potentially? Or even just 2 primaries? Can you get 3 attacking rounds to start? If you go and do that, and I'll say it right now, I mean, there's probably a lot more siege that would still need to be played out, but if this goes to a 3-3 half, I'm probably backing in Man Esports to win. And that is quite significant to say. Still needs to be done, though, more than just said. And maybe an opportunity here for Hunter. No, he can't pull the pistol out in time. Nitrosalt thrown, blown, 4 HP. Barest of margins, and eventually shot out by Lunchbox. What are you shooting? What? I will say a 4 HP Montag, not really the most... not the most important player really on the team at that point. He's going to be too easy, but still it's a shield. It's still something.
It's information that you could play at range outside of a C4 range. So that's a bit of a boo-boo.
Yeah, it's a blunder.
I mean, well played by Oda. Didn't panic too much. If he had have just completely run off, got a shot back in the head, if he didn't create enough range, he would have been meleeed down. So he's played that so well. You know, not even just doing the damage, but just staying alive. So good vote from him. Kaid is in play this time around for basement. Shouldn't pose too many problems, although... Okay, there is still 1 secondary hard breach remaining. We'll see if the Grim utilizes that on a hatch over towards Moto, or if it will be dirt. Maybe neither. It could be a blue stack here for the attack. And this is where you really start to run into problems. 4v5 basement attack without the Monty to gather info. It's difficult to, you know, paint a picture that Man LFO are going to be able to bring this round back without a big play. And that's probably going to be on the hands of someone like Lunchbox who hit the team kill to make use of these Candelas.
Quan Hive launch a plus Candela combination, blue control, little ping, information.
Nice.
But over aggression, nicely done from Fisher Guy. And the numbers dwindling. But man, he's brought back by Scars. 3 instant kills. After finding 4 in the last round, he's got 8 kills overall and almost got another one. Down the end of the hallway. 30 seconds left and on a retrieval mission, not just for the round, but for the kit. Sage shuts down any kind of hero play. Almost from Scars, making an absolute montage highlight reel play. And unfortunately for him, it'll just be for naught. 3-1 in favor of Bliss, and now 4 rounds away from the grand final.
Now that just got the hairs on the arms raising a little bit. I was thinking, geez, not again. And had it not have been for Otis staying alive and playing that Warden on the mirror facing in towards blue, there's every world in which they probably could have gotten 1 more pick, and then Scars would have been on for a 1 versus 1. That Warden that was able to just absorb so much pressure and give critical information to the likes of Fisho to help aid him on that particular drop, that particular push. So I think overall, you know, with what was available off the back of the team kill for Man LFO, they probably maximized that round, you know, decently well. It's pretty hard to critique them from that point onwards. The rest was actually put out quite well with what they faced, what they had available. But for Bliss, they're doing Team Bliss things at the moment, and they keep that 5-1 dream alive for half. And if they're able to do that,
10 seconds left before insertion.
almost impossible for Man LFO to bring it back. So next 2 rounds, very, very important for both teams.
Attack.
So much on the line, and throughout all of this, kind of forgetting the fact that Antic have been able to just kind of sit back and watch and just kind of see what they may be up against. I mean, I think that they would be anticipating Team Bliss in the grand final. What an opportunity for them. Sure, couple of changes, but last time out it was Antic that took a map off Team Bliss in the semi-final of Oceania League Stage 1 before they subsequently fell on Bank. I'll take a stab in the dark though and say I don't think we see Bank in the grand final. Well, I don't know if Antic's going to allow a map that they got 7-0'd on.
I mean, different team. I don't know. The Instaban.
Yeah, is it different enough?
Hey, we're operating.
It's
under
one
the
player.
we're operating under the assumption that Bliss win this game, and that bit us in the arse on that one. So we've got to be careful.
That's true. That is true. Big round coming up here. Another opportunity for Man Esports to take one of the primary sites away from Team Bliss before at least at minimum getting another go on the tertiary site, Cash and CCTV. Provided Bliss to pick that for the 6th round if they do win this. Not a given. Bit more pressure at least to try and deny a bit of this main breach towards Jacuzzi. Drone gets shot out. 4 drones gone. 5 remain. Oh, sorry, 6 remain with 90 seconds left for the round. Double stack Jacuzzi. And so far, Oda actually still Oda was Cash. I think in terms of spacing and map control, Bliss is still in a really good position.
Yeah. I'm really looking towards Ying to see if Man Alpha can really maximize the value from that. Been struggling a little bit, especially in the face of the Warden, and once again, like last time, it's Sage inside of logistics. So that may force a pivot from Lunchbox elsewhere. One spot of Cash. Flash over the wall. Really, though, to support Chef. Fisher 1, and in response, Jacana good for actually one himself. You see the Ying activated as well. There is that push to come through. Chef gets that A, baits his teammate, gets the kill.
Gotta get this revive.
In the negative connotation, because that was well played.
Oh. Just for a brief second there, he was kind of blocked off by Scar. Chef couldn't get through safely. Had someone peek from like logistics into towards Colin, they could have probably gotten a free kill. So 2 versus 2. Of course, very low health though for Scars, but he has been so instrumental here on Clubhouse. 8 and 3. You give him just a tiny bit of space, and who knows, he could make something really happen here. Bit of damage there onto Wearable, and Scars does get that kill. A chance here, and a 1 versus 1 now for Chef pushing down main, and he gets that one onto Wearables. Primary site unlocked, and job done for Man Esports. A second attacking round has been acquired with still 1 round to go in the half, and puts them in such a better position now. Bar stage. Oh, that is a risky sight for Bliss to send themselves to in closing out this half.
Yeah, I mean, the damage has already been done. And with CCTV, as sort of mentioned before, being somewhat on par with Bar, I mean, it depends on a multitude of factors, you know, bans and opposition, but I would say at the moment they're somewhat equal, especially against teams who may not be as proficient as, you know, some at attacking Bar. This is going to be a really, really good round to watch play out, and has big ramifications for the rest of the match. I like it from Bliss. It shows that, you know, they're confident and they're, you know, well prepared for the map. Information gathering is absolutely crucial on this objective, especially if you want to hold above, opening up opportunities for plant denial and nitro cells as well. 3 nitros in pocket, and those information gathering tools of the Echo, the Valk, and the Pulse are all going to be interesting factors in the round. Reducing the Clutch Drone response though from Chef Jeff, as well as the shock drones on the Twitch of Hunter. Last time we saw both of those operators in playback on Chalet, it posed issues and problems elsewhere in clearing key positions. They do have the Nomad this time though with flashes, and so that could aid. Yeah, we'll have to see that trade-off between gathering and denying information and displacing defenders is a pretty delicate balance at the moment.
So critical round. Team Bliss would not want a 3-3 half here. 3 defensive rounds on a map like Clubhouse is not really ideal. So much on the line. You lose this map, you are out of the Esports World Cup. Brendo, though, with a pivotal kill. I think without question, very easily capable of labeling him the best player so far this series across all 3 maps. The most consistent and has been a real standout for Team Bliss. Lunchbox 2 and 5 after a very, very strong Chalet. He's been a little bit more cool. It's been the Scars show for Man Esports, but they will need more than just Scars for the remainder of this map.
Yeah, I'm having a look at where that Valkyrie info was as well. So Cash and Logic are the 2 that I caught. So the majority of the Valkyrie information will be on the top floor, and presumably the Echo Yokais will be focused in towards the objective itself, and Sage can supplement that with the Pulse Scanner. Advantage for Bliss, they have no real incentive to aggress and over-peak these positions. Scars is hoping that's the case, and he's found multis throughout the match where that has occurred. They'll sneak around, but Scars falls good from Sage, whose position was known, so traded, knocked to the ground. Hunter able to go deep. That will be relayed back to Bliss, but it's a 3 versus 3. In fact, now, in favor of Man LFO with the plan to go down.
Yeah, I mean, this is extremely winnable now for Man Esports, to the point that if they lose this round, they will be incredibly disappointed. Weatables and Brendo. Right now, with the way that those 2 are playing, they are the 2 players I would want up and alive. Questions will be asked of the site choice of Team Bliss, and rightfully so. Brendo shut down, 3 versus 1. Hunter on 1 HP. It doesn't matter. Jeffy and the boys are cooking here on Clubhouse. 3 attacking rounds have been won. Bar stage is not going to be the right choice for Team Bliss. Questions, well and truly, can be asked.
Yeah, these tertiary sites are going to make or break the match for either team in a map where, you know, there is that, you know, pretty distinct split between basement and gym being decently favored for defense, whereas CCTV and bar are not as much. And so, you know, being able to try and collect at least one of those defensively, I think is going to be a big condition for the match. Bliss struggling in that department. I will also add, I can't remember if I mentioned this previously, I don't think I did, but in terms of OT start sides, Man LFO have defense, so they have arguably, you know, the favoured side defense OT if they are able to push that, if it's, you know, ultimately required in this match.
Well, guys, I did make a statement. I did say that if it gets to 3-3, I'd probably feel Man are in the better
you got to back yourself
position.
in now.
I've got to back myself in at this point. I think they have to be, right? They can also be in the better position while still Team Bliss having the capabilities or still winning this game. I think both can be true. I don't think it's like one or the other. I think Man Esports right now, statistically, you look at the numbers and you kind of look at the historic nature of Clubhouse in this region, defense is going to be favored. 3 attacking rounds, though. Is that something Bliss can also achieve? Absolutely. But if I'm Man Esports, I'm thinking, boys, we're 4 rounds away from a grand final. And it won't be Team Bliss in said grand final. There's a lot of pressure right now on the shoulders of Team Bliss in these coming rounds. I think an early attacking round, though, would relieve quite a bit of that pressure. Church and Arsenal to begin the 7th round. Man Esports, I don't think they've led so far here on Clubhouse, but they got the opportunity to do so now. That's a drone captured and happily taken by Jay Kenner. Into toilets now for Oda. Trying to find an easy one, and those are the ones you've got to get. That right there could be the Esports World Cup. Potentially, those are the little moments, guys, that we know can be so impactful. Instead of Jay Kenner being dead, he makes it back down bot main. And suddenly, Oda has let one slip.
Yeah, tough opportunity, no doubt, but still one that could be punished here. You know, we're talking about pressure in this match. I feel like that is true for both teams. Pressure mounting. The question is, who is more resilient, who can stand up to it. Team Bliss should be equipped with their experience overseas, but equally for Man LFO, they've been in this position before, at least in a do-or-die match against Bliss, where they didn't necessarily capitulate under pressure. It was also the case that Bliss were just arguably better on this map, but at the moment they're in a position now to prove that wrong, at least on a second attempt. Big from Sage, though, retains his life, finds the kill. EMP's up, and Moto Hatch will be opened by Weatables. So decent groundwork at the moment from Team Bliss, and we know that one of their trademarks on attack is their late round prowess is very clean. A lot of innate synergy from this roster. They're often able to connect the dots, even with a singular man advantage on such a staple objective like a basement clubhouse. So the onus is on somebody from Man LFO to be the playmaker, to be the one that maybe lands a nitro or finds a multi. That is going to be a necessity in the round for defense.
35 seconds left in this round with an advantage to Bliss. Church Arsenal, big site that can be won. Fisher drops down Hatch early, gets the kill. Jakenna just completely caught unaware. Nice kill back from Hunter, but he too gets traded numbers with Bliss firmly on the site, and they are going to be able to take this one early to begin this second half. And it goes without saying, defense, attack, it doesn't matter. It's still Team Bliss. You need to be switched on the whole way through. They retake the lead and they get a pivotal attacking round to begin this second half. 4-3. Man, Esports will not be happy with the way they defended that, especially on Church Arsenal. Far too easy for Bliss.
Yeah, they were given that small opportunity with Jakenna caught rotating main. He got away with his life, but then Sage elsewhere finds one, retains EMPs, and with the man advantage and the groundwork, and just the ability for Bliss to be clinical in those situations, as I alluded to before the execution, and as everyone can see with said execution. You cannot be giving Bliss even the smallest of opportunities. If you give Bliss a sniff, they are absolutely the team in Oce that are going to make you pay. And that's why I think over on Chalet map 1 of this series is why Team Bliss struggled, is they were just always disrupted. They were never given, you know, that advantage, that hyper-aggressive nature of Man's playstyle on that map aided them. And on Clubhouse, again, a little bit like Nighthaven Labs, it's more challenging to play that playstyle on defense. Those opportunities are more difficult to come by, so they can't be as reliant on that. What will the conditions for them to now rely on here? It's going to be those power positions and U2 clearance minigames that the map is renowned for, and obviously if Team Bliss can at moments find that challenging on a site like CC or Bar, those opportunities could present for Man LFO as well. And you know, losing the primary site is a little bit damning, and it takes away from the value that they extracted in the first half themselves. That, you know, they win CC, they win Bar, they've basically now thrown one of those rounds away, essentially.
Well, let's see if they can rebound. 3-4. Shots in the outskirts here from Sage as Logistics Hatch will get opened up. Pretty common angle these days, though. That does get held. Fisher guy finding himself just outside Jacuzzi. An incredibly important round from him, actually, in that previous one with the drop down through Kitchen Hatch. He was able to make an entry kill. Didn't just go for a swift plant. They clearly had themselves a good execute point that they wanted to play out, and he played his part. A little bit slower here, though, and Jim Ventrum wanting to just do the diligence, clear out, make sure that they get main breach, get pressure on balcony. Brendo now on the ace. Probably just expecting that pressure to come from CC window. It is Chef Jeff that gets the opening kill on to Sage. Lion off the board. 90 seconds left in this round, and unlike the previous round, Man Esports now have got themselves into a better position than what they had found on Church Arsenal.
Yeah, again, it's that entry aggression defense that served them well on Chalet. It's more difficult on Club, but Chef Jeff's still able to pull it off. Fisher, meanwhile, pushing the breach itself through Jacuzzi, finds the kill. No plant denial potential from down below, so it's up to the retake through Con and Main, both of which are cut off. But Chef Jeff and Jakenna do combine. Lunchbox falls, and Chef low from that early engagement in the 2v2 post-plant.
Oh, Fisher again! In these critical rounds, it's the older heads that are prevailing, and Fisher guy and Oda able to combine after that plant. The post plant was always going to be theirs. A little fist bump there at the end as well in the kill cam, and suddenly Bliss with two monstrous attacking rounds. 5-3 scoreline. And a tactical timeout called by Man Esports, and rightfully so. What do you do from here? You got a critical 3 out of 4 attacking rounds to close out that first half, putting yourself in such a tremendous position coming into the second half, and you've thrown all of that away. you can't win the primary sites defensively, and you're therefore not going to really put yourself in much of a position at all to get this game in your favor. Suddenly, Bliss now 2 rounds away from a grand final.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's going to be really deflating for Man LFO. At 3-3, we're getting all excited for them because we're operating under the assumption that they are going to be successful on these primary sites, and it's going to come down to the tertiaries of CC and of Bar. Bliss so far have shown that they can take them down on basement, they get the first pick and execute and just absolutely slaughter them. We then see on Jacuzzi where it was a little bit closer, relying on Fisher going deep Jacuzzi breach, but again they were snappy in locking down the mainstairs and the con retake and had a read that the rest was clear, so that's another primary site ticked off. It's a head-scratching moment now for Man LFO. They probably were discussing during that tactical timeout, where do we want to go, what's gone wrong, how can we quickly, tidy things up and tighten up this defense, because the match isn't over. You win the primaries again, you win this set, you win the next 5-5, you can sort of reset it, prepare for the tertiary, but you reattempt here, bedroom, you lose this, you give Team Bliss match point. I would go as far as to say the match is over, the series is over at that point.
5 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, I'd be pretty comfortable to call that Bliss actually end up winning this next round. I mean, honestly, already, the advantage that I felt Man Esports had coming into the second half is already well and truly evaporated. It's gone now. Bliss, once again, looking as if they're going to take this one home. It's been a kind of tricky road to get to this position for Team Bliss, getting closer to closing out this series. It hasn't been the utterly dominant Team Bliss that we typically come to expect, but I think that the one saving grace would be if you can win when you're not playing at your best. Always room to improve, and yet you've still won. It's a big takeaway they can use on a mindset perspective that's quite positive. Easy entry for Fisher guy, up through rafters and in towards CCTV, despite the fact that main breach is only like a small hole in it. Actually deal with these keeper barriers pretty comfortably. Double stack top red. Both head and box there. And now they spot that Montang, and notice that they got the kill onto Brendo. Pretty big one, considering he has been quite a monster so far in this series. He's been the one that is really cranking out for Team Bliss. 5-4 advantage, somewhat similar to the last round. Got to make the most of it though for Man Esports.
Oh, that's a little bit aggro from Lunchbox.
Oh no.
Punished.
Oh no, Wettables! Well, that was an opportunity. You said for Lunchbox. Aggressive, but he had the chance to get the kill on the initial contact. He misses, and then Wettables peeks himself and finds a double, and with that, your one-man advantage is now a one-man disadvantage. And already losing and bleeding these rounds rapidly. 5-3 after such an impressive opening half from Man Esports. Their defense has just been a shambles. And now this Montang has just got the freedom to waltz in towards bedroom. Still one in towards logistics. Bathroom in sight now. Holds into cash. And Fisher, he can rotate over towards weights. He can go for a plant here towards default if he so chooses to. 50 seconds, too much time. Maybe too much time.
Yeah, they're trying to get Odo, I think, in a position to pinch, apply pressure on the Warden. I like this though from Bliss. They're playing it safe, not overplaying their hand. Just really squeezing this defense and putting them under the pump. Chef Jeff, though, on Warden, will be immune to those flashes. 30 seconds, and Bliss still not committing to the plant. But now it will go down.
Plant going down. Will it be so successfully? Indeed it will. No real pressure. Scar's lost his life over towards 90 anyway. Big kill. And then up close, Fisher guy's just going to say no entry. Well, Hunter does make entry, then back out. He gets locked out. Comical way to close the round. He was in, he was out, he was dead. And Bliss with three match points to send them to the grand final, which will be tonight. It's going to be a long night for Team Bliss, that's for sure.
Again, it's just another classic instance of a team pushing Bliss and not having that extra gear. The extra gear in this match is the fact that Team Bliss straight into attack, don't put a foot wrong, and win 3 primary sites back to back to back. It was the big win condition in this match to find primary objectives. I thought it was going to come down to maybe the tertiaries, and then we push OT, and then they'd be on attack, and it could be quite a challenge, but it just hasn't been the case. They have not put a foot wrong here on the attack. It's been super clean. Man, LFO running out of gas a little bit in this match. I think it's been a very respectable effort for them wherever it may lead from here. I'm very excited to see them in stage 2 if this roster persists. I think they've shown a lot of potential this evening. And Bliss,
Yeah,
you know,
I was going to ask you that.
I'm sure Bliss will be, you know, not concerned is the wrong word, but maybe, you know, raising a bit of an eyebrow and being like, oh, okay, maybe these guys will be a big threat in stage 2, who knows?
Attackers must locate and defuse
Excited
the
for
bomb.
that storyline to develop over the rest of the year.
Yeah, it's not over yet, though. We are still on defense for Man Esports, but it does kind of have the feeling of it slowly being wrapped up, and Bliss go and win 3 attacking rounds in a row on Clubhouse. And, you know, kind of did say earlier on when we kind of got the map, so that's a disgusting kill from Lunchbox. Aggressive
Well, it's the
to go for that run out from Secret.
It's the Chalet meta, right? This is the way they were winning rounds on Chalet, and they're finding these opportunities on Club. As I mentioned, arguably a bit more challenging, but they're finding them. So now with the advantage, Man LFO can try to kickstart this, but again, it's not the most consistent or reliable of game plans to be having to find a spawn peak or having to find something on the other side of the map every single round, especially against Bliss.
It's not exactly the biggest margin for a comeback, only 3 rounds. It's definitely doable, especially on the defense here of Clubhouse. Load up through Con. Little's taking a little bit of damage. Over towards Kennels, and eventually does lose his life to Scars. And more damage coming, and this is just a bit of a demolition round here in the 10th round. Man Esports want to continue their lifeline here at the Esports World Cup a little bit longer.
Okay.
And a flawless round in doing so. Yeah, 2 more rounds to go. I mean, that's a nice swift one as well. I think winning that round that quickly and that convincingly, you know, you're not sitting there with this kind of burden of 3 rounds like hanging over your head for such a long... It's only 2 rounds now. 6-4 scoreline. These players have been around the block for such a long time now. This is a situation that they've all found themselves in, and at various points have been able to then send it to OT.
It's tough.
Cash, CCTV, though, is the tough one.
Yeah, it's super tough. It's very difficult for Man LFO to justify going back to bedroom now because they have struggled there on a couple of occasions, whereas you also don't really want to be going to CC because it's the tertiary, and bar the team that is a little more newly formed, they probably won't be super comfortable there either. So again, this is where the lack of success on primary sites could come back to sting them. But you get this across the line, and okay, we're really on for an epic finale in this match because, you know, the prospect of pushing OT really does come back to life. So, important round here for Bliss. The Grim to clear, Rafters, no Capital in play. May see some pressure down below to help facilitate Scars on the Bandit playing the trick. So, yeah, I'm super excited for this round. Again, big condition defensively so far for Man LFO has been getting that opening pick with aggression. I don't know if that's an opportunity that they're looking to find again here in this particular round. It looks like it's going to be more conventional.
Bliss just probably wanting to get this one done.
Double hard breach. That's clean.
Early. Scars is not going to be able to deal with both sides of the wall. Exothermic is going to do the job. And unfortunately, the Bandit battery juggling is not going to be successful from Scars. 11 and 8. Certainly been a very good player for Man Esports. But Bliss just circling this site. Main breach already. Outside of CC window, they can get into logistics, start to push through Con. It kind of just feels like they're setting everything in motion for that eventual hit. Can Man LFO do something to maybe subvert that? I honestly wouldn't be opposed to seeing someone go for like a main stairs push. Yes, there's probably flank drones. Yes, Bliss will be aware, but if you just hit site, it does kind of feel like the inevitable is going to happen.
Yeah, we need to see an X factor here from the defense, and I thought maybe it was Chef Jeff looming down below on the Legion, but he dies untraded, man advantage Team Bliss, and as we often say, a 5-4 in favor of Bliss, especially on a tertiary site like this, is a round that we struggle to envision them losing, and so they're in the box seat now, Team Bliss, to head themselves to the grand final.
Yeah, damned if you do, damned if you don't. I think Chef Jeff makes the right play. Fortunately, just gets caught off guard. Oda still playing a pretty deep position, not really close to sight, and yeah, Chef Jeff goes down. 50 seconds left. This round's not over. Keep a barrier thrown to block that CC window just for a little bit longer. Still got top red, still got garage. Scars on sight though. He is in a tricky position. No real cash pressure outside of Hunter top red. They don't have Chef Jeff down below, but head is still there. Makes his way up. Double stack red. Double stack push now from Fisho and Sage. Sage to make his way in. Nitro is thrown at the back actually. Sage dies anyway, but it's a slow push up. No one's watching. Oda, it's an easy double in the back. Head eventually does get the kill. Onto sight now for Fisho. It's only box left. Lunchbox in towards CCTV in a 1 versus 2 to keep their EWC hopes alive. No, it's shut out. They are done. No more men esports LFO at this tournament. Bliss make it to the grand final and will take on Antic.
Now, the Bliss fans and the team themselves can breathe a big sigh of relief. Man, LFO deserving, I think, a lot of respect in the way in which they approached this evening and played overall. I think it was quite impressive and excited to see them in stage 2 of the main circuit. But Team Bliss, as is often the case, find that extra gear, get the result across the line and head themselves into what should be a big, big grand final for them against Antic.
And of course, that grand final is tonight, straight after this game. So, I mean, there'll be a break period, but it does mean don't go too far because we will get to see which will be the first team confirmed for Rainbow Six at Esports World Cup. And it is going to be from Oceania. It will be one of these two teams, guys. Antic have looked great so far behind closed doors. The addition of Worthy, of course, no more Logic now having retired. This is going to be a different task, though. This is going to be a completely different beast. Team Bliss in a grand final. We know that these two teams met in the semi-final of Oceania League Stage 1, and Antic did take a map, subsequently falling, though, in the last map of Banks 7-0, and we'll be looking for redemption there. There's every world in which they could do somewhat similar to what we saw from Man. The only caveat I will say is Bliss aren't going to be rusty going into this grand final now. They've had the perfect warm-up.
Yeah, they shook it off. I think it was very evident that map 1, they were getting caught off guard by the sorts of players that would have been, you know, very frustrating if they were, you know, playing that as a third map. Probably would have been a little bit better in shutting it down. So yeah, they're going to be well oiled. They're going to be ready to go. Antic on the flip side, probably gone a little bit cold. I'm sure they would have, you know, been watching and taking, you know, a couple of notes here or there. And I suppose the map Veto discussion is actually going to be quite intriguing for this particular match and where we head. But I was of the opinion at the start of the day, whoever won the last game, you know, Team Bliss v Man LFO, were likely to go on and win the grand final. You know, I certainly stand by that position now, unless we see Antic come out of the gates really, really strong. And more importantly, are able to maintain that over the course of 3 maps.
Yep. We're going to go to a break, obviously. We've got a grand final to prepare. It is going to be Antic and Team Bliss. When we come back, that will be playing off a best of 3 grand final. The winner will make it to the Esports World Cup.
$60 million!
You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in.
The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice, so we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
Well, we're almost at the finish line in terms of this particular qualifier now, guys. The grand final awaits us. Team Bliss versus Antic, two pink teams as well to share this particular occasion. Best of 3 coming our way very, very soon. Before we get into that, of course, a recap of the bracket and how we kind of got here as well. Now, the quarterfinals were all off air, so that was all kind of behind closed doors. Antic winning over good old Goofed 2-0, and Bliss against Banana 2-0. A little bit more of a contest, though, of course, with Bliss, as we just saw that 2-1 over Man Esports LFO after Man LFO took the opening map. And for Antic, 2-0 over Odium. I haven't actually seen the scores. I don't know if you have either, but nevertheless, that was a series that I expected to be a little bit closer, maybe going the 3 maps without knowing the actual scores themselves. Of course, this was played off air. Still a big result for Antic, and now into a grand final.
Yeah, I mean, from what I'm looking at, I believe it was a 7-2 Sky and then a 7-4 Oregon in favor of Antic. That's probably leaning a little bit more one-sided than I probably would have anticipated going into that. And also, according to the map vid on Wikipedia, Skyscraper is actually Odium's pick, and then they captured the 2 rounds on it. I suppose they would have started attack, but even still, that is not the best results from them. And I suppose wrapping a bow on the Man LFO storyline, as I alluded to, I think it was a respectable performance from them. They came out of the gate super, super strong, but as is often the case with Team Bliss, when their backs are against the wall, they can often fight their way out. That was one of those cases this evening. Looking forward to seeing them stage 2 of the main circuit, but yeah, their run at EWC has now concluded, and Antic are the last team standing in Team Bliss's way of yet again qualifying for another international event.
Yep, this is, of course, the format as it is, and as it has been. It is indeed the one slot and only slot for Oceania, and it's also going to be the coveted prize of being the first region to solidify its slot. Of course, tonight now, a couple of other regions will slowly begin their journeys. I know that we've got Korea in a couple of days, so very slowly but surely this will all fill out throughout the coming weeks. And then the group stage itself will begin 31st of July. That's when everything begins offline in Riyadh for the Esports World Cup, and then the playoffs to culminate the tournament, which will be a top 8 playoffs, which I guess we kind of spoke about it during the pre-show for Team Bliss. You know, you kind of think about SI previously, top 8. Can they get top 8 at an event, at a tournament, make that particular portion of a tournament? That has to be the goal. Not going to be an easy one, though. When you've got 3 teams from Europe, 3 teams from North America, and 4 teams from Brazil, they are certainly stacked when it comes to this competition.
Yeah, I think regardless of who qualifies, again, it is somewhat likely, depending on the strength of the competition, that they need to win at least a best of 3 to get into the top 8. So yeah, could be super interesting. And of course, here is, you know, a large overview of the Esports World Cup, over 60 million on offer, and as shown in the little video that we've played a few times now, the club championship also in play. Although, as I joked about before, I don't think either of these orgs are probably going to necessarily be fighting for that. But I think a very valid point that you brought up before is that even just winning this grand final and attending the event, that prize pool alone surpasses winning a regular stage of play. So this is a big opportunity for both teams, and of course perform well at the event, and that number will grow.
Yeah, and also the opportunity to play against the best of the best when it comes to global siege on a land environment. For a team like Antic, that's just something that that particular team has never had. And obviously then for Team Bliss, another opportunity to compare themselves the best of the world. So for both teams, certainly a lot at play here. There are no SI points or anything like that. But as you said, the money is like, it's like 25,000 USD just for qualifying. So that essentially is your prize pool for winning this. And it also means you get nothing if you finish second in this grand final, which will be quite devastating for whoever it is, whether it's a Bliss or Antic, that you've made it this far and there really isn't anything for you. It's kind of like, well, too bad. You miss out entirely, which kind of goes back to the conversation I had at the start of the night. This is never a case of like saving strats or anything like that. If you're Antic, you're going to throw everything at this, because why not? Like you're not probably going to make SI. I don't actually, without going into like the points calculations, I think having not made it for stage 1 in terms of points, it's probably then unlikely that a stage 2 alone is going to do enough. So therefore, in terms of the monetary value, this tournament is actually number 1 for the remainder of the calendar year.
Yeah, I mean, there's a world in which I guess you qualify for the major and do very well. There's also, last chance SI calls later in the year, so opportunities are plenty for these teams. But you're right, this one is a big one, especially because there is only a singular spot for OS on the line, the first team to officially qualify for the event. And so, yeah, I mean, both teams are going to be throwing everything at it. I don't think Bliss are going to, there's no reason Bliss are going to be hiding anything either. In fact, I think they're actually, and they've shown it throughout this evening, are actually, bringing that experimentation, maybe some of the stuff they have been cooking, especially with Titan joining the roster already tonight. So, yeah, I'm intrigued. I'm also, I guess the other sidebar storyline for this is, keep in mind, Antic and Odium started their game before Bliss and Man LFO. We had a significant delay before that game started, and it went on for 3 maps. So Antic have sort of been chilling now, watching that stream for quite some time. And if any of the maps get repeated in this grand final, they should have, at least an overview level grasp on how Team Bliss may approach it, at least one of the ways in which they could approach it.
Now, we've got the map vetoes in. That has been happening behind the scenes, as we can confirm Nighthaven Labs will be the first map of this grand final picked by Team Bliss. Following up from that is interestingly going to be Border, of course, picked by Antic, and the decider map, guys, is actually Clubhouse. So Team Bliss are going to get 2 out of the 3 maps that they've just played. And actually, more importantly to note, both of those maps Antic will have been able to watch. Their game finished at the conclusion of Chalet. So they will have actually watched Team Bliss play on both of those maps. They then get the Border. What are your thoughts on this map, Veto?
Oh, this is actually kind of crazy. Again, there's that side storyline of the 2 maps that have already been played. The one that wasn't was Border. And I'm having a look across at Antic's history. On Border, there is none. There's 1 loss, and they have 7 bans for. It is by far and away their most banned map, yet they are bringing it out as a pick for this series. I thought that
it was the decider in the semi as well.
Yeah, that would have made a little bit more sense to me. It would have been like, okay, sure, they're going to bank it as a decider and maybe just go all in on the first 2 maps. Bliss are more than likely going to have the legs to go a 3 series. We probably can't find that extra gear, so whatever. Let's just go all in, first 2 maps, see what happens. Instead, they're going to their most banned map with only a single player changed. Again, maybe with some of the things like the Solace now not being available has shifted their mindset. Although, again, I feel like that's a buff to Bliss. It frees up that opportunity because the Solace doesn't get played now anyway. So, yeah, there's a lot to digest. I guess we went all in on Bliss's map pick last series, and that was to a detriment. So let's, I guess, take it steady for this grand final to jump in.
Yep. Alrighty, well, let's head into this grand final. Team Bliss versus Antic Esports. Nighthaven Labs to begin, picked by Team Bliss, fresh off of their semi-final win. And of course, it wasn't too long ago that Antic played as well. Both of these 2 teams have played a best of 3 today, although Bliss did go a little bit longer in theirs, having all 3 maps be required. in that particular series against Man LFO. Now, Antic began an hour early, guys, as basically for the stream so that we didn't have to kind of sit around and wait. But because our game ended up being so delayed and the Antic and Odium game was so quick, as I said before, they were done by the time we were basically just finishing up with Chalet. So Nighthaven Labs and Clubhouse, Antic got to sit back. I presumably would guess watch. I don't know if there would be any downside and only upside. Montang and Kaid have been bent out by Team Bliss, the Ace and the Valkyrie from Antic as we head to Nighthaven Labs. Antic are on defense first. But the other thing that, of course, we spoke about, and I think holds true the most, the rust well and truly shaken off for Team Bliss. They looked absolutely awful on Chalet, but by the end of their series against Man LFO, they looked pretty much back to their best.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think the cherry on top really of that particular storyline is the fact that Bliss on the primary objectives of Clubhouse were just absolutely clinical, didn't put a foot wrong, secured that win despite, you know, somewhat close shave, or what could have been a close shave with 3-3 half. So yeah, they've set themselves up nicely, very much warm. If it goes into a third map, then perhaps discussions of fatigue then setting in, but honestly, I'd be, again, quite surprised if we go to a third, and that's, as we often say, no disrespect to the opposition, Antic on this occasion. It is really just Bliss being that good. So we've seen Nighthaven Labs already once this evening, and so we are likely going to draw comparisons to how that's played out to this particular match. One thing that persists is that clash on defense, this time in the hands of Antic. We saw Man LFO on this objective bring it out on multiple occasions. Mixed success. For the most part, Team Bliss did an okay job in dealing with it. We often saw it in aggressive positions, such as electrical, and that's to try and, you know, fortify the rim around the objective itself, because it is, you know, quite difficult to stronghold in sight, even with us on the board. So I presume we'll see a similar tactic employed this time around. Maverick can play too, and so Red Bulls can get to work tricking Conwall. And Sage, more than likely, will have secondary hard breach, maybe even Grim as well. So I don't think hard breach is going to be what makes or breaks the round necessarily. It's going to come down to clearing the clash, and also those mirror windows as well.
Worthy and Juicy both debuted back in 2019, by the way, Guz, and now finally playing on the same roster together for the first time. After years of being essentially rivals back in the old Knights and Chiefs days. Fisher's down at the moment, might not be out. Don't know if Antic is going to get into a position to fully flush him. But curious to see. Always kind of felt like in terms of Worthy, you know, whether or not he can get back to his very best. That, you know, when you play on Carlton's Knights, you're supposed to be retired. You're supposed to put little effort in. Maybe he felt like he still had a little bit more to give. Has joined a very established roster, and yeah, so far making a grand final already. Of course, he has directly replaced Logic, and they did get Fisher go back up for Team Bliss. Fisher in towards electrical. Brendo, though, there's that clash that will be awaiting him. Oh, and as soon as he goes in, he goes straight back out. And Sage lost his life to Tuhan.
Yeah, I really like that from Antic trying to counter the Nomad. We saw Worthy bait out the trick so that the clash could retreat, but it doesn't matter because Oda able to go deep, finds two, almost gets the third. There's three defenders now locked on the other side of the objective. 3 versus 3, and full information. Every single player on defense pinged out, but Frixel, despite that, still good for 1.
Wow. Can't play off of that high launcher really as well as they would have liked to. Brando just wants to get the plant down. Claymore has been placed. No real movement. This does not get denied by the Nitro Cell or the Impact. And Oda with the big kill again in a second. And there's 4 kills from Oda, but the last one is the one that matters the most. It's Tui. Antic are on the board to begin the grand final.
Yeah, big clutch play there from Tuhan. They win out the trade game, lean into the advantage that they had. Good attempt from Oda. A lot of good work, but probably going back to Frixel finding that pick despite all 3 defenders pinged out from the Hive launches. Still able to find a kill and giving him and the team an advantage to trade into. The clear from Oda prior to that, you know, going deep, finding the 2K, getting the clash despite the good counterplay that we saw an offer from Antic and dealing with that air jab, locking in the clash. Just clinical in the end. And it's those kinds of rounds that where, you know, it's very tight, comes down to very fine margins. 99% of the time, it's Bliss that win it. But Antic that time around, you know, showing some really, really clean late round gameplay to get that one across the line and sort of setting the tone now, I think, for this match.
Yeah, but despite the very individual heroics there from Oda, who found a 4K. It was a big round for Antic to win, just to kind of maybe quell any kind of nerves. Coming into a grand final with a lot on the line. This is a big series, and the opening round, you're on defense. There's expectations for Antic to do well defensively here on Labs. If it is not picked by them, and even if their opponent is Team Bliss, that's kind of just a, ooh, okay. That was a bit scrappy, a bit dicey. We know that they're going to come at us like that, but they survived the first round. Now they get to go down to basement. Tank and assembly. Coming our way, Brendo to employ the Jackal. Good roam clear potential here from Team Bliss. Gridlock, the Lion, and then you've got the Ram and the Buck for that first floor. So imagine for Bliss, it'll be a case of just slow sweep, clear out rumors, get first floor control, and then use the vert to their advantage.
Yeah, final ping now going out on Frixel. Still they're looking to contest from Electrical. The Nitro doesn't hit the mark on drone, so information now will persist. Team Bliss, though, not looking to directly take that head on. Instead, we'll look to probably cut him off, maybe from Warehouse. Still red ping info, maybe even Sage vertically down below, who has a read inside of games as well. Once this position is unlocked, so too will his team's potential. Spots the foot and the shoulder. His brother steals the kill. Minute 40 on the clock, and Capcan dealt with also. So very clean from Bliss. Both of those threats off site dealt with in a very handsome fashion. And in the 5 versus 3 with vert potential in the Ram and the Buck, it's very much their round to lose now. Unless...
Yeah, these are the kind of sites, though, that I think Bliss are more than happy to play against when they're attacking. If the defense has to play this roam game and essentially play into Team Bliss and take these contact fights early in the round, out of position, not on site. Yeah, Killer went for a lurk, maybe top blue. Finds a kill, actually, on Oda bot. And now just kind of re-aggresses back up above and kind of says to Bliss, hey, you've got to hunt me down. There's 60 seconds left, 3 on 4, but I'm up above. And if you don't deal with me, I'm going to be a nuisance. And I might even have more impact. Drop down the hatch. That was Fisher Guy. Gets away momentarily by Killerman, who just lapsed. Position was known, but the round is not over. And now into a 2 versus 2. Juicy on site. We know how good he can be in these positions.
Oh, big scan from the Inox forces the swing, but Brendo does not capitalize and find the kill. Tuhan given an opportunity to retreat, and Wedable's unable to find ground. And in the face of the mirror window, which Tuhan has retreated to, this is no longer a favorable fight for Brendo. It would take something special here with 20 seconds.
He has been that go-to guy, though, for Team Bliss, but Tuhan timed perfectly. Antic are not here to mess around in the grand final. Sure, 2 rounds that were not won convincingly, but I don't think many will be against the quality of their opposition. Kitchener Cafe now for the 3rd round, and Antic have got themselves off to a great start here defensively on Nighthaven Labs. They should be more than content. And just, this is the thing with the Don. 2 versus 2, on-site, basement, and you've got Juicy on defense? I mean, widely renowned as maybe the best kind of site anchor that we've ever seen in this region. For the length of time that we've seen him time after time after time be such a stalwart in these late rounds, he was there once again, and that just filled me with more confidence for Antic, even against a team like Team Bliss. And despite all of that, it was Tuhan that got the last 2 kills. He's got 5 from the opening 2 rounds.
Yeah, you know, Killerman as well deserves credit in that previous round with the re-aggress in the midst of the 3 versus 5. We know how good Killerman can be as well, so he's certainly a player to watch outside of, you know, the other big names of the team, like, you know, your Worthies and your Juicies and your 2 Hines as well, currently on 5. So, yeah, again, it feels reminiscent of the previous series. We're on Bliss map pick. They don't get off necessarily to the best of starts, and it's on the attack. And it's rough going. Such is the nature of the map Veto system. Sometimes your pick can be difficult if you're on attack, but probably anticipated more of that momentum to roll over from Clubhouse against Man LFO. We see now the Ying in play. So too the Striker, which has been a pretty hot topic. I'm assuming it's again a flashbang need away from left.
No. Flashbang and secondaries.
Ah, okay.
I mean, but that right there actually kind of highlights, I think, the versatility. I mean, that's literally the whole point of Striker and Sentry is the versatile nature of the combinations that you can bring.
Oh.
In we go, entry to Hundo found opening, kills, and 3 have gone against Bliss. Weddiples, speaking of him, he's the only one that was actually able to make a successful kill. The kitchen plant to be successful is going to need Brendo to ward off any kind of pressure. It will be successful. They can play off the window. Flash is still available for Weddiples, but probably not the time to really use them. There's a lot of firepower being thrown in his direction. Timely, that's one. No more to fall. What can Brendo do from this position? That is a precise angle. That's a wonderful headshot. And suddenly, very winnable. Oh, never mind. Worthy experience will shine through in that moment. And it's 3 rounds to the good for Antic. Tactical timeout for Team Bliss.
Yeah, really well traded there from Antic. It was, you know, quite a rough retake to attempt, but able to get that one across the line, and yeah, solid from Worthy. Brendo in the 1 versus 2, always a dangerous prospect for the pair. But yeah, hits a really nice trade. And it prompts the early tactical timeout, the one and only for Team Bliss on this first map. After an unsuccessful first rotation on the attack, unable to find anything at all.
Yeah, I mean, there have been some very intriguing rounds though, because if you actually look at all 3 rounds in a nutshell, we're talking about a 1v1, a 2v2, and a post plant. So the track record says that Bliss are not really being smashed here. This is not Antic just completely, you know, taking care of these rounds in a convincing manner. They're pretty close. It's coming down to these kind of fine margins. Unfortunately, though, for Team Bliss, Antic have just been better in these kind of clutch scenarios. They've been able to retake better. They've been able to win the even battles late round better. 3-0 start. And with that, you get the added bonus now going back around the world. Command and server opens back up. Now, last time out, this was quite close. Certainly by no means was this a one-sided affair for Antic. Team Bliss, what can they do to change things up a little bit? They've already shown us at least tonight, though, that you don't want to write them off if they do lose the opening map of a series. So, by no means are the alarm bells ringing. It's the beauty of a best of 3. But while the alarm bells might not be ringing, guys, I wonder if, like, there are warning signs, maybe, of, like, the long-term future. If you drop a map to Man, you drop a map to Antic, okay, but you qualify. But it's like, hang on a second, like, last stage, you were getting pushed to OT, then you dropped a map, now you've dropped 2 maps. Like, is that not just the beginning, potentially, of a snowball chain of effects that could be developing heading into stage 2?
Yeah, potentially.
Or is that too big picture?
I don't know. potentially, I don't know. Tough to say, it is only, you know, 1 night of Siege.
It's a pretty big night.
True.
But
But it is just 1 night, which means that, you know, the format's pretty unforgiving. All it takes is 1 bad night, and if you don't finish first, you go home with nothing, so... Yeah, time for Bliss to switch it up. Turn it up a bit. Map 1 of the previous series, over on Chalet, they took their tactical timeout towards the conclusion of the first half. They didn't win that round, and so I'm looking at this as being a successful conversion. They are going to have to play things out a little bit differently this time around, though, with no clash on the board. And that should free up a little bit more map control, but it does open up the opportunity for Killerman, for instance, to play that vigil and play that flank threat, which has posed problems for Bliss so far in this match.
pretty even performance so far as well for Antic. And hello, it's Fisher guy on a double entry kill. Maybe roles have reversed and Wet Balls to double down with him. This is just far too easy getting into a site such as Command and Server. Killer Man with a double. He's going to need to get the ace though if he's going to win this over towards Rafters. He looks like he's the one attacking in this round. It looks as if Antic are on the attack and Bliss are on the defense with the positions. Oh, he's just full white. No chance. Sage, I think, with his opening kill of the game. And finally, Team Bliss have got themselves an attacking round win.
Well, that just steadies the ship a little bit for Team Bliss and able to get it across the line in a confident fashion. Multi-kill from Fish, unlocking that warehouse rafter position. Killerman did not have any window of opportunity to reclaim site and hit a flank in time, or at least, hit a flank in time, then reclaim site, simply because the push had, no problems whatsoever. And electrical cleared as well off the back of a good flashbang and some well-timed comms from Team Bliss. So, clean round, much needed round. And they get value from that tactical, which for me was the biggest talking point of round number 4. Heading into the 5th, basement we go, another primary site, and an opportunity for Team Bliss to keep the 33 dream alive here for this first half.
Yeah, I mean, what's kind of required though? I think realistically you're thinking about 2 attacking rounds being good enough. I don't think you really need the 3. If you do get the 3, then that's quite a significant turnaround considering the opening 3 rounds from Antic. Proxy alarm and deployable shield will be the combo from Worthy on the sentry. I think it's gonna be like my new fun thing is like until there's some kind of like hard set meta when it comes to sentry and striker as to the many different combinations you can actually utilize. And that we see players using in certain situations. And I think that's actually where the strength comes for these particular operators. The irony in all of this, though, Guz, is that for a season that apparently didn't bring out any new operators, I've seen 2 of them.
Yeah. Been a little bit shocked at the amount of striker sentry we've seen. It hasn't just been a one-off. It has been at least half a dozen or more rounds now where we've seen it on one or the other side or both on a couple of occasions. And especially in OS, which typically tends to be a little bit more hesitant to try new things. Maybe more so maps than operators, but still a bit undecided as to my thoughts on it and how valuable it's been, but certainly fun. A couple of picks to come through. Sage on Frick and Worthy on to Sage, but Fisho finds the trade. So 4 on 3 and Bliss maintain their advantage.
Yeah, I think for me it's the versatility. Sort of site to site, map to map. I think the smarter minds of Siege can actually cook up quite a lot when it comes to Sentry and Striker as to what you can do. Certain combinations, the way you want to play, certain positions, etc. A little bit of a lurk here from Killerman through Rafters. Has been able to evade Bliss so far, but no, actually, I don't think he evaded them at all. Yellow ping intel, although Oda just gets a little bit lost on the shots there. To be fair, quite a distance away, and there was not a lot of wiggle room on the shots. Does mean that Killerman has been able to escape. 60 seconds left. Again, though, the previous round and now this round, Bliss are looking dominant. That's the difference compared to the opening half.
Oh, Killerman is droned out. No way of escaping, really now just playing for his life, playing for time. Flash comes through, but the barricade to slow down the push and a second to follow. He is being marked, so they have a full read, another flash, one more to come. Killerman, there's nothing he could do. Wasted a bit of time and some util. Fortunately, that probably won't be enough. It's 4v2, 30 seconds on the clock. That said, the Don, Juicy, he is alive.
And 200.
So, you never know. You never know.
Last time out, it was a 2 versus 2. This time now, it's a 2 versus 4. And the Deimos is in effect. The Don has already been tracked, trying to play off the other ping. But as is the case, the pressure from above, it gets to you, puts you in a bad position. And Brendo to capitalize against the Don. Shots do land from 2 hard, but in a 1 versus 4. Never mind, headshot. Can he get a second? No. That could have made things a little interesting, a little bit spicy towards the end of that round, but no, Bliss will make it 2 attacking rounds in a row. And certainly the pressure valve now, well and truly, has turned the other way. I mean, Bliss have just relieved all of that pressure of losing the first 3 rounds and allowing Antic to go around the world again. They do not give them, though, any more. They basically don't mess up the way that they did in the first half. You think of the 1v1, the 2v2, the post plant, the finer margins Bliss have reeled in. They look a little cleaner, a little sharper, and far more dominant in those 2 rounds that we've seen. Closing out this half now in a really strong fashion, and Antic will go back to command and server to see if they can close out this half in a winning way.
Yeah, I mentioned 3-3 as a benchmark during that attack timeout that Bliss will be looking to reclaim. Yeah, even a 2-4 is acceptable on an attacking half. So, especially leaning in. Pardon me, God, I'm stuttering through my words. Leaning into the Oceania defense, I think Bliss are actually going to be all right. So, they've done that so far. Somewhat of a bonus round now to come.
Attacker's objective is to
Round 6,
defuse
final
the
of the
bomb.
half. Mav in play, Ying as well for the Exi. Striker also into the fray once more, and so we'll see what combination of utility Sage has elected to bring in this round, whether it be the flash frag combo or it might be the flash secondary combo. Certainly flashes. Fortunately, the HUD was probably not designed with him in mind, so we don't know what the other one is until he actually brings it out. Mav getting to work again, but it was this time, and Brendo up on the roof finds that kill. So an opportunistic kill there from the attack, worthy caught off guard inside of Con. Pretty low risk engagement there for Bliss to take in the early portion of the round, but it pays dividends.
Get clear!
Yeah, is there a world in which Antic can kind of just get the magic back again? It feels like it's almost evaporated as quick as it actually came to fruition. It was a tremendous opening 3 rounds where they were ultra competitive, but yeah, so far Bliss now looking quite a bit sharper inside of the server to close out this half. If they get this 3rd round on attack, it's going to be very difficult to envision Antic being capable of taking this map. Fortunately, it's not their map pick though. Border is where they've elected to send us, so maybe less concern. Flashes and secondary EMPs from Sage, and Fisho does eventually go down just outside of IT.
So breach exposed now. Things start to get a little bit more difficult for the remaining parts of this defense, but Tuhan steps up, and so too does Juicy. Sage's position revealed. The F not outside. Wedables has taken ground in towards Con, but probably has been heard at that distance. Capitulate a little bit here, Team Bliss. It was a bonus round though, to be fair.
Oh, that's messy.
It probably won't prove to be too costly, but instead they clean from Antic 2-4 scoreline. And we prep for the switch of sides.
Yeah, decent little comeback in the round for Antic, and certainly a good way to close out the half. I think that they absolutely needed that round. We'll see what they can do on the attack though, but yeah, certainly in terms of the statistics when it does come to this map, Team Bliss going onto the defense now, already with 2 rounds in the back pocket. I think they should be pretty confident. They go to control and storage though.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
What
as many
are they
bombs
cooking?
as they can.
It's going to be very intriguing to see how it plays out. Not really a sight that we typically see a lot of.
Attackers have
I think
discovered
when
the
Bliss
location of a bomb.
certainly elect to do something like this, they've got good reason to do so. So, yeah, curious to see if this is going to be successful or not.
Yeah, it's one of those objectives that you can, kick off a bit of a half with and just play with the opposition's mental a little bit, probably not anticipating having to prep for this site straight off the rip. You see the Maestro in play for site info, and then Nero up above for information in fortifying against the
Attackers
room
are
clear.
heading out to defuse a bomb.
With the Ram in play, Thermite as well, even Havana to an extent. Very strong indicators that Antic are going to go for that map clear and contest for some vertical control. And with the sheer amount of lines of sight that we can see established for Bliss, they are almost certainly going to have to attempt that. Now there are obviously other avenues in which the attack can take, namely a basement work,
low and then sneaking their way into site and trying to force the retake, but it's often difficult to do that against Bliss. They're very disciplined and largely be comfortable maintaining vertical control. So, question will be, how does Antic look to unlock it?
I think first couple of rounds are going to be quite telling here for Antic if they're competitive on the attack or not. We saw in that semi-final with Man LFO, certainly at times you could tell pretty early on in the halves whether or not it was going to work out for them on the attack. Here's an early engagement and just the slight little look away from Worthy costing him his life as Oda was already well positioned and well prepared. Opening kill just the way of Team Bliss, and they find a second one. Weatherballs, I think, as the night has gone on, starts to find a little bit more form that we typically expect from him. And a two-player advantage now on the defense for Bliss. And yeah, so far this little vert hold has proven to be quite successful.
No, Sage though, able to spray down one and essentially confirm the round now for Team Bliss. Too hard to make the dash across. We'll need to certainly find something large here alongside Juicy. Ground found electrical, but immediately slapped down by Sage. Juicy left in the 1 versus 5 to stat pad, but this has been a very successful defense from Bliss. I think it was a positive step forward in this match from them to select this objective, and vertical control far too superior. Won't be too much longer until this round peters out, and then Team Bliss able to find comfort over towards the primary sites, and that's the biggest takeaway from this. It bodes them well to potentially, off the back of the first rotation, walk away with the lead after the 2-4 half, which is a good position to find themselves in. Juicy continues to fight hard. Bliss not offering too many opportunities. He did it right there, the Don, but always an insurmountable task.
If he had got that kill onto Fisher guy, it would have been a 2 versus 1 with still like 35 seconds left in the round, and he had kit. It certainly would have been doable. Not to be though, and Bliss do get that third round, and yeah, they win it out on a site that we don't typically see. That's pause. Hopefully doesn't take Worthy too long to get back into things here, and a pause in the action for the first time here in the grand final as Team Bliss 3-4. Antic still holding that lead, guys, but for how much longer it remains to be seen. I mean, I think we're probably anticipating now that the primary sites themselves are actually open for Team Bliss, that they, I think, hop out to something like a 5-4 lead. That's probably the way I envision it going. We'll have to see whether or not Antic can kind of change that course.
Yeah, I'm really just trying to sort of take in that map so far. I think it was, quite a decisive decision from Team Bliss to head us to that tertiary objective to kick things off. And as I'm alluding to, it very much sets the stage for them to flip the lead of this match over the course of the next couple of rounds, provided they look, strong on these primary objectives. So good work from them over towards storage. Good job on the vertical hold, not giving away anything for free. Pretty, classic Bliss play style. And maybe, again, first half probably not quite as good as they would have liked, but certainly acceptable at a 2-4. I think the foundation has been laid again for quite a competitive match. But as it stands right now, 3-4 off the back of the tertiary defensive win, Bliss in a good position. And again, with this series looking quite unlikely to go to a third, I find it so difficult to see Border successful for Antic. This map is absolutely critical for them.
If we don't see Antic win this map, is that fine? Because I think it is. I don't think there's really an expectation here on Labs. It's not their pick. They've got Border. It's hard to probably understand how Border is going to go in their favor, because admittedly, I actually think Bliss on a map like Border is going to be very difficult. I think the gunplay and the faster paced nature is going to be more than fine for Bliss. I think this could end up having 2-0 written all over it, which is not really surprising. Like, I'm not sitting here saying the most shocking, words or guesses here in terms of how things are going to play out. But for me, it basically says that if Antic can't find a way to win here on Labs after starting quite well, like, I mean, you get a 4-2 lead, you're looking pretty good. Like, things are going well. I think they've looked very competitive. If you don't win this map, how do you think Border's going to go?
For Antic?
Well, I mean, in general, yeah, it's probably not going to
Probably not great. But again, that's why I was quite perplexed that we saw it played out. If they had have made more dramatic roster changes, I think it would have invalidated a lot of the map veto data that we have. But the fact it was one change, and it is by far their most banned map, yet they're bringing it out here for, the biggest potential prize pool these guys have, ever earned outside of, Worthy to an extent. It's, a little bit surprising. Again, I probably would have anticipated more eggs to go in the basket of some other maps to try and close it out in a 2-map fashion, and leave the decider up to fate, and not leaning into it, not necessarily believing they would need to go the distance. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really see much going the way of Antic on border. It would be certainly a shock to the system if Bliss lose that map, probably even more so than Man LFO's Chalet, I think. Again, considering it's also a strong Bliss map, so. Again, that's sort of why I'm setting the tone that off the back of that defensive win, Bliss are in a great position for the map. They win the map, the series looks really great, and a third map may not end up being required.
Yeah, unfortunately, a bit of a stall here in the grand final due to the crash of Worthy. And what was a pause, I would have to just assume it's probably turned into a rehost, as typically is the case when it does come to Rainbow Six Siege. But I don't think we're going to be too much longer before we get back into this one, guys. 3-4 scoreline as we get back into it. What needs to happen here now for Antic? Because, yes, they lead right now, but they're also going to have to be attacking into the primary sites, at least for the next 2 objectives. It doesn't bode well for them. How do they change things? How do they turn things around?
Probably looking at star players to find multis and openings in these rounds. Now, Tuhan has been playing very, very well, and I think he could be a key component for them going forward and helping to facilitate that. But as we've kind of seen trend over the last year or so, he does typically on attack play more supportive roles, especially in terms of hard breach. So that may limit his flexibility a little bit because he has to, naturally prioritize that. So you're probably then looking at your likes of your Killermans, maybe even your Worthies on a flex role, for instance, to step up in this instance. We know that Killerman has posted big numbers in the past and he can be a really strong player. And so this is an opportunity to prove that. It's all well and good to farm, other games in other leagues and whatever. But when it comes to crunch time, that's, what separates the good from the great. And that's what separates, good teams from great teams as well. So I'm probably looking at a Killerman as well to be a big win condition. He played well on defense. Can that lurk role maybe transition towards attack as well? Potentially. We just haven't really seen that come into fruition yet, but obviously very limited playtime in this second half so far.
Yeah, in terms of Bliss as well, I mean, do you kind of feel like that aura of dominance has subsided a little bit so far at this tournament? I mean, I know it's only one tournament and essentially one night of Siege, like you said before, but to me, I think, again, adding a little bit from stage 1, where they got pushed to OT a couple of times. They dropped a map in the finals. Despite, strangely enough, what's been some pretty good overseas performances, locally, it kind of feels like that aura of dominance has subsided a little bit, say, compared to 2023.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in part that's because the bar was so ridiculously high that even a good performance is going to get measured against that, right? And so comparatively, it might not be as strong. I'm not too concerned. I would only, be sitting here concerned for Bliss if they go on to lose this particular game. Whatever result you can get across the line with the rust and, the fatigue that's set in post-Manchester, I don't think it really matters how they get it across the line as long as they win. Could be an interesting discussion heading into stage 2 if the gap does close, but I wouldn't be taking too many points away from, one night of Siege. If they go overseas and get absolutely stomped, then sure, I think it could be an interesting discussion that they've receded from, top 8 SI. But as it stands right now, maybe not quite as super, super dominant, but still very strong.
I think for me right now, as we get back into things, Team Bliss, they've probably got the capabilities to not play at their ultra best and still get away with wins. And I think that's actually something where you can get a little comfortable, where it feels like we don't have to play at 110% or 115%. We don't have to play at our very, very best. We know we can get the job done. I'm not saying that that's the way that they think or that's the way that they play, but it's certainly something that would be not too remiss to say, that they don't have to obviously play at their best. We know that even 90% is 85% probably the best that you're going to get in those. Yeah, probably. As we head back into the game, it was actually just a really long pause. So we don't have the rehost, which is thankful. We keep a lot of our numbers and stats. Tuhan with double digits so far through this game into the 8th round. Commanded server after Bliss won out on control and storage in that 7th round. And yes, they are down in terms of the scoreboard, guys, but on defense and heading to 2 primary sites in a row, it's going to take something very special from Antic to upset the balance of things for what is to come, more so than what has actually already happened.
So top floor we go then, and if you are just tuning in, last round from Team Bliss was the tertiary objective, so anticipating the 2 primaries up next. IT wall opened up quickly. Double hard breach employed with Mav likely over towards Con. Thatcher in play as contingency as well. Now Mirror has posed some problems in the match so far. So that's going to be an interesting little counterplay moment. No Ash to directly counter it. So I'm a little intrigued to see how Antic are going to deal with these mirror windows, because they are so important to the defense. Knight trying to come out over towards the staircase. Killman able to dance across though and avoid the majority of that. Don't quite know what Antic are trying to cook up here. Maybe some quick IT control. But Bliss electing not to overpeak and contest that at the moment.
Yeah, it looks very direct. They're not really going for like that full kind of like map pressure. Love the little drone over towards blue. 20 seconds left in this round. Lobby for Frixel might be the one that could potentially open things up if he were to have continued in that direction. Instead falls off it. Again, double stack just outside IT. I don't know if this is going to be really successful for Antic. Going for that more direct approach into Bliss in a pretty tight angled position in through IT and rafters. I think it's just going to be walking into an onslaught. This needs to be a play in towards blue, and it is. At the last second, they switch it up and they catch Fisher guy off guard. That's a big kill. You've got now 2 methods of entry. Bliss are going to have to now keep their eyes over towards IT, rafters, and now blue. And Killer, man, gets a huge moment in this round. Got traded, but again, opening up sight. This is very winnable now for Antic.
Yeah, big from Sage though. Frixel needs to try and help his team brute force his way through, and does so alongside Juicy, and leaves Wettables in a 1v3. 30 seconds though on the clock, and 2 hands low, he falls. Juicy though, will he elect to stick the plant? He does. Force flight though, and Wettables wins it. Gets all 3 kills. And equalizes the scores for Team Bliss.
Oh, that is so demoralizing for Antic.
Defenders win.
That's a round you should be winning. That is a round you should be winning. A 1v3, plants going down, and Wettables gets all of them. He is capable, absolutely capable of those kind of moments, those kind of clutch plays. Somewhat quiet tonight as a whole, including the semi-final. But that was a massive moment. 4-4 on the scoreboard. Salvages a round in which they almost lost the primary site. It would have been a 3-5 scoreline in favor of Antic on Bliss's map pick. That, without over complicating it, was a massive moment.
Yeah, big clutch, big clutch. Able to just isolate each of those picks. And you can just imagine what was running through Juicy's mind as he's forced to stick that plant. And he knows that Wettables knows exactly where the plant is, and he's going to be forced to try and swing that position for a favourable fight. And he attempted to do so, but Wettables holding the line, clued into that. Big from him, now top fragging. It's just that extra gear, again, as we always say for Team Bliss, in those sorts of moments. Critical in the context of the match. As Antic, if it goes to 3, probably unlikely to go to a 3rd, is skeptical on how they'll go over on border, just because it's their perma-ban. Interesting to see how this one plays out. Again, another primary side in play. Basement we go. Opportunity for Team Bliss to take the lead.
This is where as well, mentally for Antic, they cannot just keep their heads hung from the last round. You got to kind of just move on. Every time a round is over, you, whether win or lose, need to just change your focus entirely to the forthcoming round. 3 available to track for the Deimos of Worthy. 4 and 7. Not probably the performance you would like in a grand final matchup for a player that has the qualities of Worthy. Arguably not in his absolute prime anymore, but still a very valuable player when he is on song. So far it feels like it's Tuhan or Boss though for Antic. His owner that was tracked by the Inox scanner of Frixel, who is actually 3 and 7 himself, and I can't recall if it was Frixel or Killerman or both. That's certainly in stage 1 of the Oceania League. Yeah, caught the eyes maybe for a little bit of underperformance after a very strong end to 2023. Well, that's a big kill though for Frixel. Takes out the Starman of the previous round in Wettables, and Brendo to follow. Frixel, well, gets 2 before he loses his life, and Oda finds to himself. 3 versus 3, just over a minute, and a flashbang now from Juicy. Can't make entry though. Has got the kit in the back pocket. Killerman to come help out over towards Lounge. And the death mark to go out from the Deimos onto Fenrir of Oda, who's already been tracked earlier by the Inox scanner, and he's being tracked the whole game.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I mean, yeah, that's the power of the Deimos, being able to target specific operators, specific players. 40 seconds now in a very important round. 3 versus 3. Frag grenade to try and dislodge that tank position down below, and is successful. Team will likely try and posture for a drop here from Juicy and plant towards the B door. Although that's now been shown to the rest of the defense off the back of that F-Not mine. Sage, good for 1. So too is Fish. They're not going to let this plant go down. They're not going to let Antic win this round. I think trying to go for a knife.
Yeah, he did.
Sage to clean it up. So Team Bliss, 3 rounds straight on defense. Perfect so far.
Yeah, I think that was the kind of round for Antic where it was just they didn't either look in sync at the end, or a lot of the utility usage just I don't think was good enough. You know, you're clearing out tank with the frag grenade, the flash drop down, but then it's countered by the F-Not mine. So every time they were using a piece of util that maybe can take a bit of space, get them forward inside of the map, it was just either countered or wasn't played off properly. Yeah, Bliss, yeah, they got away with a round or 2 earlier in this second half, but that was a far more convincing round. And I think there's far more convincing siege that will come out of the Bliss camp. For Antic, certainly some question marks here as to maybe the team synergy. To be fair, no logic. Worthy comes in, but kind of in some parts, that round looked as if it was like 5 solos running around the map trying to just make something happen, which, I mean, to be fair, you're playing on, it's basement labs. There's going to be a roam game, and there's going to be a lot of the map that does need to be circumnavigated. But for the first time here in the grand final, Bliss have got themselves out in front. Control storage again, and if they win this round, it probably puts a nail in the coffin of Nighthaven Labs.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Well, the ball now in the court of Antic to fight back in this match. We go back to the tertiary side, and an opportunity to sort of reboot the half here for the attack. Opportunity presents itself for Antic to find some semblance of control back in the match. They saw their tactical timeout in pocket, right? I thought they'd maybe save that for the rotation, but
Swapping mags!
alas, we now find ourselves in this position.
10 seconds to insertion.
Quite a brawl above last time this site was played
Attackers have
out.
located a bomb.
The attack contesting
5
for
seconds
vert
left.
control to try to get Killman in play with the ram. But just successfully
Attackers are moving to
were able to
defuse
find
the bomb.
those picks quite comfortably and left Juicy in the 1 versus 5. So see how they go about clearing it this time around, with double hard breach available to the attack. Looking at again some of those key players I highlighted earlier, probably Tuhan and Killerman, to really get to work. I'm sure they are playing more flex roles at the moment, but unless Worthy's going to pick it up massively on entry, somebody needs to be making up for it.
Just the solo hard breach. Sorry, double hard breach with Havana and Thermite. No secondaries, but no problems so far in this round. Last time out, Bliss were able to hold up above really comfortably on control storage all the way until the end of that particular round. I think Antic might want to try and put a little bit more pressure earlier on up above. Open up IT, push through rafters, take it almost as if it's like command server. Push through, get positioning towards electrical, and that's what Killerman has been able to do so far. Does have the boogie auto breaches that he can throw out. Seems to be the plan right now, at least from Antic, and they have at least played that out nicely. 90 seconds. Good control up above. No response right now from Bliss, but also no real contact made from either team.
There's vertical lines of sight now that will begin to expose the defense, maybe make it more difficult for Bliss to play on objective itself and instead force a retake, which in itself can present some challenges. Diffuser in the hands of Juicy. Probably looking for a window vault, I would assume. Currently near warehouse at the moment. Gilman does get the first, so looked at him to step up, and he does on this occasion. Oda does drop Diffuser though. So 4 versus 4. 1 minute to go. Vertical does prevent. Oh, I was going to say present another opportunity, but in the meantime, Wedables able to hit the flank. Again, no, it's a 3v3. It's equalized.
Oh, well, yeah, this is his kind of game. Does eventually lose his life, but that reaggress up above was enough to maybe throw this round into disarray. Over towards warehouse, double stack, and it's Antic still with a chance. 2 versus 2, and a big shot from Worthy. Massive moment here, and we're too hard at his side. They've certainly now got the numbers advantage. Brendo, a little bit more quiet here in this particular map. But he's made for these moments, just as Wedables was before. Close left, couldn't get the player. Eventually goes down to the goal line of his brother, but Worthy gets the kill. Huge round win for Antic. Keeps them alive here on Nighthaven Labs. On the attack, finally they get around.
Oh, I mean, it was so close. If Brendo had have anticipated Worthy to have rotated outside, he actually would have won the fight. Worthy was looking up instead of first floor. Not to be the case, though. Brendo not anticipating that, and that's, you know, understandable. As Worthy could have also been in the objective itself. So, very close round. That time, though, the tertiary does go the way of the attack. But a reattempt here, is it? From Bliss? No, they're above. No, yeah, it is a reattempt. Okay, I thought I was tripping out for a second. So a reattempt on the tertiary here from Team Bliss as opposed to rotating back to the unlocked primary.
So 5-5, 11th round. Breakpoint, who can get that map point? We're in the opening map of the grand final of the Oceania Qualifiers for the Esports World Cup. Looking to send globally the first team to the tournament. Antic, I think, the run that they've had through the closed qualifiers, respectively, has put themselves in a good position to challenge, and challenge so far they have in this opening map, 5-5. Finally have gotten an attacking round win. There's been some awfully close rounds between these two teams. I'm expecting not much to change. Onto the roof now with 2 Hans, 12 and 7. He's been a massive standout for Antic in this grand final. Feels like the kind of player that's now been around for quite some time in this region. Always feels like he's on the younger side with potential. I would have to say too, he probably needs to be in his prime by now. He's playing like it in this grand final.
So Ying being cooked here. Antic looking to force out this position. Ground gathered, but Fisho falls and the trade doesn't land. Yeah, okay, that completely fell apart.
Device planted.
Yeah, I mean, this is incredible. Dominant round from Antic. Round has fallen apart. Wedables by himself. Can't turn and get the second from IT. Juicy dominant for the Don over towards rafters. And now Antic have just flipped this narrative. After Bliss got it to 5-4 and looked incredibly dominant here on the defense, Antic have responded. 2 attacking rounds of their own and suddenly are in a position to take the map pick of Team Bliss.
Well, it's a double tertiary pick from Bliss. It was not what I anticipated. I thought we'd be back primary top 4.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Not to be the case. Bottom now unlocked as well, so that's where we'll head for the final round of regulation. Team Bliss will need to dig their heels in for the long haul here. They do have defense OT. So you win this and again maintain favored status. Legion, Capcan, Chap combo in play. 2-Brow Bandit combo in play for Breach. Throwing the Azami for a bit of protection on site, and that's going to be quite the defense to be broken down. Limited utility clearance in the hands of the attack. But Worthy on the Deimos could be that X factor in gaining info, and perhaps maybe even playing against a drone that is seemingly being employed at least early round here from Bliss.
Well, this would be kind of interesting, but it would be the second series in a row tonight that Bliss would lose not only the opening map of the series, guys, but their own map pick in both instances after losing their map pick in the semi-final to Man LFO. The opening kill to Oda. Finds his 10th kill, and Brendo elsewhere to get rid of Frixel. No more Jackal, no more Dockerby, no more nuisance now from Antic in this 12th round, and that puts them in a terrible position, down to 3 players. Massive opening 2 kills for Team Bliss as they looked to engage up above, and boy, has that played out perfectly.
OT now looms, unfortunately for Antic. Perhaps give it a sense of false hope after the double win on the tertiary. Would be unfair to rule them completely out of the round at this point in time, but with some barricades still standing, traps as well laid towards site, and of course a 2-player advantage in favor of Bliss. Really have to be a genius to know that Bliss are in a good spot right now. And then again, heading into overtime, they are on defense, so their map pick looks quite good. Better batteries dealt with on the main wall, and that will allow Juicy to at least open Breach. So an opportunity to maybe get in a position, plant on the boost, and cover it from Worthy working. It's a possibility, but execution has to be absolutely perfect. And there's still 2 nitros available for denial for Bliss.
60 seconds left in this final round of regulation on the opening map of the grand final. Couple of options for the Deimos of Worthy. Pretty handy little trio though, that is still up. Tuhan, Juicy, Worthy. Can they find a way to salvage this? It's not impossible. Juicy towards main breach. He's a very low health Tuhan though. And I just don't know if Team Bliss is the kind of team to throw away this sort of advantage. Certainly not from here. Certainly not up in a 5v2. It's going to take something crazy now for Antic. Not able to really play off of each other either. Tuhan up above, caught. And that's a flawless way to finish up regulation. Overtime we go. Interestingly, for the first time tonight here in the closed qualifiers. And it is going to be double defense for Team Bliss.
Yeah. And so I'm actually now intrigued to see if they go primary or if they intend to maybe go tertiary second time around. So yeah, when they had the second floor option back on round 11, they elected not to take it, but first round OT they will. So I would love to know what the thought process is behind that. It's certainly intentional or not. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just different. Regardless, for Antic, that's what they'll be facing. Mirror persists has been very common on this particular objective. One through con, the other deeper in towards side. It makes that push very, very challenging if you don't have the tools to deal with it. I think that Ying again is going to be a potential X factor for the attack. There was one round previously on Team Bliss's attacking half where we did see that multi from Fish in this warehouse position, which can be quite challenging to unlock. So we'll see how that plays out. Also important to note that there's actually no Azami in play. And so that does potentially increase the volatility of holding warehouse rafters, and the site itself does become tricky if you lose those positions early in the round. So we'll see if Team Bliss aggress early on, such as this peak from Electrical to make up for that. Nitro! Shots don't quite land, at least not enough on the wettables. Pretty risky from both parties, but they both walk away with their life.
Yeah, I like a bit of risk from both parties at this point, though, especially in overtime. You got to take a risk if you want to get the reward. Oh, and Killerman does get his reward, taking out the mirror. So that's Brendo not available for the remainder of this 13th round, and a pivotal one. A good opening kill now for Antic established. If they can find the attacking ground here, puts them in a better position going into the defense then in that 14th round as we then switch sides. Still going to deal with the actual mirror window itself, but you've dealt with the mirror. 5 versus 4. Just under 2 minutes for Antic to kind of re-establish how they want to approach. They might look to go for blue. Well, that is just comical. Juicy. I mean, he's played this game enough. That's happened for him before plenty of times, I'm sure. But in a game like this, in a grand final like this, that's a tilt if you're Fisho. Sage able to get at least a kill. And it was a kill onto Killer Man in towards, I would imagine, closer to sight, opposite of blue. Oda gets one onto Worthy. Now through rafters for Frixel. That's a greedy Candela to try and clear out this mirror position. He can try and now break it, and he does do so. So Rafter's certainly in a better position for Antic, but they just keep bleeding players. After Juicy got that kill onto Fisher, it's all gone the way of Bliss. Boy, have they just been able to flip it again. Frixel needs 3, could only get 1, and Sage is on in the final moments of this round. It was looking like it was going to be a bit of a damning round for Team Bliss. After losing Fisher Guy, it was like 5-on-3. But Bliss bring it back, and now they go onto the attack to look to take this opening map.
Yeah, I think they got gifted a bit of an opportunity there. The Candelas up close were very effective. The Warden was put on an island back towards Pillar, and was really the only player that had to be cleared. And, you know, without the pivot over towards Con, that was difficult. Oda held his position well and didn't overplay his hand. Meant that the cross was held, and those players getting flashed in sight didn't have to be as concerned because they were being covered. I'm not entirely sure what the solution was there to clear Oda. I suppose it just came down to the straight gunfight, and with him holding down the line, that was very challenging for Antic. So, good work from Bliss and Oda, especially that round. Now on that point to take the first in this best of 3. We're back to basement now as the sides flip in OT. Antic defense.
Get it. Get it. He didn't get it.
He lost it.
He lost it. Oda's gone away. Oda got away.
Wait, what? Oh, he got back out. Yeah, the drone's live.
He got away. Look at him go.
Oh, I got shot.
Oh, he got shot at the last second. I celebrated too early. This little run there from Oda. Bliss, it's been an eventful night. As seasoned as this team is as well, they've also had to play quite a lot of Siege for essentially like the last 4 hours or so, guys. It's also a matter of endurance that may come into the question as we head into then the second map, potentially third if we require it. And we know that Antic also played, but their series was a little bit calmer. It wasn't on stream. They finished early, 2-0. Big round here, though, to see whether or not Antic can hold on to send us to a 15th round, or if Bliss... Oh, no. That's not even within time, is it?
I don't know the specific rules for EWC, so I'm not going to say with certainty, but I believe it was too late into the round. But that will be an admin decision. So.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying anything right now that is suggesting as... no player complaint, no question asked, and we play on. Tuhan, in a pivotal round, has disconnected, and it gives Bliss the player advantage for the remainder of this round. Down to 4 for Antic. You have to just probably think of it as Team Bliss getting an opening kill and not impossible to win from 4. Logic Bomb did ring out. Worthy was able to use his own mute jammer though to block that one in towards electrical.
Okay.
Hit the rip. Sage is falling back.
So it's a 30-second grace period, and I'm fairly certain it fell outside of that. So
It well and truly did.
very unfortunate for Antic.
We've only got a minute left in this round as well. Not a lot of movement from Bliss, but it's one less player that they have to deal with anyway. There's the final Logic Bomb, and there's a big kill from Killer Man to try and just offset that advantage. It was only very momentarily though, and they've lost Juicy. Didn't quite get to see how that actually transpired. He's gone down in the middle of the site. Worthy not sure exactly which direction's going to be the deadly one. Good kill on to Brendo. Pulls out the shotgun, expecting the push from Electrical. 2 versus 2. Can he get this to make it work? No down yet. He goes down though, prone on the ground to reload. How is he not dead? How does he not get the kill? How does something happen? They do eventually double team it up, and Frixel comes in to save the day. What the hell just happened?
Are you serious? No way. Off the back of the disconnect, Team Bliss unable to close out the round. Should have been theirs. It absolutely should have been theirs from that position that they had pinched.
I thought that when Worthy wasn't able to get the kill in Electrical with the shotgun, he was going to die back on site. He even drops prone
He got
to
caught
try and
reloading.
make it... Yeah, well, he has to then just drop prone to try and make it more difficult, and that worked!
Attackers need to
He just starts dodging bullets as he goes prone, and he's reloading in the middle of sight. Frixel then comes in, gets a double kill. Antic survive to send us to a 15th round. It was on defense, and so far defense has been the prevailing factor, of which now Bliss find themselves on in this final round of Nighthaven Labs to begin this grand final. It's certainly been an enjoyable one, and what a round there from Frixel. Some really crucial and critical kills.
Yeah, certainly. It's pretty rare that as a defending team, you walk away from a 4 versus 5 like that, whether it be at your own fault or not, against Team Bliss. So, a big round. Couple of different shots perhaps land, especially onto Worthy, and it probably plays out in a different fashion, but those kinds of fine margins that make these games so intense. And round 15 we go. It's Kitchen. So Team Bliss bring out yet another tertiary site at a pivotal point of this match. And I am very eager to see how this one plays out.
No disconnect this time for 2 Harnies back into the server. 5 versus 5. Kitchen and Cafe here for this final round of the map. It's been an enthralling watch. I feel like whoever loses it is going to be quite disappointed. Juicy opening kill from the Don. Down to Oda. Advantage now for Antic here on out in this final round. In the hallway is Oda's dead body. I'm not going to lie, that vigil of Oda hasn't quite been successful tonight.
Mixed. It's been mixed. I think there's only been 1 or 2 decent rounds, but it's been a bit rough for him. And pressure now on Brendo. 11-11, so it's been an okay game for him. An opportunity now presents for him to really step it up here. But instead elects to peel off this defensive position back through Warehouse and has free passage now over towards Games. Meanwhile, Lobby in control obtained for Antic, and the Grim makes it challenging for anyone on the defense to now contest that from the 90 hallway. You can see the bees flying around, and Redable's pinged as a result. So the groundwork's good here for a lobby-centric push from Antic. You also see that diffuser rotated over towards the kitchen window for a plant in through there as well, but Juicy holds firm in lobby. This is difficult for Bliss. I don't think they're in the best of positions at the moment. Good as army barricade, stop Killer Man, and Juicy does fall. So perhaps that plant position, that plant pattern from Antic, not amazing either. So pressure certainly creeping in to this match. There's now 40 seconds on the clock, 4v4 for this first map point.
Not a lot of time remaining now for Antic, and they need a kill. Sooner rather than later, Brendo got taken very low over towards Bending. That's a big shot coming through again, this time from Frixel. One close. Weatables tried to go for the flank. Doesn't quite work. Tough shot to hit onto that player. Bisho inside a kitchen. Not a lot of time left. He does eventually get taken down by Tuhan. 2 versus 2 to close this out. It could not be any closer to close out this 15th and final round of the opening map. Massive down onto Frixel, and Worthy has to stick to plant all by his lonesome. And Brendo with 2 massive kills to win the map for Team Bliss. It was hard fought. It came right down to the wire. And the best player in the region gets it done on the deathbed of the opening map of this grand final.
I feel like we've just seen that so many times with the brothers connecting. Brendo, huge there. He doesn't throw away his life at 90. He dies there, round over. But instead flips it, gets 2. And the precursor to that was Sage, doing a really good job holding on site as well. It was really important that those players deep in objective held on to their lives with that lobby push coming through. A lack of pinch pressure, a lack of split theory, as much of it is a meme, I think proved quite costly there for Antic, a little bit too one-dimensional in the end, but very hard fought, great match. The objective choices from Bliss really kept mixing things up. I mean, seeing the tertiary there for the final round of the match was pretty insane. A very ballsy pick, but it does pay off in the end. Doesn't officially put a line through Antic, but I just can't help but shake the feeling that map 2 border, with it being an insta-ban, it's going to take something very, very special for them to not only push it to a 3rd map, but to ultimately flip this series. So very good work from Bliss, and I'm sure they'll be pretty well settled for map 2.
Yeah, very, very fascinating map to begin this grand final. The fact that it came down to not only the very final round, but a 2 versus 2 and then a post plan. I mean, that really could have gone either way. I think also the advantages that Antic had beginning that round, getting the opening kill, I thought they were well positioned. There was about 55 seconds left, and to me at least, it kind of felt like they had laid all of the groundwork for a decent on-site execution, and it wasn't half bad by any stretch of the imagination. Just Brendo gets some really critical kills at the end to offset any kind of advantage, and it's all she wrote. Team Bliss, they take the opening map of this grand final. They've kind of stumbled their way to this position, but they are now 1 map away from the Esports World Cup. We'll go to a break. When we come back, we'll go to Border.
$60 million!
You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in.
The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice, so we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs, across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
Welcome back to the grand final here with the closed qualifiers of the Oceania League. Team Bliss up 1-0 over Team Antic. Obviously, guys, at this point, Antic go over to buildup, but we're not expecting the world. It's going to be a tough ask for them. I think Team Bliss from here, you would think, would like an early night's rest. They've been gaming for quite some time. Let's see if they can get this job done and dusted as soon as possible.
Yeah, and again, it's preference number 2 in terms of the 9-map pool for Bliss. It's a team that frequently locally gets banned against them. And as I have mentioned previously as well, for Antic, this is preference number 9 of 9. It is their least preferenced map. They've banned it 7 times. No one has ever banned it against Antic based on the data that I have available, which covers stage 1, I believe, of 2024. So it's odd that we're seeing it. It's certainly a surprise. Again, how much has changed behind closed doors heading into today? Probably, a decent amount in terms of their approach and maybe adjusting their pool accordingly. And maybe there was a longer term plan to, really take Bliss on this map and backing themselves in. So I'm hesitant to say that they're going to be able to take down Bliss on this map based on those factors. But if they do it, I'm all here for it because it would be quite the upset.
Yep, and it would be then Clubhouse as the decider if we do happen to get there off the back of an Antic win on border. A very, very fun game, though, that we just had on Nighthaven Labs. Went the distance, 8-7 win for Team Bliss. Came right down to the 15th and final round. Beyond even that, came down to a 2 versus 2 and then a post plant. It was as close as it possibly could be for us to begin this grand final. Heading over to border now, of course, Team Bliss up 1-0. They win this map. They go to Esports World Cup, and that will be in Riyadh. So they've got themselves a huge opportunity. 25,000 USD is the minimum placement for attending the Esports World Cup. So that is essentially what is on offer here for Team Bliss. Once again, we are going to see the Montang get banned out, as really has kind of almost been the case all night tonight from Team Bliss. That's been a bit of a staple ban for them, and it is 0, interestingly enough, banned out by Antic. What are they cooking here on border?
Yeah, I think that's a hard counter. I'm pretty sure it's Fish tends to play the 0. I can't help but feel that we have seen that previously from Bliss in the past. And so, again, like I sort of mentioned, maybe this was a long game strat from Antic, who sort of prepared for this potential inevitability of facing off Bliss in the grand final. If they make it that far, they'll have a border cooked up, ready to go. Bliss maybe not expecting to play it, and certainly not so in the face of Antic, who have perhaps counter-strated them hard in this matchup. So yeah, excited to see it play out with the Solace nerfed into the ground. Bliss respond with the Fenrir this time around. Once more, they are starting out on defense, like we saw previously on Labs. I think they started defense, so yeah. No, they started offense, sorry. And then defense OT.
Oh, they started defense OT.
Defense OT, defense OT. I'm getting a little bit muddled. This has been, a pretty long night for us. And again, like you sort of alluded to for Bliss as well. Keep in mind, Worthy from New Zealand as well. So it's probably like 1 AM for him at the moment as well. So This game is grinding at the moment, and so endurance certainly becomes a talking point as the match progresses as well.
Yeah, and for Antic, by the way, like they started 6 hours ago, but they did also have like I think it was like a 2-hour break. I want to say like a 2-hour break in between, but like in terms of their start time, right? Like it's still been 6 hours of kind of in this mindset, in this mode, and that is something to consider as well for Antic. Whereas, I mean, yeah, for Bliss, technically 1 hour later start and really more like an hour and a half later start because it took a while to get going. But they also haven't just stopped. Like they just they've had the only breaks Bliss have had are these 10-minute breaks between maps and between series. So they have just been playing continuously since the beginning of the semi-final. Still, they find themselves in a position now where they're 1 map away from heading off to Riyadh for the Esports World Cup on the defense to begin, but it is border, right? It's one of those more attacker-sided maps to a degree. Like attack will typically do a little bit better than, say, your Nighthaven Labs, your Clubhouses. So I don't think Antic will be too dismayed by the fact that they are starting on the attack first. And yeah, curious to see how this is going to play out. And so far, it is Juicy that gets the opening kill.
Yeah, good little clear there onto the castle barricade, and Fisho capitulates under the pressure. So good opening pick there from Antic. Such as the nature of Border, expect, you know, fast gameplay, aggressive trading across the map. It's going to be quite volatile for both sides, and it can be sometimes flips in momentum depending on how things are structured as well. Getting that pick though on attack can often be quite a challenge. Sometimes teams are able to roll that momentum forward. Not to be there here in the first round, as Oda responds by slapping down a killer man from that archive bulk position, and it just resets the tempo of the round.
Top A stairs for Juicy. Just trying to open up in towards officers, and Tuhan finds a big kill on to Brendo. Frixel as well, further compounding the pain as the logic bomb does ring out. I think there was one creeping around 9, and that might have been Wettables. 2 versus 4, and a good start for Antic, and yeah, Worthy getting Antic off to an amazing start here on their map pick of Border.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Down to just Wettables in a 1 versus 3. He's already clutched up 1 versus 3 today, but not to be in this round, and was also incredibly low on health. Frixel to get that final kill, and a good start for Antic here on Border.
Yeah, solid from Antic. Really good clear early onto Fish. As mentioned, entry can be really tough on Border, and even some of the best teams can get stalled out. At times, you don't have the fallback option like previously with cooked grenades to, you know, basically sit outside down below and find a free pick with a little bit of info, or even just, you know, pre-nading a position. And so you have to really work hard for that kill and then unlocking the round. In that case, it was top east stairs. It then saw them try to move that forward into potentially archives, but then Oda stepped up, so it neutralized the round a little bit in the 4v4. But when push came to shove, Antic able to, you know, win out those engagements. So good work from them. And we go down below now, first floor, for the second round in map 2.
Yeah, I think as is the case with Border, it's a little bit more difficult to sort of ascertain it from the numbers required here for Antic. 3 rounds, 4 rounds, 2. Kind of just play it by round basis, and maybe just kind of get the vibes known first and foremost for Antic. I think starting well here is going to be important. Put as much of a barrier between them and elimination as possible. Again, you get nothing. Absolutely nothing for second place. In this close qualifier, it is either Riyadh or bust. A lot on the line, and this is also the kind of opportune time to reveal all. This is now a map that has been workshopped, and you've got strategy, and you've got ways that you think you can win it against Team Bliss. Well, yeah, certainly then warrants the selection. To remember as well, in the semi-final of Oceania League Stage 1 this year, it was the second map that Antic did win against Bliss. They lost the opening map of Cafe, then they won Chalet. The third map of Bank was a swift 7-0 though from Team Bliss. Border was the insta-ban for Antic back then, as has been the case for them. Now picked here. Great start. What more have they got in terms of home cooking? That's a good shot from Brendo. A little bit of damage onto Frixel, gets him to half health. Same with Brendo, though, back the other way through Workshop now, rotates around. Juicy trying to find an angle and a sight line, and somehow Frixel, I think that was also in combination with Juicy. Both are able to take down Sage, and well, it's a 4-on-3.
Yeah, they've got decent horizontal control here, but again, maybe a little bit one-dimensional. They will pivot above now, so there is going to be that, you know, split pressure from the attack. But Bliss did a really good job at, you know, finding that opening engagement this time around and flipping tempo. And they have present half-wall here, and Worthy has absolutely no idea. So this should be a freebie for Wettables if he's patient enough and timing does go his way. There we go, said timing. Worthy falls, trade lands, archives though. That's Fisho guy. Bit patient, didn't want to give away a sound cue, and is rewarded with the penultimate kill in the round. Juice in the 1v3 with 8 HP is not going to be able to win this one out. So it's a solid response from Team Bliss and a Nitro to conclude proceedings. Antic did, again, another good job, I think, in being able to fight for some map control, but in that transitional phase, Bliss were just too good.
A good response, though, after losing the opening round. Team Bliss able to now make it 1-1. Bathroom and Talus coming up next for the next defensive round. Definitely good signs, I think, early on, though, for Antic. For a map that was typically a hard insta-ban, to bring it out here in a grand final, win the opening attacking round. They look pretty decent, even in that round. Wasn't all that bad. Certainly some okay moments. As said, got some good horizontal pressure, but, you know, Border's more than just about the horizontal gameplay. Vert is so important. But yeah, this is going to be a tough ask for Antic. Just so far have been able to thwart off all of the attempts from Man LFO and from Antic. Did drop a map to Man LFO, but responded, rebounded. And I also think at no point since that opening Chalet game have they looked as bad. Which is really good signs for Bliss, because I was really concerned throughout that particular map. And yeah, I mean, they've probably kind of settled into a certain gear at this point. I don't think they're playing the best Siege that they possibly can play, Guz, but I think they're in a pretty decent gear, like a solid 4th gear right now that they've kind of settled in a couple of maps ago.
Oh, the drone hole. Killman spots info, but unable to find kill. Goes up to me that we get patched on. Has been in the game for quite some time, so I suppose it's here to stay. So Antic then will likely look to chip away at some control up above. But a top east stairs hold here from Sage. Being pinched from 2 directions though, so we'll need to juggle that accordingly. There are some explosive tools available here, such as frag grenades, and it will be the frags to find that pick. Sage off to a slow start, 0 kills so far in the match as we approach the halfway point of round 3. Worthy doubles down onto Oda. And so such is the nature of Border, snowballing rounds typically tend to be the way. Entry is very, very important. It's difficult to retake, too hard for another, and this round is pretty much all but over. Sorry for talking, guys.
Well, it's a quick round, and not much has really happened from Team Bliss. Really good round as well for Antic. Kind of goes back, though, to what I was saying before the start of this round, though. I mean, Antic have looked good. They clearly come in with a good game plan. That's a nice shot from Fisher guy. Plan's going to go down, though, from Juicy. That was Frixel over towards main lobby. And Frixel somehow wins that battle. I thought Fisher was going to be able to at least get that kill, but not to be. Yeah, some really decent ducking and weaving there from Frixel, and the reposition will work, and it is a second attacking round now for Antic. A very open and clean kind of round, and yeah, a little bit disappointing from Team Bliss that they got completely bamboozled. Armory and Archives to come in the 4th round. And honestly, this may end up being a case of another close map, somewhat similar to what we had on Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah, I think Antic have shown enough for yeah, it definitely gives the indicators of being a competitive map and their ability to snowball entry 2 rounds now in the match. is sort of what I'm basing that off. They're not getting too stalled out after finding that initial pick, and yeah, then quite confident in denying retake attempts, which is realistically the only opportunity you have as a defensive team to try and get back in these rounds, because that control positions are so important, but it really is a challenge when the attack is switched on and cutting those opportunities off. So yeah, good from Antic. I think it's indicative that they've cooked a little bit on this map, and it may not be an insta-ban for them any longer. Mirror and Castle will play for round 4. So layering that utility that will need to be cleared, and in an attempt to slow down that attack and just really force Antic to work really hard for that critical entry fight.
Can Antic follow on though from that previous round in terms of the dominance and bring that here into this? It's fine to have those kind of one-off dominant rounds, but if you can't continue to turn that into continued domination, you're probably not going to go on and beat Bliss. Killer Man looking straight in towards East. And we get some early pressure in towards Office. And Brendo just loitering in that position as well. Fisho towards Break. Has been quite though. Sage, Oda, just 0-1. Fisho, Brendo, both 2 kills. I feel like actually Sage has been a little bit quiet tonight in general. We've seen some good moments from Fisho, Weatables, Brendo especially. Oda's been okay for the most part. Trixel 5-1 to start here. Chance as well as we watch him to see if he can make it 6-1. That Chance may just go begging. Not many bullets left in that chamber. We'll have to reload the DMI instead. Goes for the logic bomb. And maybe a swift entry from Worthy off the back of it. Nice shot from Weatables though. Switched on. Was not phased by that logic bomb at all. Brendo to fall down and out for the count now, courtesy of Tuhan. A little trade, 1-for-1. But the advantage is still with Bliss.
I mean, with that sort of configuration and the mirror on the armory wall, it should be really difficult for a player to make that jump in and clear that position and ultimately shut down. But Tuhan continues to fight his way through. Minute to go on the clock. Weatables though still loitering in security. Information obtained, yellow ping to come through.
He can fall back at that point. Just feels like Bliss are kind of throwing a couple of little moments so far here on border compared to what we've seen on previous rounds. Weatables could have easily just fallen back. Instead, creeps forward. He was yellow pinged out. And obviously, he's unaware of that. 38 seconds. I mean, these are honestly much better positions, though, between Oda and Sage. Unironically, the 2 players that I mentioned before that maybe haven't had quite the night tonight that they would like. Bunch of soul from I don't know who I'm looking at right now. I think it's Oda. Sage will go down. I think the Hunters just had a little bit of a breather as he also gets completely shut down. Tuhan with the double tactical timeout, and Bliss are in some trouble here on border.
Yeah, I think the outline bug from a few seasons ago has made a reappearance. Yeah, besides that point, good work breaking the cross in that 2 versus 2 there from Antic. And yeah, just a couple of little moments here or there. I wouldn't be too overly critical of Weatables. He was low HP, and I think, trying to burn a little bit more time there was maybe an option, but he's definitely got caught out in the open and just made that, final part of the security clear a little bit easier than it probably should have been, and gave Antic the advantage that they, successfully traded out. So it does look a bit shaky for Bliss at the moment. They haven't been able on defense to bully Antic out of the entry fights and make that entry into the map so difficult. Sometimes we see teams, leaning into that mirror castle combo, fight the exterior very aggressively, and we saw that at the beginning of the round at least, through security, but probably not quite to the level that I maybe anticipated. But I think Bliss are certainly respecting Antic at the moment. And it's a close fought game, 1-3 scoreline. It is still very close. Tactical timeout now for Bliss offers that opportunity to reset. And over to Tals now, still another primary site available. And this may be, an attacker-sided game. I wouldn't completely rule it out. So very much a case where we need to reset at the halfway point
just see how things play out. But as has been the case throughout the evening, a 1-5 half, either side doesn't cut it, so Bliss need to at least get one more.
I'm trying to think of the last time Bliss were so utterly dominant, and I'm thinking back to like 2023 stage 2.
10 seconds to go.
And that was after they had, remember, they boot camped and lost to Kelton's Knights, then got pushed to overtime by Odium. Everything after that, though, and I'm looking at the results, were all like 7-1s for the most part, a couple 7-4s, and that's about it. And it feels like, to me, that level of dominance that we used to see from Bliss is not as applicable anymore. Whether or not you can kind of argue that's the rest of the competition kind of increasing and improving here in Oceania, very easy to say, though. I think for stage 1, the fact is that, yeah, Bliss got pushed to OT twice, they dropped a map. These are things that we don't typically see from them, but now here in this grand final, they've been a bit shaky. I mean, the fact is they could have actually lost that first map about the same amount of chances as they could have, as they ended up winning it. They dropped the map in the semi-final. Man, LFO looks pretty good, had some moments. Antica looking now really good here on border, essentially dominating them here on the attack. Definitely some question marks. There's been a long night of Siege. It's been a big night of Siege. Certainly can't overblow too much from just a very small subsample, but something to consider. Not a lot of contact in this 5th round. 2 begin. Sweep up the bomb from Antic as Frixel to count that default 90 count. A little bit of information here that maybe can play off of. I don't know if he's going to be able to, but surely not. Surely not. Oh my goodness.
No,
oh, he goes back Oda! Worthy!
No.
You had to get that kill! 2-Hunt at least gets the trade in the end, 1 for 1 rather than none. And towards main entrance, they can now go with a bit of pressure up above. But a startling way to kind of begin this round with still only a minute remaining. First contact finally gets made.
Yeah, that's the 1 AM New Zealand aim on display there. That was quite unlucky there for Worthy. Certainly the right play. It was phenomenal counterplay with the IQ scanner. But Worthy on the receiving end of that shot from Odot. So 4 versus 4 then, 45 seconds on the clock. And the tempo has slowed significantly here for Antic. They will try to sneak their way forward inside of Workshop. Juicy, if he catches one, this could unlock the round for his team, but he falls. Going in blind. Sage can just continue to hold down this line.
Big kill from Sage as he was indeed holding that line. Brendo to fall, 2 versus 2. We've been in this position so many times in this grand final. 2-Hunt and Killerman versus Wettables and Fisher Guy. 10 seconds and Fisher with an explosive kill. 2-Hunt as well though, finds his 9th. Can he get a 10th kill to win this round? No real time remaining, and that is Fisher to put the nail in the coffin, hiding behind the bomb chassis. Had red ping intel the whole way through. It's been a good grand final from Fisher Guys so far, and that was a reprieve of a round for Team Bliss. They find their second defensive round.
Yeah, things getting a little bit dicey there at the very end. Sage did a great job, though, in Workshop to find his 2. And then Fisho showing initiation, landing the final swing in the 1 versus 1 onto 2-Hunt. Pressure just mounted there. I think Antic got not necessarily stalled out of the back of that first initial play, but didn't have a big buffer and certainly not a lot of momentum in the round itself. And for Bliss, that now does it reach the benchmark? I mean, it reaches the minimum. 2 rounds is minimum. I think that's fair to say. Defensively, though, will it necessarily be enough? Perhaps not. 3-3 would look favourable, though. Bliss statistically recently haven't been amazing on defense. In fact, it actually trails their attacking win rate. I'm sure there's certainly some one-sided results skewing that data from international events, but still important to note. So saying that a 3-3 then onto what could actually be their favoured side of attack here on border, and traditionally has been strong for them. Probably
still keeps the 2-0 dream alive.
So final round of the half here on board up. And take a look at the fight in the 4th round. Those entry devices have been spotted.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Getting quite a lot of value out of this clutch drone is Frixel. Who break towards 90, spots one running as well. Top metal. That is some really good drone work. And with that, they can actually make a pretty decent entry in towards security. This has actually been a really decent little early portion of the round for Antic. Can they capitalize, though, will be the main question. The job done from Frixel.
So Sage then on the tuber out as his brother connects onto Worthy with the Nitro Cell. Sage is trying his best to ward off this pressure, but the flashbangs do come through and make it a little bit more challenging. This is an opportunity now to pounce, and Frixel takes it. Killman elsewhere as well, or pardon me, Juicy elsewhere as well, onto Wet. And so Team Bliss, in the blink of an eye on the back foot.
Yeah, cleared out Office and Fountain essentially in one swoop. That was a really good push from Antic, and it gives them a really good position now to take the remainder of this round. Load up. Long side angle. All he can do though is watch Brendo fall in front of his eyes. Pressure now in towards Archives. Oda does get the kill, but he's also down. So Fisher Guy in a bit of a perilous position here in a 1 versus 2. I mean, Juicy is quite low. Still 60 seconds left in this round. Holds deep inside of lockers. Antic, and they find this 4th round. Tuhan with double-digit kills. Fisho, the angle. Not to be. Kit in the hands of Juicy. Over towards Fountain. Nitro Salt. Bit of a random one from Fisho. Gives away position. He is also very low on health. 23 HP. Made sound, made movement with that. I think the goal right now for Tuhan and Juicy is probably to just double stack and hold this position. Juicy waits ever so patiently. They had ping information the whole time. They could do everything. And in the end, it's a 4th attacking round from Antic. Fisho was really always up against it there. And that is a really solid half.
Yeah, good from Antic. It's certainly setting the expectations that I personally had in set heading into the map. They're not playing it out like an insta-ban. It's certainly one that they have improved upon. And if they haven't, then they're having an absolute life game on it at the moment because some good attacking showing across the board. Entries, for the most part, quite strong. Able to convert those opportunities, and then honestly really clinical in closing out rounds, like that last example there. Just not rushing things, not throwing it away, not succumbing to any real pressure, just dotting I's, crossing T's, doing the basics. It's those kinds of basics that you have to perfect, or have to be perfect with against a squad like this. So bodes well for them heading into the second half. And we'll see if this competitiveness remains as we flip across. Team Bliss are going to be pretty ruthless here, I think, on attack. You look at the info gathering ops that they're bringing. I mean, every single operator outside the park is info gathering, so this is going to be absolutely brutal, I think, for Antic to deal with. Yeah, we'll see how they go about doing that.
For those just tuning in, or maybe unsure, Bliss did win the opening map of Nighthaven Labs. They won at 8-7, so they're up 1-0 in this grand final. It is a best of 3. Antic, though, looking to respond, and so far have been able to respond quite well here on border. They're looking really good. 4 rounds to the good. Now onto the defense. Very aggressive lineup, though, as you clearly pointed out for Team Bliss. Deimos, the Buck, Grim, Dockerby, Lion combo. It's aggression across the board as the Logic Bomb will ring out. Gone 6 opens up. Top east stairs. House a barricade. An opportunity on the first contact. Juicy just went for a bit of a walkabout. Got tagged, but it is Tuhan. We're able to get the kill on to Fisher Guy. And another advantage for Antic.
Well, here's Deimos in play. But the hatch makes it very difficult for the position to be cleared. Need to come through. Does force movement, but Weddable's awkwardly unable to find the kill. I mean,
do it again. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
this is
it's
awkward.
so awkward.
Yeah, and time wasted, utility wasted. I think that's a very ambitious play from Wettables. I mean, in fairness, if it works and looks great. If it doesn't work, then it's wasted util and time. Fortunately, elsewhere, Sage gets the critical kill. Unless he has been targeted by the death mark, and Tuhan is under the pump. I mean, rightfully so. This is the kind of play you would want to target if you're the Deimos. 11 and 3 for Tuhan. It's almost like putting a tag on him. Can you just shut him down and make sure he can't do anything?
No, I thought there was a defender down below, but it's the outline bug. Scared me for a second. Yeah, everyone's still second floor for the defense. Pings are come through over towards single wall office. Wettables, I think, was maybe considering a play through the hatch down below, but lets the rotate off. Oh, caught off guard. Worthy and Juicy both find a kill apiece. Wettables and Sage now. 2 versus 4. Difficult round to bring back, but as Worthy falls, it is possible.
30 seconds, not a lot of time, but one final death mark to find the location of Tuhan. Towards lockers. Wettables with the orange outline is trying to blend in, but will not work. You can't just waltz into sight.
Oh.
Sage maybe can. Bit of a late rotate. 10 seconds. Not a lot of time to come through offers, but they're both going to do something towards Fountain. And the swift entry to sight, though, is shut down because Frixel, Tuhan, they had the best positions. There was not a lot of time remaining. Really no other choice but to just rush the site. It doesn't work, and a 5th round now is acquired for Antic. I mean, dare I say, I don't want to go too early, guys, but I'm thinking we head to club. It's looking far more likely than not likely.
Yeah, it feels pretty inevitable at this point. Things though can switch quickly. Up on a map like Border, if Bliss tidy up entry, then they could snowball a few rounds. Not getting too far ahead of myself, but yeah, certainly a promising display from Antic. They're playing Border well at the moment. Over to Teller's bathroom, then round 8, Sentry back in play.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Mirror as well as double electrification, so that may force the hand of Team Bliss to lean a little bit more into denying that with EMPs and or Thatcher. Big investment above. Global shields, mirror windows as well. And patch available too. Now I thought that Worthy would maybe play the proxy nitro combo, but of course in competitive play no points are displayed, and so that tactic is certainly not as viable. Onus on Bliss now to step it up. I'm going to be really focusing in on this entry fight. They're able to find that control. They're not leaning as heavily into information. Remember last round, outside of Buck, every single operator was info gathering. This time they've done a full 180, and it is now just the line for Sage.
I think it'd be incredibly disappointing if you don't get some kind of reward for effort tonight. It's been a tense grand final, and you know, reminder that considering it was 8-7 in the opening map. Imagine a world in which Antic had won that very last 2v2. Had they won that very last round, we'd be singing a very different tune right now. With a 5-2 lead here on the second map of this grand final. But as it stands, all it does is gives Antic the opportunity on the deciding map of Clubhouse. Little shock to the body there from Wettables. Otis down to 2 HP, by the way, and as he tried to push into top B stairs, he's taken very low, and another swift advantage for Antic established early in a round. Bliss are on the ropes here of Border. I can't remember, because the last time in which Bliss dropped 2 maps in a single day of Siege, you'd have to go pretty deep into the record books there.
Just go to Manchester. You'll probably find one. But
well,
I'm talking about I don't know.
I'm talking O's. This round is alive though, with the plane going down in towards Talons successfully from Fisher Guy. There was a bit of a brief lapse there from Antic, despite the significant start. They've kind of lost the advantage that they once had. Orange on orange crime, as Worthy does get the kill onto Fisher Guy. But with this plant down, it becomes very difficult for Antic in the post plant. Still some damage done onto Wettables outside of the alley, playing the exterior. Sage, what can he do? Nothing. Dead. And suddenly, oh, Wettables! They lined up Tuhan and Frixel! You couldn't even really see it all that well there in the kill cam. But he's done it again. Another big clutch from Wet, and Bliss stay alive here on border.
Yeah, it got really messy there at the end. A couple of rotations coming through defensively. Very difficult for Bliss to hold on in the post. I can't exactly remember who it was on site. Instead of Tellers, they got caught in the crosshairs as well and couldn't do much. But yeah, Wet steps up when it matters. Big clutch, big play. Able to hold down the line, find the multi, and breathe some new life into a match which kind of felt like it was petering out for the side of Team Bliss. But it just keeps Antic in check. Just reminds them that mistakes will be punished. They lose their grip of this match. Team Bliss are going to punish them for that. Solo's in play there. So Solo's been a huge talking point tonight because it is the insta-ban of Bliss. Was historically got nuked heading into Operation Nuke Blood. Killerman cannot use that scanner during the prep phase. There's also a couple of other limitations that were implemented without getting in the weeds too much. Certainly not in the best of positions at the moment, but it could be used strategically here. Maybe Team Bliss could be a little more blasé in how they use their drones, and so Killman can get a read on where pushes are coming from and deny that information if Team Bliss are careless.
Drone's ready.
Drone activate.
We'll see whether or not Killerman can help facilitate the destroying of drones. I assume that will be the main intention. Long angle here from Sage.
Or it could work, maybe. But there needs to be pressure applied to actually flush somebody into that position. Oh, this is scary from Brendo, though. Look at this lurk. All the way up east. Live droned as well, you can hear it in the background.
That's good for one here, surely. Surely this is not an angle that someone would pre-check.
Antic have no idea.
Worthy. Though does actually now have a bit more of an idea that there's pressure in this vicinity of the map due to that window being broken. I think they maybe should have tried to play off of Brendo's lurk game a little bit longer there. Oda does get the opening kill. Proxy alarm does ring out. Oda gets aggressive now. Through the hallway.
The horror door.
In toward. Well, honestly, it's a bit of horror game at the moment for Oda. Hasn't quite probably played to the best of his level. Brando, though, he's been great. Another kill. Oda certainly was a benefactor, though, in helping achieve that kill. And this is more like the Bliss that we know. Yeah, really good, smart positioning, game sense, hitting their shots, and honestly making it look very difficult for Antic to keep themselves planted inside of the server. None of their positions really looked all that stable. Tuhan does get an important kill, though, at least onto Wettables. Under a minute left, and still a significant advantage for Team Bliss.
Yeah, it's been a really good day for Tui. Pressure on his shoulders now to continue that run of form and find at least one or maybe even two in the round. Nitro already used by Frixel, so that's not an option to find somebody through Vert for the defense. 30 seconds. Logic on rather a hack onto that information to come through. So maybe the BPC can offer something. Oda though for two. I mean, the lurk game from Oda's been insane and almost gets a third, but Frixel shuts him down. And on V3.
15 seconds left.
And not much time. Is there a world in which is there a world in which he could cause a bit of an upset in this round? No chance that he denies the plant now with that rotation, and Brendo to finish off the round, and that's a fourth that has now been acquired for Team Bliss. A one-round differential. Just quietly, they're really bringing it back here on border after Antic got out to a decent little lead. And it has been rather attacker-sided between these two. 4-5. For the second time in this grand final, we end up at this position. Now, last time out, Bliss were able to kind of get themselves into a good position going in towards the end of regulation. Antic then were able to bring it all the way back, and
attackers need to locate
ended up going the
as
distance.
many bombs as they can.
All 15 rounds were required on Nighthaven Labs, and I'm starting to maybe beg the question, are we going to see overtime once again here on border? It's kind of trending in that direction.
Yeah, potentially. I think last round though was yeah, good indication as to where Team Bliss are right now. Their ability, their late game on border is a huge strength, and despite Brendo not initially getting a lot of value from that east stairs position, all it took was just somebody else, Oda in that instance, to be that extra piece to the puzzle, and yeah, sort of unlocked the round for Bliss quite convincingly. So good work from them. Also probably highlighting the lack of impact that Solus had in that round. How much of that was down to the way Killman played it, how much the operator itself, I mean, perhaps elements of both. But they weren't particularly clued in, I don't think, as to how that was playing out even with those live drones in place. So there's something to digest as we head into round number 10. And the clutch drones in play this time from Fisher Guy. One used to hack the Banshee from the Malusi. That just makes the push into break a little bit easier. With utilities such as Mine Magnets also in play. There could be some value to be found. Explosively though, we do have the Reteros on the floors in play. Indirect counter onto the castle. And so that means the tempo of the round will slow down, but Team Bliss shouldn't have as many issues with the initial groundwork in this particular round.
Seen the Bravo be employed really nicely here on border so far from both teams. It was Frixel in the first half for Antic, and now Fisher Guy here for Team Bliss. Good usage of the clutch drones. Jim is going to catch that drone though from Oda. Top east now. To find someone. I mean, I will say one thing I think for Antic that they've done well. They don't really peak early. They definitely value their life. That is a position and a half though for Juicy to try and hold on that mirror window in towards office. Pressure from both sides could be definitely paramount. Does have a couple of discs though in his position to try and help with the utility battle. E1D does get the point. Not a lot of displacement actually, but I mean you got Roteros, I guess. Good kill from Sage onto Tuhan, keeps playing on through insecurity. But no Dockerby, for example, this time around to get also some information off the logic bombs. Flash, the timing. How are you not dead, Wettables? How are you not dead? The Don enters Whiff City with a VIP pass, and Wettables then further compounding into that round. That was a massive moment in the round.
Yeah, definitely feels like Bliss are constricting this match. Anything remotely close to a 50-50 seemingly falling on their lap at the moment. Tactical timeout then from Antic. The second timeout from the match. First from Bliss quite early on into the fray. And now Antic use their one and only towards the tail end here of regulation. As you can see on the timeline, a 3-round streak for Team Bliss. The only streak of 3 rounds in this match. And so a perfect opportunity for Antic to take a breather, reset, trying to set themselves up defensively, because as we've seen in the last few rounds now, Bliss are steamrolling and Antic are finding it very difficult to fight their way back into these rounds, such as the nature of border.
Yeah, I mean, what does Antic do from here? You're on defense. You're not really playing things all that badly. I just think the entries from Bliss have been really good. I mean, sometimes you kind of just have to tip your hat at your opponent and say they're just playing a lot better. I think so far, at least on the basis of the last couple of rounds, this is the Bliss that we kind of expected coming into tonight. The kind of sheer domination, winning these rounds rather comprehensively, good entries, good decision making. What do you do if you're Antic now to switch things up? 3 rounds in a row, like you said, hasn't happened prior to Bliss now doing it in this second half. Deployable shield and nitrosol combination on the sentry for Frixel. But this is now breakpoint. Round 11. Bliss can find themselves with grand final point if they can win this round.
5 seconds left before insertion. Attackers ejected.
Yeah, big round, a lot on the line. Winner qualifying for the Esports World Cup. It's been a somewhat brutal bracket run, at least probably more so for Antic. Whereas Bliss, looks like maybe an earlier scare this evening, have been able to breeze by. But crunch time now. Both teams.
Breaching.
And we'll see how much of the lurk game comes into play here for Bliss. Entry points certainly available. Question now remains how much information do they have to back up these potential plays.
Kind of feels like now as well, you don't really want to make a mistake if you're a player inside of the server. The pressure of the way that you position, taking certain fights. You know, if you're Tuhan here, how aggressive do you realistically want to get? There's a lot on the line. A lot of money on the line here. And he is certainly under the pump. Left, right, where do I look? Where do I play? Where are they entering? It's a difficult one to ask, but he's up for the challenge with Sage, who tried to play the close angle. Credit to Tuhan, he's certainly been the best for Antic in this grand final. Sage, by himself, didn't really have any help. Could have easily got someone to peek from break and maybe a bit of miscoordination. In the end, Oda just basically does the same thing. Like, you just gotta wait. If Wedipulse is going for the flank from behind, a bit more patience there from Bliss in this round, and they could have easily taken security, but instead Tuhan gets two. This round has fallen apart. Yeah, a bit of a hack here from Wedipulse, but him and Fisho, the only two left in a 4-player to 2 disadvantage with a minute left. Antic on the verge of map point.
Yeah, and Wet had flashes in pocket, so the timing was bad, and the lack of util as well to make it more challenging for Tuhan was also a bit concerning. That 3-round streak now may come to an end in the face of a 2v4. Really well done by Tuhan. He held his own there, receiving no support, yet still able to find 2. Killman, I think, did eventually support from that armory position, but applauded certainly going to Tuhan. It's one of the most challenging but also rewarding positions to play with the way Border is played out at the moment defensively inside of security. Medibbles and Fish then, see if they can cook something up. Fish should give it a freebie. Juicy caught on an island, but his position now known in the 1v3. Caught on the vault, worthy for 2. Antic with map point.
Yeah, and I mean, what a really well-played round from Tuhan, because the position that he's playing there inside of security is not an easy one. There's essentially 3 really solid angles that he can get attacked from: behind through the doorway, in front over towards break, and then close right into the window going into security. And in the end, it was that latter position where we saw Sage go in by himself. If you're going for that push, it's not that difficult to coordinate someone coming in from break or the doorway that eventually Wedibbles ended up coming in from to try and pinch with Oda. I don't know if it was miscommunication, maybe Sage had information and he thought he could take the 1v1 with Tuhan. And look, there's another world in which that actually does work out for Sage. We got to see the POV of Tuhan. He's looking left and right, it's all over the place. There is a world in which Sage times that well enough that he does get that kill and suddenly the round changes, but it doesn't happen that way. That's fantasy land, and Tuhan gets a 2k and did more than enough in a very tight position. And Antic now with a deserved map lead here on Border. Again, when you think about... And they can't think about it right now, guys. They've got to be far too focused and entranced by this round. But they could have easily won that opening map. This could have easily been EWC point for Antic right now. It's not, of course, Bliss won the opening map, but... Oh, it's in the realms of coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Yeah, I mean, if the first 2 maps are anything to go by, perhaps that third will actually be a very, very close decider. Has all the hallmarks of, you know, a series where all 3 maps potentially could go to OT. That would be quite remarkable. Regardless though, still 1 more to play out here, at least on Border. Info gather combo of Dockerby and the Lion this time around from Bliss. They lean back into the Ying, despite in the face of Killerman playing the Warden. Security last time proving to be a challenge to clear. See how they go about it this time around. You can hear his army barricades above, so I presume Tuhan's not too far away up above. And he is, once again, holding pillar. We have to see better synchronization here for Bliss this time around. It was far too disjointed last time.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Too much hero play, and Fisher loses his life early to Frixel. Great start for Antic in their quest to get us to a third and final map. An easy one though for Sage. Juicy goes down, traded so quickly by Worthy, who's starting to make a little bit more of an impact here in this grand final. Candela's thrown out from Wettables. Brendo to follow up from below inside a workshop, able to get a kill onto Frixel. It's a 3 versus 3. There's just kind of shades of the final round of Nighthaven Labs here and how close this is in these battles, and Oda just able to win that one out against Killerman. Plant successfully down. 2 Han. That's 1. 2 to go. Spray through the wall. Almost found 1 for an almost magical moment. 35 seconds. It's certainly winnable and doable. Shoulder pick. Tries to get a bit fortunate with the bomb chassis blocking a lot of those bullets. 2 HP for Brendo. He just has to hide. There's the flank from Oda. The pistol will do it from here, but Brendo to finish it off. We go to OT for the 2nd map in a row.
It was close. It was very close. Brendo did a great job being able to lurk in towards workshop and just stays alive a little while longer, not leaving his teammate on an island in the 1 versus 1. And it's back-to-back OT. This time on Antic's pick.
Ooh.
Bliss on attack though. And they have shown weakness at times, but also strength. So it was one of those halves where, you know, they gained the round streak. Antic able to stall it out with attack.
Attackers need to locate
But Bliss
and
right back
defuse
to form
bombs.
on that 12th round.
So 6-6 after an 8-7 win on Nighthaven Labs for Team Bliss. We go to overtime once again. It could very well be a case of commiseration for Antic if they fall short. Imagine losing 8-7, 8-7 in a grand
Bomb
final.
located by attackers.
25,000 USD minimum as well, cuz that's just the minimum amount for qualifying to the Esports World Cup. You can make even more than that, of course, depending on where you finish in Riyadh.
10 seconds to insert.
Bliss 2 rounds away from ending
5 seconds left.
a long drawn out night. For Antic,
Attackers are moving.
they will do everything they can in their power to extend it. And who knows, they might just have the stamina as well going into Clubhouse. The endurance may be in favor of them. Antic, if they lose it from here, they would be absolutely devastated. But even in that devastation, you could find the hope that for stage 2 of the main circuit, there's a team here that can compete.
And a clash in play then for round 13. It's only an operator that Juicy is proficient on, but seeing it at this point in time certainly comes as a little bit of a surprise. We'll see what kind of value he's able to extract from that. Zofia is in play from Oda, so one of the more common counter plays and being able to stun out that shield and progress forward and clearing it. Brendo on a lurk, so nothing new. This time down below, looking for something in through break. Has a read on that position, but elects to not commit too hard to it. Instead, Bliss will identify that east stairs is clear. Brendo takes that ground and opens up opportunities now to pressure in through office, with the kit being rotated across over towards that half of the map with Fisher.
Taking the bad guys.
Still one more E1D in the back pocket available for Sage. Clash in the corner, trying to be a nuisance. That's Juicy, but the opening kill went the way of Sage, who takes out Worthy, who has started to become a Worthy 1-4 advantage now for Bliss going into the final minute. It's a swift little entry in from Brendo into office. Clash still to be dealt with over towards Fountain. Has been red pinged out. How do they continue to play this round out? There's not a lot of time left, and it's Killerman who gets a big kill onto Fisho. Wettables does get the trade at the very least. They've got the numbers. They can use that to their advantage.
Yeah, it's a gun advantage as well. ×2 with the clash down, and that no longer relevant. 2 Han in the 1 versus 3.
Could he?
Have recovered their
I mean, it would be 1 for the record books. 1 for the show reel for sure. It's
And
not
kind of close in the last round. It was a decent effort this time around, though. Again, Plant is down successfully. 1 over towards top metal. Not a lot of time. Has to be quite swift in his decision making. You've got Wettables all the way outside of the exterior, while a random headshot onto Brendo. That is hilarious, and he could be good. Yellow ping intel. He knows where Oda is, but he still has to deal with Wettables outside. Goes prone because of the Candelas. Not a lot of time remaining. 17 seconds. He has to push onto Oda, and as soon as he did, Oda stands up and stands to the task and gets the headshot kill onto Tuhan. Brendo's probably wondering, how the hell does he kill me there? But just a random spray through the wall will do the job. And 2 rounds in a row in which Tuhan gave it his absolute all to try and do the miraculous. But as is always the case in this region, it is as simple as Team Bliss with grand final point.
Yeah, now the nerves really start to kick in. Even I'm feeling it a little bit for Bliss. It's been a night where they've had to really fight hard for a lot of these results, and not many of these rounds have been easy to come by their own standard. And so I think that's a testament to Man LFO and Antic in the way that they've been able to prepare and play this evening. But you know, to an extent, Bliss's ability to remain resilient as well. It's been quite a long night up until this point as well. And that fatigue will no doubt be kicking in. They've had to intensely focus for quite some time now. And again, where they have put a foot wrong, more times than not, they've actually been punished, which is certainly not something that has occurred a lot in the past. So, again, testament all around. I think, honestly, this is maybe quite excited for stage 2. I don't think these teams are lagging massively.
Not even just this game. Even the Man LFO game. Even the ODM roster.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I think there's really should at least be some takeaways of excitement going into stage 2 of the Oceania League beyond the EWC. The biggest thing, though, will be, of course, how teams will stay together, what that will all look like. But I think for Antic, you've got enough out of this grand final that you've got a roster, I think, that's worthy of sticking together.
Wood's been alright tonight. He's been solid. I don't think his role is ever going to be, back to a star player. When you have your likes of your Tuhans and your Killermans on the team, Frixel as well, good night for him.
Tuhan's got 19 and 9.
Yeah, that's very impressive. Yeah, and he's been targeted pretty hard by Team Bliss in a lot of these power positions.
I think this has probably been the best series I've ever seen from Tuhan.
Up there.
I mean, also easy to say that because it's not as if he's probably played an abundant amount of best of 3s, but still. 14th round, 7-6. This one's not over yet. It may kind of sound like we're insinuating it could be simply based on Team Bliss defense. Grand final point. I think Antic have shown more than enough, though, that they should have the respect that they can easily bring this back. They will have to win 2 rounds in a row, though. 1 on attack, 1 on defense. Where they're making some noise and dealing with some of the floorboards in towards lockers. And Tuhan now top east stairs. No contact mate, though, is a little bit perilous. And with 90 seconds left, it's easy to get antsy as the attacking team here. You want that contact. You want to get a couple of kills. Trying to search it out. Actually, Fisher Guy has already died out. Now Wettables too. So it's a 2-player advantage for Antic. Logic Bomb rings out from Frixel. Is there a response now from Team Bliss despite losing a couple of players? What is that angle from Killerman? We'll talk about a swift 14th round. This is not over by any stretch of the imagination. And as good as Brendo has been, a 1v5 in a grand final round is not in his wheelhouse, surely. Flawless. And a 15th round is required for the second map in a row. It's going to be 8-7. The question is to who?
Well, that flips the narrative big time. It certainly feels like we're unwinding the game there a little bit and probably fairly expecting Bliss to be able to close it out. But in fact, Antic make a statement, a flawless round. The vertical play there from Bliss was really not great. Getting caught, trying to bring that round back by making plays from below, back above, trying to pluck something. And yeah, Antic with more favorable positions and the presence of mind to be careful of that playstyle from Bliss. Able to win it every single one of those engagements. So really, really clean work there from Antic. Tuhan up to 20 now as well. And plaudits again to Frixel, who found the entry in that previous round. Entry has been so critical. So critical in this match.
Who wins?
So all focus on that for this round. Who wins? Whoever wins the entry.
Whoever wins the entry. 7-7. I mean, this is going to be absolutely torturous if you're Antic and you lose 8-7, 8-7 against Team Bliss, against the mighty Bliss. I almost would want to root for them in this round simply based on that. I think the heartbreak would be just absolutely too much.
Attackers are moving to defuse.
7-7. 15th round for the second map in a row. Team Bliss won 8-7 on Nighthaven Labs, and in that round, guys, it came down to a 2 versus 2 in the final dying stages of that round. Will we repeat that once again, or could either of these two get off to another hot start, as Santi kind of did in that last round? Fisher Guy, an early chance, an early elbow just peeking on the other side of that doorway. It's Tuhan in security again, and he kind of just feels like the boss of this level, of this map. If Bliss deal with Tuhan, they probably deal with Antic.
Yeah, they win. They win. You get the entry onto Tuhan, clear security without it being traded. That's a big win for Team Bliss. Equally though, if Tuhan's able to farm and find 1 or potentially 2 like he has in the past, then that flips. Well, he has vacated that position. Rotates over towards top main for the moment. Line scan to come through. Worthy pinged out. Brendo gets slain through the hatch.
And Tuhan.
Tuhan just wasn't under pressure.
It's Tuhan versus Brendo, and Tuhan comes out on top with his 21st kill. But there has been a slaying elsewhere with Oda getting rid of Juicy. The Don is down, and now so is the boss. But Killerman steps up. That kit is on the floor. It's a 3 versus 3. There is still a lot of time. 90 seconds. Guys, you can slow it down. The pace doesn't need to be set the whole way through. Sage with the diffuser in hand. 3 HP for Frixel. Inside a bathroom. Another EE1D. That was the last one. And there are no Candelas available in the hands of Wettables. Wettables and Sage versus Worthy, Killerman, and a 3 HP Frixel.
Worthy as well, still has Nitro Cell, so that's something on the board for him. But he falls above, and Frixel, as you mentioned, 1 shot. So too Sage. This really is going to come right down to the wire, especially without Candelas. It's difficult for Bliss to flush out these positions and try to force a plant.
And Killerman's not exactly full health either. 65 HP. Still 44 seconds for Wettables and Sage to think their way through this moment.
Oh, BBC.
25,000 USD is on the cards here. If you win this round, it's locked in. 3 HP for Frixel. They want to head to Clubhouse. And there is not a lot of time remaining. The drop will be so important. Smoke. Utility that is still able to be expended from Wettables, hoping to maybe bait out a position, and the rotate from Sage still hasn't spotted anyone. 1 in Talus and 1 in Workshop, and the drop is down, and it's successful. Wettables, he wins out against Killer, but he doesn't have the kit. That was in the hands of Sage. 4 seconds left. Wettables will send them to Riyadh. It's all done. It's all over. 8-7, 8-7. Bliss, as always, the best team in Oceania.
Holy moly, you could not have asked for a better grandstand finish. Bliss qualifying for the Esports World Cup, and as I said before, they had to fight so damn hard for it, and it comes right down to the wire. 1 versus 1, couple of seconds, and who else but bloody Wettables, the newest addition to the team, to get it across the line. That was some really good siege to watch. Yeah, and just absolutely blew my expectations. I think I probably put them very low and just thought Bliss was going to steamroll everyone tonight, and it just wasn't the case. How much of that is Bliss? How much of that was their opposition? I think an element of both, but ultimately, as you said, minimum of 25k USD in the pockets of Bliss now, and ultimately I think they should be going on and very much multiplying that. Top 8 now the expectation I'm setting for them, and yeah, wishing them all the best.
Yeah, I mean, that was a tremendous moment for Wettables. The whereabouts of mine to know there's very little time. Sage is dead, and I don't have kit. He had it, and he just instantly gets on the move. He knows what he's got to do, and he does it. And it wasn't the first clutch from him tonight, if you think back earlier when he got that 1v3 in the post. So, I mean, look, I think it goes without saying, the best team from this region, and has been for some time, is the team that goes through. But my goodness, guys, for Antic, the commiserations that I would love to just outlay to them is next level. You've just lost the grand final 8-7, 8-7, and in both maps, it comes down to like post-plant 2v2, like the last round. They literally could have won both of the last rounds. Antic could have won this grand final 8-7, 8-7. And there's no one that could actually debate me on that and claim any kind of different argument. Unfortunately, the record books will state a 2-0 to Team Bliss.
I mean, again, it's one of those damn games series where it's like, wow, I really wish we had unlimited overtime. I mean, we may have been here for 6 years to complete the game, but at least probably would have been a little bit fairer. Yeah, just those coin flip moments. And I feel pretty vindicated because we often talk about those moments in Bliss matchups, and 99 times out of 100 that they win them out, especially when it matters. They did that exactly today, and yeah, it just surpassed my expectations. I'm a little bit like speechless after tonight. I just feel like the siege was really good, and these teams were competitive and pushed Bliss. Bliss made mistakes tonight. They also struggled at times to capitalize on the mistakes of their opposition, and I think that was in stark contrast to what we have seen a lot of previously, where maybe they would have just steamrolled through these games quite easily. And yeah, it wasn't the case. So well-deserved winners. And again, plaudits to certainly Man LFO, definitely Antic as well. I think they played well, and looking forward to that contest continuing going forward.
Yeah. I mean, I was just kind of watching back there actually, because evidently there is a delay, and I was just seeing the end of that game, almost like a replay for myself. And yeah, what an incredible ending. It's you know, very difficult for Antic, but well done to Bliss. They will be the first team to qualify here for the group stage. They're number one. They're number one seed right now, guys. I can actually say that. That is true, because they are the only team that has qualified for the Esports World Cup Rainbow Six Siege portion. So they will be heading off to Riyadh, and they will get to play in the group stage, of course, at minimum. And now the goal is, can they get top 8? Can they get playoffs? But you know, what is kind of like a major, right? Like that, I think is a very fair goal to probably put upon them. I will say with the added caveat that because of the way this tournament is structured in terms of the teams and the quality, and actually the increased quality to what you would actually even get from like a major, it's probably not like top 8 or like it's a bust tournament. Like if they finish 9th or 10th, I'd still say that's a pretty decent tournament. It all depends on their bracket, who they play against, all of those things.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many factors. And if I'm understanding the format correctly, you can sneak through to the final phase to BO1 quals. I think it's just Elim BO3. Again, don't want to speak too formally on format because I don't actually fully know. But yeah, we'll see how they go. BO1's Bliss overseas, they did great. BO3 is certainly proving to be a little bit more of a challenge, and I think that's a hurdle that they'll be looking to overcome. They were tested tonight in domestic BO3s, and so I think they'll take learnings from this experience and yeah, go into that event really prepared and ready to go. They now have a solid chunk of time to prepare for it accordingly, and yeah, to carry that momentum forward into the rest of the year as well.
Massive commiserations to Antic. They were very much, though, a threat, and we're a very solid team, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they're able to do in Stage 2. Of course, for Man LFO, Odium, pretty close, and I think in terms of the Oceania League to come later on in the year, it's going to be spicy. This kind of feels almost like a taste tester. As always, though, Bliss do prevail, and we will see them in Riyadh for the Esports World Cup, representing Oceania. Gus, it's been a blast. What a night, a very long night, but we got there in the end, and boy, was it worth it. A grand final that really ended up being a spectacular event. 8-7, 8-7 to Team Bliss. Best of luck to them over in Riyadh. And that is the Oceania League done for the closed qualifiers. We'll see you guys soon. Thank you very much for watching. Bye-bye.